Oh, I looked very serious there, didn't I? Right. Oh, my hair's a fucking mess. I thought it looked a lot better than that when I had it down, and it's just I've been trying to get away with it as long as I could, and we're kind of at the, you know what I mean? We're kind of at the needs washed mode, so that's why I can't sit on here till midnight kind of thing. Do you know what I mean? But famous last words. But yeah, had an ice cream for my tea, as you do. I was just like, you know what? Fuck it. Fuck it, I'm having an ice cream. Just in that mood. And that's, that is very much like Leo is the inner child. So the sun and the moon, your soul, well, where the sun is right now, but that's your, soul power is where the most attention is going right now. It's the way that I would see it. And it's all about fun and following your heart and basically doing what you want to do and doing what makes you happy. Sounds great, doesn't it? But that's where it can be a bit of a danger. And then the moon is your feelings and your intuition. And you know where this is going. And Venus is, love and what you value and what you find beautiful. And well, my soul, or the soul, the sun energy, my intuition, my feelings, and everything, my heart was being pulled to get a mint chocolate chip ice cream, actually. So yeah. And actually, do you know what? Like, so if you're new, everything that I do is part of the channeling. But usually the people that tune in, these are not new at all. So you know that. But Uranus is square the sun tomorrow. So it's that kind of, it's expect unexpected. I mean, because we're not in the new moon till tomorrow. Like it's, I think it's like 11:30 or something. It's round about 11:30 UK time. So whatever that is for you. But so we're still in the dark moon right now. So we're still in that kind of, it's wise to go inwards. But like I said, it is weird that going inwards doesn't really go with Leo energy. So hello, Nathan, how are you doing? By the way, I finally watched back the end of that marathon, the 6. I mean, I think quite a few of them are 6.5 hours now. But I finally watched back that one from, it was from, a week ago. And it was when I was doing your very intense message and my own. And I'm finally moving out of my abusive care home. I didn't realise you were there. Jesus, well, praise the Lord. I'm glad to hear that. And I'm sorry that you've been somewhere like that. That's terrible. Sorry to hear that. Are you going somewhere a bit nicer? Now, when you say, I'm just checking, excuse my, I don't know what it would be. I don't know. I don't know if I was going to say ignorance, but stupidity would be a bit harsh. If you don't know, you don't ask. And hello, Angela, how are you doing? When you say care home, do you mean that you've been living in a house? Like, do you mean that that's where you've been living and it's not been good? Obviously, there's been abusive. Or do you mean that you were working in one? Because care homes are here. We call care homes here like where you look after the elderly and that. But I'm not feeling you mean that. Or like a care home can be when you live in care, but that's usually when you're younger. You're like in your. So anyway, I'm glad you're moving away from that, whatever you mean. But yeah, so actually that's kind of that's what's kind of weird about, even when people say stuff that isn't so good, that's kind of in line with what I was saying, because Leo is what makes you happy. And Uranus is shock, surprises, expect unexpected, and that can be good, the bad, and the ugly. So this new moon tomorrow it's very much like that. Like, you could feel, well, I don't know, it could go either way. You could feel excited about, wait a minute, I'll read that in a minute. You could feel excited about changes that you can feel, or you could feel quite nervous and anxious about different changes. And you wouldn't be wrong, because that's what Uranus energy brings. Like, you don't really quite know. Like, it's like, you've probably heard me say this about a million times, people that listen to me all the time, but it is completely unpredictable, even for the, you know, the best of astrologers and the best of psychics. And I'm not claiming to be either, by the way. I'm just saying, like, literally nobody, and I am very psychic though, but do you know what I mean? Nobody can call it. It's just quite unpredictable. So there's no point, basically, is the way that I would look at it. But also Leo energy doesn't, you know, I was going to say it doesn't play, it fucking does play. That's why I just had an ice cream for my tea. But it's, I'd eaten before, by the way. Don't worry about me. I had eaten before. And I'm just like, you know what, fuck this shit, man. I'm doing fast. I've been fasting for months now. And I'm just sort of, I lose a pound, I put on a pound, I lose a pound. I'm like, do you know what, fuck this. I am what I am. I've fucking tried. No, I'm going to keep trying. I'm sorry. I never give up. But it's like, for now, I'm just like, fuck it. I'm having an ice cream. Do you know what I mean? When the moon moves into Virgo tomorrow, I'll be sensible again. But tonight, I needed the ice cream. It was good. But yeah, so it is very kind of erratic. It's expect unexpected. So yeah, expect a miracle, expect a surprise, expect something good. But if you are picking up on that kind of, yeah, and or if just something out the blue happens, like, you know, that's why. And there is that element of, you know, I'm aware of all the, you know, well, basically I'm putting out prayers for basically all the fire energy that's going on all around the world. That's not a coincidence, because this kind of energy of the astrology, it is very much to do with, yeah, fires and all the rest of it that's going on. So yeah, we're putting out our prayers out to the world there. So yes, I'm moving it. Yeah, that's wise, by the way, that, you know, you can do absolutely what you want, but yeah, maybe take it away after I've read it. But again, I'm reading out loud. I suppose I could just read it quietly, but current. Yeah. Yeah. So I've read that now, so you can take it away if you want. I'm not but just if you want, you know, to keep your privacy. That's one way I can chat to you like that, and then you can delete it. But well, I'm very glad to hear that. So what's a writing partner? You're just full of new information for me today. Is this some kind of sign that I need to get a writing partner and I need to write my book? Because I did say it the other day in the video. Right, so what I'm going to do today, right, is I'm going to do the usual. I don't know what order. So, oh, you accidentally removed the message. Well, there are no accidents, Nathan. So I think that was maybe God or the guides keeping you right there, because I'm quite protective. You know what I mean? I'm quite like a mother wolf like that. And I think maybe just because I don't know, I just kind of think, you know, keep a bit of your privacy. And everybody doesn't need to know all that. But right, so right. Yeah, so basically what I'm saying is I'm a bit tired. I'm not like really, really tired. And when I get going with this, I'll get my energy back. But I'm going to do the free cards as usual. And I think I might just get started with that after I say this bit. So if you'd like a card, let me know now. So Nathan was first. So Nathan, would you like a message? I always sound like a fucking school teacher taking a register or something, don't I? I always notice that after I'm lad. It's because my third house is in Capricorn. And that is like, do you know what I mean? It's like, right, let's get to work. It's work. And it's like serious. And that's why I always laugh, like when I do the shorts. Oh shit, fuck. That's what I'm fucking done. Shit. I was too busy playing anti-Clair duties. That's why I'm tired. She's a little angel, but I'm still tired. Fuck. It's annoying. Yeah, I really can't stay on here ages then, because I've got a routine. I usually film the shorts on a Tuesday if I didn't do it before. Sometimes I'll film it on another day, but I usually do them, and then I don't need to wear any makeup, you see. Like, do you know what I mean? Tomorrow. Which is so not Leo, Sun and Moon. But it's Leo, Sun and Moon now. But I've not really got, oh no, I suppose if I go a walk, but I sometimes go a walk without my makeup. I don't really give a fuck. Right, anyway, so Nathan... Just talking to myself. Angela, would you like a message as well? And what I was going to say as well is they just sort of inspired me to say as well that I'm going to do, so I'm going to show you what I'm going to do. I might do it a few times for people coming in. And if you want me to basically pull, sorry, I just drank a lot of fizzy water. And it's mixed in with the mint ice cream. I suppose there's worse things. Yeah, if you want me to pull a card, which these are 11 fair ones for your inner divine feminine and your inner divine masculine, which is also you and your masculine or you and your feminine, right? Then I'm going to put the donation link up and you can get that. And that's at the normal one that it's usually at, and that it's a tenner. So let me see. But I'm going to do 3 cards anyway, so it's entirely up to you. It's just because they are longer to read and they just sit, so somebody must need that. What are we doing here? Right. So I think I might set a wee alarm just, and hopefully I don't ignore it, because I'm going to have to remind myself why I'm, right, wait a minute. Film shorts. Okay, that's where I need to go. And film the shorts, and what else is, oh yeah. Yeah, and I do want, wait a minute, it's today. Yeah. Oh my God, I miss you. So glad. I can't read it on here. So that heart on my screens, it gets in the way of people's messages. So glad I caught you run. Oh, I love you too. And that was a shame you got to go. Right, wait a minute, Michelle, do you have to go that quick? Can I pull you a card before you go? And by the way, see, because you always miss this live, do you want me to just have your permission to just pull you a card every week? And then if there is any reason one week where you'd feel like a card would ruin your life, I'm being sarcastic, because you know, just if you feel like you don't want a card, but actually that doesn't matter, does it? Because if you feel like you didn't want it, then just watch it when you're up to it. Do you know what I mean? Do you want me to just always pull you a card and you can come and catch it on the replay? Does that sound like a good idea? And other people, you can tell me the same as well. Like I could just keep a wee list that I can. Am I going to regret saying that? I might regret saying that. Right. Let's see. What have we got for Michelle? I hope you're doing well. And I miss you too. We miss you. Right. What does Michelle need to hear right now? What is this Leo new moon energy bringing in for Michelle? Make a decision. Have you been a bit indecisive about something? Feeling stuck or indecisive? Listen to your intuition and make a decision. I don't know that you would have heard me saying, but I just made a decision to get an ice cream. So the ice cream was my dinner. Oh, and I feel very interesting, but I feel this whole making a decision, it's like when we spoke about this before, I'm undercovering the matrix. This is interesting, right? So this is specifically for, obviously this is for you because it's your message, but I feel everyone needs to hear it. And there's some kind of, by the way, there's some kind of activation going to the crown chakra, I would say, because my head's on fire right now and I'm doing your message. So yeah, it's literally, it feels like it's on fire. I've also pulled soulmate relationship. Now, this is a twin flame card in this deck. New romance of a spiritual basis is here for you now. But what I feel that's about is it's like they're talking about, like, I saw something earlier today or last night that was like making no decision is making a decision. Do you know what I mean? It's so, and it goes back to that kind of thing that I know but I think, again, you must need to hear it and we all need to hear it again. I don't think anyone can hear it too much. It's rather than being in constant indecision about something and procrastinating, it's much better to just be like, do you know what? Right now, I'm not in the right headspace. I'm not in the right frame of mind. I'm not feeling good with myself. I'm just going to make a decision right here and now that I can't make this decision right now, and say whatever it's about, like, I'm going to sleep in it and I'll decide once and for all tomorrow, or you know, after, you know, for me, it would usually be like, you know, after we come out of like, say, the Cancer moon or the Scorpio moon or the Pisces moon, because it's the water moons I find the roughest, like, I'll be able to do this, you know, in this moon, blah, blah, blah. So it's, you know, it's something like that. It's something about, it's very important for you to keep making, this is so stupid, but keep making decisions, like keep making empowered decisions. And whenever you find yourself in that kind of, oh, what do I do? Kind of, because that would be the past, you see, that would be the South Node energy in Libra. It would be like just constantly staying in a state of indecision. It can't, you know, it can't be a fun place to be. And I do feel it's like, it's because it's got a lot to do with balancing your own inner energy and like manifesting, bringing in that person. Yeah, look, and father healing, but that also is my divine masculine card because it is the male energy. So, and that is the indecisive energy, is the masculine energy. And I know that you've, you know, I know in the past that you've identified having issues around that, but don't it felt like whenever I've checked in on you, I know it's felt like whenever I've checked in on you of late that, you know, that you didn't have that as much, but I take it you might have fit goosebumps often in the indecision. Yeah, so for fuck's sake. But the thing is, you won't be alone. And it's like I say, it's I know when I'm really too much in my masculine, because it'll be when I really can't make a decision about something. And actually, to be honest with you, you often do see that live when I'm on here. Like, and it's normally with me, it's kind of like quite little things. It's like, and that's why I've found all these workarounds. Like, if I can't decide something, if it's something that I can just write things on a bit of paper and do it that way, then. But like I always say, guys, please do not take that one for important life decisions. Like, oh, who am I going to spend the rest of my life with? Do you know what I mean? I'll just put these. Depending on how many bits of fucking paper you've got, some of you might have 1 and 2, some of you might have a wee bit more bits of paper. Don't do it for that, right? You know, come on. Or, you know, I can't think of another example. But yeah, anyway, but for things that aren't so serious, you know what I mean? But yeah, your personal power increases as you give any father-related issues to heaven. So again, it could be that, but it's also, I really do just feel, so again, I don't know whether you can identify that your dad was like that, or it doesn't need to be the indecision, but and we've got weight and positive energy. Don't rush into action right now. Bide your time for better results. I actually feel it's got something to do with the Venus retrograde in Leo right now. Is it really just depends? Like, so again, this is one of these things where it's like, that's for you to know and us to wonder, and whoever else can take this. It's about when Venus is in retrograde, right? And same with Mercury retrograde, but Venus in retrograde, remember, is what you value. It's about love. It's about like your happiness. It's about your joy. It's about inner child healing. And we just got father related issues. So it's things to do with money. I was like, there's something else, you know. So it's all these areas, right? And also it's self-love. Like, it's how you feel about yourself. It's very wise to just remember that any decisions you're making right now, you could change your mind about it. So I feel that's what that weight card's about. Like, don't rush into action right now. Bide your time for better results. And I would take that to mean it's because when Venus comes out of retrograde, you could be looking at something a bit differently. So it's like, wise to just take this time to sort of, you know, weigh things up and reevaluate all the kind of Mercury retrograde stuff. But remember, we are then going into so Venus comes out of retrograde on the 4th of September, right? But Mercury retrograde begins on the 23rd, which obviously isn't far away. And we're already in the build-up, you know, we're in the pre-shadow of it. So it is quite a minefield in that way. But and like I always say, you can't stop your life, and people can't not make decisions and take action because of the retrogrades. I mean, I've got 6, so I know that better than anyone. You know, if it's time, it's time. If it's time to make a decision, it's time to make a decision. If it's time to go, it's time to go. Surround yourself with positive people and situations, avoid negativity. So yeah, maybe there's something about that. It's about I'm wondering if that is either going to have something to do with your living environment, or it's got something to do with work. So you'll know, or it might be both, but there's something about, like, you know, biding your time for better results. And but there is some, you know, when it says here about avoid the negativity and, you know, surround yourself with positive people, I think it's just like some kind of acknowledgement of, yeah. And now I love how they do that. They always home my eyes in to the poster. You know, it's like it's a poster, well, it's a painting of New York, but it's Times Square, and it's like the wicked thing, and they always pull my eyes in to the wicked, you know, and it's got a witch and you can't see her face. It's like, so I don't know if it is some kind of, well, wicked female around you, or, you know, I kind of feel like there's some kind of Jezebel energy around you, you know, like that kind of, well, not so nice, to put it mildly, kind of, you know, nasty kind of female energy somewhere around you. I mean, we're likely to all have some of that around us somewhere, unless you really did a good job at getting rid of them. But getting rid of them, moving away from them. Set your sights higher, increase your standards, and expect more for yourself. Don't settle. So I'll leave it there. I won't oversaturate it, but yeah, there is something there about you taking this time to really, everyone, to really think about, like, what is it that makes me happy? Who is it that makes me happy? What do I really value? Do I surround myself with the things and the people and the places that make me happy? And if not, why not? Like, you know, is it a practical thing? Is it out of fear? Is it, you know, it's, yeah, all big questions. So also, I've had some very good shifts of late. Glad to hear it. The past has returned. Interesting. Was that when I was channeling something there, or were you saying that anyway? Right. Okay. So, and I forgot I didn't post this. Right. So, like you said, so I was just doing Michelle because, well, you saw why, because she's working. So, but actually, Angela, are you working as well? Because Nathan, if you don't mind, could I give Angela a message? Because I've got a feeling Angela, unless she's off, but then I'll show you what I mean by the divine. Looks quite good. The divine femme, divine masculine energies. This chatting is so slow, isn't it? Lexi said that yesterday. You're very welcome. Right, do you know, so no, I better not do that, because I was like, well, I wonder if he's going to come on. I was going to say, I was like, I feel drawn to pull Connor one, because Connor hadn't spoken for ages, and I forgot that his name was Connor. And then when he said it, I was like, damn it, I knew it's kind of, you know, I was nowhere near it. But you mean, I kind of, it reminded me when you said it. But yeah, I appreciate, so if you're watching this, Connor, I appreciate you saying that, about that it was scarily accurate, or whatever it was, something along those lines. Because last night was kind, you know, it's always random when I come on here, but it was like I didn't really know why I was being led on to do Mediumship Monday like that live. And I just kind of feel like that's what I was feeling, you know. I felt like it was like something I was going to say was really going to resonate in quite a big way, and I feel that was but I know maybe more than you, but I'm just saying I appreciate that you said that, because it was just reminding me when I was watching it back last night. So, because those were powerful messages, whoever they resonate with, they were powerful messages. And I've nearly got to the end of the very long one that I done last week, and those were also powerful messages. For, I would say, for whoever resonates with, who's in the same wave as me, if you've identified that you think you might be, or anyone really. So, right. So yes, I'm working here for 44 minutes. That was very exact, Angela. I could tell you're Virgo rising. Right. So what does Angela need to know? And also, Angela, would you like to know twin flame kind of stuff, or? I mean, it's all twin flame stuff, but do you know what I mean? I've got like the more, I miss you, I love you, the silence is killing me, you know, those kind of cards. But could also be like, not the right thing. That was funny when I said that that card was going to come out and it did. So I mean, I feel it before I see it. Right. What have we got for Angela then? What does Angela need to hear? And then Nathan, I will do your card. So what does Angela need to hear? And then I'll do the twin flame cards. And anyone else that's here, if you just speak now or forever hold your peace until next Tuesday. Synchronicity, right? So it's got 2 dolphins on it. So instantly, dolphins to me are very inner child, very new earth energy, very playful. But also because there's 2 on them, that feels very soulmatey, twin flamey kind of vibe. And it's kind of reminding me of the one I just pulled for Michelle, you know, your soulmate relationship. Hey, Claire, did you do mine? I had, oh no. So, well, it's total divine timing, Nathan. I didn't do yours because we have workers in the house. So I'm going to do yours after Angela. So don't worry, you didn't miss it. But see how that worked out. Your prayers and questions are being answered by synchronistic events. Notice them in order to increase their flow. So like I was saying, there is something about you and him with these 2 dolphins here, but there's definitely, and I do feel it is like, you know, so I'm going to go with this, but it feels like some kind of energy about, it's like they're talking to me about future stuff here. It's like the energy of the new earth energy that is being built. And all the different sort of energies that are flooding into the planet for your union, because I'm just really, I don't usually get that much from this card, but I'm just being pulled into the big star-like thing in the top right-hand corner. It's kind of reminding me of like Sirius and the Lionsgate portal and everything. And that big giant crystal thing at the bottom too. It really does feel like kind of Lemuria, Atlantis. So it's like, I'm wondering if like, again, obviously we can't clarify from him unless you want to be asking him if he's had any random dreams, but it's like I really actually am more feeling he has been having interesting dreams lately. I mean, it could be you too, but and it's like, and if that hasn't happened yet, like I really do feel he is, oh God, that's strong. I really do feel he's going to start having like flashes of past lives, like with you though, like specifically with you. That's quite deep, isn't it? And then we've got make a wish. This is a magical moment. Make a wish and enjoy its manifestation. And this is a magical moment for you, Angela. That is your new moon tomorrow. It is yours and your twin flames new moon. So that's extra, extra magical. So absolutely make a wish. But have a rest as well. So we've pulled rest. So you've been working hard, take a nap and get some rest, right? Self-explanatory. Consult an expert. More information is needed. Contact someone with expertise in this area. So I feel this is going to have something to do with, again, so this is interesting. I suppose it's because you said yes to, you know, the twin flame message. It does feel more for him here. It's like, because that's my Dark Night of the Soul card. And consult an expert. It almost does remind me of when I said to Nathan, like, can we not get your twin flame on a call with me? Do you know what I mean? It's like how it's like, you know, also need to get on a call with your twin flame. It's like, I just need to get on a call with all your twin flames. Do you know what I mean? It's, I mean, use by all means, but it's like, but again, I'm not really joking. Like I do foresee, I don't know, maybe before the year's out, but I do foresee, you know, before the year's out or definitely next year, actually doing sessions where it is both twin flames, like couples counselling, Claire style. Do you know what I mean? But it'll be more than couples counselling because it's all the different types of healing and coaching that I do as well. But yeah, consult an expert, and like I said, that is my Dark Night of the Soul card. So if he hasn't already started to, I'm going to be really interested when we talk privately, but if he hasn't already started to open up about some of the things he's struggling with right now, I feel he's going to. I feel like he's going to have to. That's kind of like what I'm getting here. Self-forgiveness, yeah. let go of old guilt and remember that you're God's perfect child. I mean, even listen to that. Do you know what I mean? And then let's see what these cards say. Whoa, that's intense. The dreams, yeah, that is intense. Let's see what else is going to add to it with this. So what is it that, like, is there anything you want to add to that? Because, yeah, look, I fucking love this shit. I fucking love this shit. I've been learning a lot about spirituality, but that to me is the card about because I'm awakening. Do you know what I mean? Like, I think I really feel like on the sly, he's like looking into, not on the sly, but I just feel like that. I mean, that is the journey of the, you know what I mean? It's part of the twin flame journey. It's part of why you're kept apart, because you can't, it's like, it's funny, isn't it? Because it's like, you're like, it's like you want to help them. You're like, I'll show you this, I'll show you that. And it's kind of like, that's not you. That's not, you're not meant to really be involved with that until you're meant to be, or until they decide they want your help, kind of thing. It's like that is, yeah, I've been learning a lot about spirituality. And I've been manifesting him getting on a call with you. He's so closed down. Yeah, this is what I mean though. It is because he's still in the darkness. So I just, again, I always like first and foremost think about how I was in mine, because I was a complete different person. What I mean is, like, everyone can be a moody fucker, let's face it. Like, I can be a moody fucker too. I mean, sometimes I come on here a moody fucker. Not very often though. Like, again, in my defense, I feel like you only really see me a little bit moody, but like, you see me tired and, and it's sometimes I'm just channeling general energy. But basically what I'm saying is, before my dark night of soul, if I was in a bad mood, I would just say myself and I wouldn't be around anyone. But because the dark night of soul can kind of permanently be like you're in a bad mood, you just can't really hide it, from your nearest and dearest. And it just kind of, I think it's kind of difficult to reach out to even professionals for help, in my opinion, unless they actually, like I said before, like I had, I've got loads of friends that are healers and mediums and I had a couple of people in my life at that time, and it's like, but actually none of them around me had went through the dark night of soul, and I could feel it and I knew it, and I could just feel it, and I would also ask questions, and I just knew that they hadn't, and so nobody around me could really help me. And then it was the added thing of, I also had people around me that they might be a good healer, but if they had some kind of weird dislike of twin flames and the twin flame journey, and I had quite a few people at the time that they'd make it quite clear. And even like I was thinking about this the other day, like, I don't like touching on this, but they're making me go there. But it's like so this is going to have something to do with you, remember. It was like when I did have a few, like I reached out to apparent people for help, experts in the twin flame journey, and it done the opposite. Do you know what I mean? And it was really, I suppose it was just to show me, like, look, you do actually need to come out your closet and start reading about love, and specifically twin flames, because there's so many people out there basically giving bad advice, or they're not real ones, and all that kind of stuff. And it's and then there's amazing people as well, but because like I said, I have to stress, it's like there are amazing people and there's ones that are not, so it's just a bit confusing really. But what I'm trying to say is, it's the whole point of me saying that is, yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what I mean as well, is I've watched people publicly as well that it's like they're on the twin flame journey, but they actually hadn't had the real big dark night of the soul yet. Like they thought they had. And then they go, and so that's what I'm saying. It's like, that's what's weird. If you've went through your dark night of soul, especially if it was a long time ago, but even if it was like more recent, and you try to get help from somebody that hasn't, it's just going to be a total disconnect, because they're not going to get it. Like they're not really going to be able to help you. Like you just don't know until you went through that, I feel personally. So you can, other people will think different, but so that's a very long-winded way of saying he will source the help that he needs when he's ready. But I think this is something that I actually said to you, it feels like quite recently as well. Yeah, I think you just have to be really open to looking out for the signs of supporting them with that. That's really all I could say, yeah. Because look, because I know we're twin flames. Like I'm telling you, if this is not currently right now, privately, what is happening to him? Because remember, that's the kind of head fuck with this is, and I always say this to Angela, I say this to everyone. I would love it to be that this is the present energy, like this is what's happening right now. And most of the time with me, to be fair, the people that I work with personally, and even you guys actually do confirm, it is where you're at. Like, you know, I'm going to, because this is more coming through for him, but I'm going to sort of check in a wee bit more with your stuff. But my buffer is that because I do read the future, like this could still be what he's yet to go through, but it's still that as a positive, that it's like at some point, if he's not there now, and this is so weird because I was getting a lot of downloads for myself recently, and sometimes this happens. I was specifically getting a lot for you, and it was like reminders of things. So again, I'll say that to you, like, you know, one to one, but it's yeah, it's kind of like that shorts that I done last week, and it was like, look, it's a reminder that your twin is more than likely still asleep, or they're not as awake as you, or they're not fit. Like, you know, basically have patience and give them time and stuff. It's kind of like in line with this. It's like you want X, Y, and Z to happen, and you want it to happen like now. But Angela's very patient. But you know what I'm saying? That's what everybody wants in the twin flame journey. But it's about like it's an alchemical process. And it is a lot to do like with it. So if you get a chance to watch last night's Angela, there was a lot of Kundalini energy. And again, you know, that is an important part of the twin flame process as well, is, you know, to do with the clearing out the dens and the attachments and the chakras and, you know, the rising energy. And it's all, you know, it's all a process, and you know, it has to happen separately. So that is what is quite interesting when you're in contact with your twin. It needs to reach a certain point before, you know, of clearing that yourself before you're actually allowed to do the rest together. But yeah, I've been learning a lot about spirituality, and I know we're twin flames. So I mean, that's like a huge message, you know what I mean? That it's like at some point he's going to come across, I mean, I always think it's hilarious, like, what if he came across this? It's like at some point he's going to come across twin flames, as he hasn't already. Yeah. I'm struggling with money. It's just come up as well. So again, this could be something that you're already aware of, or he might have just told you a little bit, but that's something that wants to be. And like I said, that is a massive deal. When it's a man, that is a massive deal, because yeah, men just want to provide for themselves and others around them, and it's yeah. Your smile makes me melt. Angela, I'm sure, like, did he not say, like, it wasn't that he said that to you recently, but it was you felt it, didn't, like, you know, something like, look, now is not the right time. Yeah. I don't know, that feels like it's going to resonate. Right, I feel like I want to pull a message from here. What else is Angela? Give me, sorry, so that's a lot about him, but give me, something for Angela. Try something new. And that doesn't mean a person. You'll only know that you can do something if you try. I feel that's in line with stepping out your comfort zone and of what's sensible. You need to do something fun. And again, you know, if for anyone that doesn't know that, Angela once, after a session, do you want to tell people what you done, Angela? Or I will, if the chat is too slow. But Angela once done something that I would deem to be crazy, but I was awestruck by her bravery. But it was just like, I just love it. It's just, so it might be something like that. I don't know if you'd already booked that or done it already or planned it. I feel like you maybe have, because I kept saying it to you. But if it's not, you know, skydiving, jumping out of plane style, it's something like fun, and especially because remember, Leo moon, everybody hears me say this all the time, it is my favorite moon because it's so playful and fun, and Yeah, it's just a very, very fun energy. I think I've only ever had like one Leo moon period, and I feel it was like it might have been some point this year, earlier on in the year or last year, where it didn't feel like a Leo moon to me. Like I remember I think I was quite sad or about something, and it was shit because I look forward to Leo moon every month. But apart from that, usually every Leo moon, I really, really feel the energy in that. Obviously, some are better than others, but it's about fun and inner child and playing. And the fact that you are Leo moon and your twin, it's like it's about really harnessing. And remember, the actual new moon isn't until tomorrow. So we're talking like Wednesday, Thursday, even, kind of, first. I keep thinking tomorrow's Thursday and it's Wednesday. So yeah, all day tomorrow is still Leo moon, and it's the Leo new moon, and it's 23 degrees. So you might want to see where that is in your chart, or if people are on sessions with me, you can check in a session. But Thursday, Friday is Virgo moon, but Thursday definitely pushing into Friday. That's still within the new moon and Leo energy. So yeah, it's just there's definitely something about making sure that you do something fun for you. And I think that was the download that I was getting, that it was coming in for me, and I was also getting it for you. And it was specifically, I saw you, and there was other sort of people that it's like, just keep bringing your energy back to you. And I know it sounds really simple, but those of you that are at that bit, you do need to hear it. And it feels like there's, and I mean, we'll see when I get into the collective energy, but it feels like there's some sort of surrender going on around the collective energy right now, about if you had any kind of energy about like something needs to happen now, or something needs to happen in August, or I want something to happen, in Leo season, or all that kind of shit. It just my throat chakra went a bit funny there, so that means something. It feels like there's a kind of dissipating or a surrender to that, and an acceptance that things happen when they're meant to happen. And I would say that is good, because then you see, with the element of surprise with the new moon tomorrow, you never know. It might be a case of you surrender and you let go of something happening, and then it fucking happens the next day because you let go. But if you never actually let go, you're holding on too tight, if that makes sense. So but yeah, do something fun that is just for you. So if it needs to be jumping out a plane, jump out a plane. So yeah, is anyone else the jumping out a plane kind of person? I just found that amazing, because I would never do that. I would be so terrified. That's amazing. What else does Angela need to know? Just be yourself. You're a great person. Enjoy being yourself. And I really do feel that is about, like, it's the kind of balancing. Oh my God. So again, I don't know if you were asking something, but we've got Dave. I always think, oh my God, because I'm like, it's sometimes I've asked a question and I've got that, and it's always like, it's not just yes, it's definitely yes. The answer to your question is a strong yes, but I feel they're just saying like, yes, just it's your time. Like, this is, yeah, it's interesting because what I say, it's your new moon, it's not your twins, but actually it is your twins because he's Leo moon too. But in this case, it's both your moons. And it was his birthday. So it's like, it's kind of like, but listen, birthday's been and gone. It's your moon, right? If he's into the moons, it's your moon. It's both your moon though. And it can be both your moon together, but it's something about you just truly doing what lights you up and having fun yourself, because you see, the more you do that and you focus on you, he finds that insanely attractive. Do you know what I mean? But the more you focus on him and where he's at, and or you out your dark night of solar, you're not going to say it like that, but it's like, you know what I mean? It fucks it up. So brothers and sisters, sons and daughters. And I feel, before I even read the bottom, does anyone remember that? It was like an American cheesy program. I think I used to change the channel when it came on when I was wee. I channeled it the other week there, or it was something like that. To get along with others, see the love and the best within them. But again, to animals, I was going to say 2 horses, but it's 2 unicorns, and horses to me are freedom. So the horses could mean something too. But it's about like, did I not say that unicorn thing? Was it you the other night? But on that one I was watching back, either from a week ago or from last night, I don't know, it can't be you weren't there last night, but whatever it is, it's like, that is about, like, giving them that unconditional love as your soul family right now. Obviously you love them as your partner, but it's like, That's what he needs. Like he needs, it's a different kind of, like, it's like somebody can't love you like you deserve until they learn to love themselves. And he's not quite there with that. So again, that makes me quite sad, but I feel, do you know what I mean? But he will be, you know, at some point he will be. So, by the way, if you can hear that noise, I've got the fan on because it was hot here today. Still is hot. And that doesn't make sense, but I could kind of tweak it. Right, Angela, because you know how I work, right, I'm going to read these cards to you because you know it doesn't make sense, but I can see how it does make sense. So I'm going to read these out because they'll make sense to other people too, right? But I'm resisting my desire for you because it's too late now. We've grown apart and you moved on. So can you see how that, although it's not literally making sense, I can see how it does. It's like he's holding back because he feels it's like you've grown apart in the sense that he knows that it's like you're more about yourself than you are him, because at one point you were all about him and the attention was coming off of you. So that's how I'm reading that, because that's what happens with all twins. I still feel connected to you, but I've waited too long to reach out. Is it too late for us? Again, doesn't literally make sense because you're in contact, but it's like, this is so interesting because this is like what I said to you. One, it's like, I still feel connected to you, but I've waited too long to reach out. But it could be like, you know, it's like when I say twins that see each other physically, but you're not talking about the elephant in the room. It's like, is it too late for us? So I'm just, they obviously wanted me to show you them for a reason. I don't know why I show them on the Zoom. You can't fucking see what they say. So, but right, okay, I'll move on to Nathan now. But I just want to, yeah, look, ego is in reverse, strength, death of the ego. But again, the fact it's in reverse, I feel is a good thing. It's like, well, they're telling me it's a good thing. So it's like, yeah, if it was upright, it'd be like, look, he's in his ego, but he's going through the death of his ego. And it's just all about these masculines. Look, they don't have the strength, love me, but it's in reverse. Like he doesn't feel lovable. And look, see, I told you I felt like I wanted to cry because I was tapping into his energy. I'm in so much pain. I think you should watch the one, if you didn't ever watch that one from the Lionsgate, like all the way through, the message I done right at the end when I done my own cards, that I think that will speak to you as well, because I pulled out, I am in so much pain, and reach out. And look, his cards was a bit, it's like, so that's why I'm saying you look out for the clues of when it's a sign of him reaching out to you, but it could be quite subtle. I know that's as clear as mud, but hopefully you'll get what I mean. And yeah, protect your energy. Invoke protection to bring this situation to a speedy end. And I just feel that means about don't involve anyone in your business that doesn't need to be in your business. Calm your nerves and you'll be able to hear the voice of your angels. Okay, right, okay. So, right, Nathan. Nathan, do you want a bit of the sit? Yes, he's definitely going through all the stuff. Yes, he is. He is. And that was confirmed, you see, like when I was doing those messages last night, and when someone had mentioned about like this is all accurate, like, you know, I don't know whether that was that he's going through that or that his twin is, but either way, it's like it's making sense to a lot of you out there. So right. What does Nathan need to? Thank you so much. Can't wait to talk to you. I know, near me too. I will look forward to that. Oh, Nathan, simplify. Oh my God. So that happened at Michelle as well. So again, I think, I don't know what has happened tonight, but it's like, seriously, it's like, I feel that this is like for all of you, because it's happening as I'm leaving Angela to go to Nathan, but like my head's on fire again. And it's like, there's like major downloads coming in on this new moon. simplify your life, eliminate clutter from your home and work life to balance the flow of activities. So Nathan, that actually could have something to do, because you'd put that in the chat, that could have something to do about the changes in your living environment there. You know, eliminate clutter from your home and work-life balance, the flow of activities. Well, when you move, you have to do that. Do you know what I mean? You have to declutter and put things in boxes and move and stuff. But it's like, I more feel it's like moving the energy, like it was time for you to leave there. Obviously, if you're saying it's abusive, you know, it's not, doesn't sound like the best place to be. Look, oh my God, this is, how similar is this to Michelle's one? Look, surround yourself with positive people and situations and avoid negativity. So, I mean, that is just absolute confirmation. I feel that, you know, that was fucking hell, by the way. Break free. Try different ventures and experiences as a way to grow and learn. So, I mean, is the way that that's come about, Nathan, is it like, I take it as a positive thing for you, but did it come out of the blue? Because all these cards are saying, even if that was a tower moment, and it's kind of like, oh shit, what am I going to do? Whatever it is, like, it is a positive thing in the long run. Like, because they're telling you get out there, basically. So. Right, do you want me to check in on you and your twin? Because it's quite good when it's those of you that are up for that, because it speaks to way more than just the people that I'm reading for. Yes. Look, yes, is that the card answering before you answer? Yes, your intuition is correct, Claire. Take action accordingly. That's quite funny. But seriously, that is also just confirming, yes, your intuition is correct. Take action accordingly. Get the fuck out of that place. It came out the blue. It was a very positive thing. Yeah, I mean, and that's a good example of a positive tower, because do you know, that's quite interesting. Like, I feel that is the collective energy that's going to go on for a lot of twins right now. I feel like there is going to be out the blue tower moments where it's like, I don't know, like house moves or yeah, twins turning up out the blue. Absolutely, like happy things, because Leo is happy energy, and just because of Uranus is like expect unexpected. It literally, or it could be like you bump into your twin somewhere unexpectedly. It's something like that. Mind you, that wouldn't really be a happy occasion for a lot of people, because it's do you know what I'm saying? It's kind of fucking nerve wrack. Like, do you know what I mean? Anyway, well, that, yeah, I wouldn't describe it as a it's like, it's the kind of thing that makes me want to jump in the nearest bush or the sea, or yeah, or run away. So whatever that does for yous out there. But yeah, Spirit's got a sense of humor. Right, so empowerment. You're more powerful than you realize. It's safe for you to be powerful. And I feel that place was dulling your sparkle, and it's playtime. Yeah, and it's like, now I feel your energy, your vibration will lift quite a bit being away from that place. The dolphins know the importance of playing, as joy creates miracles and manifestation, and that's linked to something that might seem as small as me having that ice cream, when it's like the adult self was like, oh, that's not very sensible, having an ice cream at tea time. And I was like, shut the fuck up, adult self. I ate like kind of late afternoon, could be classed as a tea. I'm having ice cream, right? Because this moment's going to pass. And then before you know it, the sun, it won't be hot anymore. And it's, you know, September, and September might still be hot. But I'm finding it really fucking weird, though, how this time last year where I live, it was fucking roasting. That's why I bought all these fans. It was like, it was boiling, and it was so hot that I couldn't handle it, that I ironically stayed in the house. Like, I stayed in the house for other reasons too. I just was way majorly hermit mode, but more than usual. But this year's weird. It's like yeah, it was warmer today, but there haven't been the like 27-degree days and that. And I don't even know if we might have had one day that was like that, but it's just weird. But again, there are still a couple of weeks left of August, but I don't know, it's just interesting because it seemed like it went on a lot longer last year. But I know it is a heat wave in other places in the world, so sending love and cool vibes wherever that is. Right, what else does Nathan need to know, and what do we need to know about the twin? Listen to your true feelings. Don't let others talk you into doing something that you know is wrong. So I suppose that would be like if people were trying to get you to stay where you are, but it's whatever it is about. But again, it has got the 2 unicorns on this card again as well. So I feel this could be something that is for you about your twin, like anyone that tries to sort of encourage you away from her, or it's for your twin about you, anyone that encourages her away from you, something like that. Don't let others talk you into doing something that you know is wrong, because Leo's about following your heart. And it just always comes through in the messages that I do every day, that about, like, you know, it's the twin flame journey is a test about choosing yourself. It's why you've got some twins that are in, like, there's cultural differences in that, like you know, like arranged marriages and stuff like that's quite common. Like, you know, it's I mean, that can happen even not in the twin flame journey, but that must be quite interesting as well. Like, you know, like it could just be something like you've got 2 completely different, like, clashing religions or something. Decide, oh look, do you know what? Your cards are kind of similar to Michelle's. It's time to clearly make a decision about what you want. And because you already told me that that you have issues making decisions, like, see, that's what's quite interesting, Nathan. Like, the last few times I've been tapping into your, I don't know if it was the last time, but today it feels like you're in a bit of the masculine energy, because Michelle's in the masculine energy and your cards are the same as hers. It's clearly to make it. Oh, wait a minute though, unless I'm unless I'm actually now reading your twin, that would make sense if I'm reading your twin's energy. Oh well, you'll know what resonates here. Is there something you need to make a decision about? Right, let's actually just be specific. Give me some messages about Nathan's twin. Thankful. Think about all the people and things you're grateful for. But again, that is kind of a little bit sometimes my Dark Night of the Soul card, because it just reminds me of, that's one of the only things you can do to really sort of make yourself feel better, is be like, things are fucking bad, but they could be worse. Worth waiting for. Your patience will be rewarded. And I just shuffled and it came out again. So could this be something to do with her health? Oh, I hesitated there. Her health or something. Is she having to wait for some kind of, like, is she having to wait for an appointment at the hospital or something? I know she had to go there as an emergency, but laughter, you need a good laugh. So there's obviously something, again, yeah, you know, that is now feeling like Angela's twin, because it's feeling like she's in a dark place. This is not Leo moon energy, guys, but it's like she's in a dark place. Talk about your feelings. Tell a friend how you feel. This is the same energy that I just read for Angela's twin. It's like she's in a dark place and she could do with talking about her feelings, which I know that you said she doesn't talk very much. So, but again, I feel I want to say the same thing. Look out for the signs that she wants to open up a bit. Right. Wow. Yeah, she's waiting for a colonoscopy. Right. Okay. So I can't say that, colonoscopy, but well, I think the fact that we're worth waiting for came out twice. I feel it's like, yeah, that it's you know, obviously she's in physical pain, but like it's quite difficult bringing her energy down, waiting for that. But it'll be worth waiting for when she gets that. Hmm. Oh, you got that the other day. Oh, look. Oh, I won't feel too many. It's always tempting. So the first one, a little bit like Angela's, maybe doesn't make so much sense, but how do you know is what we'll say. I haven't read it yet, but I'm just sort of giving that buffer, right? What if you don't accept me for who I really am, right? Now, that might not make sense because you'll be like, that's ridiculous. Of course I accept her for who she is. But this is what the thoughts that go on inside her. So it's just kind of like, they can be a bit irrational. That it's like, I feel it's a bit, this is what I channeled the other day. See, I think this is why I must have watched that back. I don't know if it was just like literally last night or if this was, no, this was the one that I done a week ago. I think that must be why I hadn't quite got through it all because I still haven't finished that because it was like 6.5 hours. But so if you watch that, that was quite an intense message that I was giving to you, and it was like I was channeling something about her insecurity that I feel she hides from you. So just be aware of that. It's just something for you to be aware of, which I'm sure you are, but it's quite strong. It's the same message. I don't want this to be over with us. So the silence is killing me. I'm sure that came out for you as well. My fears keep stopping me. And I daydream about you. So when I'm putting them together, it's like, she does daydream about you. But my fears keep stopping me. I feel it is just like this subconscious fears going on in her, like just telling her she's not good enough. So again, we don't want to pry too much into your twins sort of upbringing and background and stuff, but I do kind of feel it's like it's I mean, do you know much about attachment styles and stuff? Like if you've ever saw me talking about it or if you've looked into that yourself, it's like I just get this really strong her wanting to be really close to you. But also like I feel when it's like she's like not like like wants her own space, which I'd say honestly, I'd literally say that is all twins. But it's kind of like this is a very similar message to last week. It's like a lot of this can be cleared up by having a conversation and finding out that you feel very similar. My twin has a large background in abuse and trauma. Right. Okay. That makes a lot of sense then. See, so it's like that's why I'm feeling that. It's like her. Yeah. It's like she wants to be close to you, but if she's come from a background of abuse and trauma, and like I said, even when for those people that are listening, that it's like that you might feel that you haven't had that. It's like I always say, like everybody's had trauma of some sort in their life. It's just something is like she knows something is like something tells her it's like this isn't safe. If she opens up and totally lets her guard down, again is what I want to say, because you were actually a couple and you were engaged and but look, no one makes me feel like you do. It's just interesting. I just get this feeling like she like literally never tells you any of this, does she? Like I don't feel I've been learning a lot about spirituality. See, that's the awakening card again. I'm not creeping myself out right now, but I shouldn't be because I'm channeling God. I'm also channeling your twin right now, which doesn't feel very fair. But anyway, we have to fucking find out somehow. So I'm not good at communicating my feelings with you. Look what I just fucking said. That is crazy. So this is not just this is going to resonate with other people. I just said I feel like you don't know this because she doesn't. Well, it's like you feel it, but I know that you doubt it too because I've seen in the comments before, like on the shorts and stuff. I've got that it's like you fall into total doubt. Does she even feel the same? Am I fucking crazy? And I could see why. Because it's like, I'm not good at communicating my feelings with you, but she's got a lot of feelings for you. And I'm so afraid of rejection. Like, again, it's kind of like when I wanted to cry when I was doing Angela's one. It's like, I really do feel Oh, that makes sense. I was about to say, I'm really feeling the inner child wounds when I'm channeling these messages tonight. But Leo, it is children, it is the inner child. So that makes sense that I'm really feeling the pain of people's inner child here. I know she has a fear of commitment and codependency. Again, that's literally all twins. That's what all twins are healing right now. Well, unless they're through it, but I wouldn't say that's many. You know, well, everyone that I've helped anyway. Yeah, she's ghosting me and she doesn't say anything about her feelings. I'd never reject her. Yeah, she's ghosting you because she's completely overwhelmed and doesn't really know how to process the feelings. And when it gets too much, she just distracts herself with something. But it is just that, I mean, it is just that feeling of, I just feel like when she's alone by herself, especially at night, there's a lot going on there that's not fun. I dive in and out of relationships. Now, remember I asked you that before, like this, you know, are you aware of her like hooking up with her folk and that? And you're like, you don't know and you don't think she'd want you to know. And that's usually the way with twins. I don't know what I want. One-sided relationship, but I pulled it in reverse. Can we start over? Yeah, it's just a lot of twin flame in reverse. What does that mean? I mean, again, see how this is quite similar to when I was channeling Angela's, and this always happens when I read people. This is why I like to do so more people come on and ask for a message, but it's like there's usually a theme, and I'm picking up on this. I'm picking up a lot of cards about, like the other one said, I know we're twin flames, and this one says twin flame. It's like, and I don't always pull out that card. It's like what I channeled last night. A lot of your twins are truly waking up to what this is, but that doesn't mean they're going to be here like tomorrow. Do you know what I mean? It's like, well, first of all, it's like some of them are just sort of coming into that awareness now, and then they're going down the rabbit hole about, oh, like, what is this? You know, was I not imagining that? Like, you know, anyway, was I not imagining this? I wasn't daydreaming this love and all this, whatever people questions they ask themselves. And then, of course, some people's twins aren't even there yet, and this is future energy. But it's just what I'm stressing today is, it's what I said. I don't know if you heard when I said that bit, Nathan. It's not just about, oh, I wish my twin would hurry up. Like, I'm doing the work. I wish they'd do the work. You're both doing work, but you're both doing it your way, and it is divine timing. But it's also what I said about the alchemical process and the Kundalini energy and the, it's that passion and desire and fire energy. And this is, they're making me talk about it because Leo is the fifth house, and the fifth house is sex, and Kundalini energy is to do with sex, but it's more than that. It is to do with your powerful sexual energy. And but it's like, if both of you have had, I'm assuming, most people, it's like, if you've had other sexual encounters or part of, like, at any time in your life, but especially if it's more recently though, it's like, that's why, like, celibacy is a huge part of the twin flame journey. Now, usually I would say it's like, one twin has more years of celibacy than the other, but some, different pairs might be different than that. Like, it's that is a big part of it as well. As like, your guides will actively keep, or it might even be things like, you try to hook up with somebody else in the universe. I don't like saying universe, but someone must say that because it's like the universe, or things will happen that, that you're not, that you can't get to people. Because it'll just set you back. So that's what I mean. That's, again, and this is, I'm getting really serious into that because I always feel my guides that come in and talk about tantra and your sexual energy and all that, because it's true, because there's some twin flame folk out there that are giving really, really fucking bad advice and, telling you, like, well, if they're ignoring you, go fucking have fun and hook up with somebody else and that. And these people really mustn't know about what this journey is about if they're doing that, because when you're the divine feminine energy, it physically makes you sick to think of somebody else touching you like that. And if you actually go ahead and do it, you'll see what I mean. But it's like, it's, you know, it's, that's truly what it's like to be like in that energy. And also, like I said, if you do get into that, it's, but it needs, it's, and also though, it's, yeah, and I really do feel as well, I have noticed that with different sets of twins, like, if you know, all different sets of twins have got a bit of a slightly different journey. Like if you've got a bit of a, I don't know if it would be like a bigger mission or a higher calling or something, like it could be quite like a wee bit more extreme. And I do think there is a correlation between that. Like I think, you know, how devoted you've been to being celibate, I think there is massive rewards further down the line. But that shouldn't be why you do it. But think about it, it makes sense for the discipline that it takes to be like that. But at the same time, it's like if there's people tuning into this and it's like you've got this strong pull and, you know, you feel like you meet somebody that you're meant to have something with, and you know, you're just nowhere near ready to do the shadow work and the healing to be with your twin anytime soon, then, you know, you've got to follow your own path as well. But again, I'm only here to speak to the people that are going to get, yeah, the bits of wisdom that I channel. So I happen to feel it's people that are in a similar kind of energy. But yeah, definitely it's not wise to be involving other people's sexual energy. This is people that, you know, if you genuinely feel that you're quite close to some kind of physical union, because it just fucks up your energy, like both your so yeah. Isn't love supposed to be easy when it's true and right? That's how you know they're the one. That's not twin flames, Nathan. Like that's a fairyland. That it's you get to that kind of bliss and ecstasy, but only after you've done the work. And it is a lot of work. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of shadow work, which I know that you know, but you obviously need to hear it tonight, so does everybody else. Like basically your twin asks a lot of you, like, and it's not and I don't mean the physical self, it's like their soul. I mean, I said, this is kind of like what I said last night, or I don't know if it was last night or a week ago, but you know, I think it was last night, their presence just kind of like, you know, sometimes you can't really, I'm just trying to put myself back to like those moments. You can't really put your finger on it, like why this person makes you feel a bit nervous. Or it could even be that you don't recognize it as nervous and it's just exciting. Because I think I would actually probably describe it as that. Like I just honestly felt like all my fucking Christmases and birthdays and everything had got, like, seriously, whenever I bumped into him anywhere, that's how I felt. And see, I'm even doing it now, like I'm fucking cheesing. Like it's like, but it's also not a nice feeling too, because I'm not kidding when I say whenever I have bumped into my twin flame unexpectedly, I've like before, you know, that would be prior to my dark night of the soul. Yeah, like that was okay. Like, but I would still be nervous, but I would be excited. Because usually what would happen is like I'll bump into him somewhere, and well, if it was towards the end of the night, I'd probably be going home with him. But it's like if it was, you know, when I was younger, if it was like I can actually think of one night where I saw him in a bar and I was with like all my friends, and I think this is like kind of quite early on in meeting him when I was quite young, and it was exciting. And it's still kind of like, you know, you don't like introduce like your, oh, this is my fuck buddy. Do you know what I mean? It's like, what do you say? Like, oh, you know, this is such and such. It's like, but it was exciting. And then I think I would always feel excited because I'd be like, oh, I wonder if I'm going to get a call from him later, or I wonder if that. And usually I would, to be honest, like when I was younger, like I would. But then, yeah, after my dark night of the soul, and it, you know, it didn't happen a lot, but it happened those few times that it happened. It wasn't fun. It was really painful and awkward and kind of heartbreaking some of the times, and well, really all of the times. And if it wasn't obviously heartbreaking, I don't know why I'm talking about this, but thanks very much, fucking fucking whoever's name says. Because Leo's the heart, that's why I'm saying it. But it's like, yeah, I definitely had a few nights out where I would have bumped into him, and like I can remember we were at a club night, like I'd went with my friend, and I knew he would be there, and he was there. And I just remember I can remember this so well. I remember I was so kind of like, it's like you get a bit starstruck, right? That he was there. But then I could also feel him looking at me, wondering why I was acting so weird. And that I was still trying to work out why I was acting so weird. But you see, this was because I was about 2 years into that process, like basically knowing that. Was I 2 years into it? Was that right? Maybe that was actually the same. Anyway, it was, quite early on into like being like, what the fuck is this between me and him? And anyway, and it was funny because I remember getting it was a tarot reading over the phone at that. It was like, say it was like a week later or something. And the woman actually described in great detail, like so it's kind of, it's just very like what I do. Like she described right down to everything that happened that moment. Like she's like, it's like I've got a vision of him staring at you, and you're like slowly drinking your drinkers out and you're staring into space, and he's confused like why you're daydreaming, you're not talking to him. And it was just, and that is exactly what happened. Do you mean? And then so basically what I'm trying to say is I looked like I was either being really shy, rude, or basically I didn't give a fuck, like I didn't like him anymore. But it wasn't that. It was actually that I like really, really liked him, and I didn't know how to. So I do know why they're making me say this, because think about it, it's kind of like what I just channeled about your twin. It's like I was processing so much and I didn't really know, it was just all a bit much. And I don't know that I would have really connected the whole that going on with him being about my spiritual path yet either. So that's maybe how long ago it was. Maybe I hadn't connected that as, strongly. I just knew that it kept making me feel quite uncomfortable and weird. And then anyway, the point is, I then left that night out having, I spoke to him briefly, but it was all very awkward. And then I left. And then I remember when I got home that night, by the way, can I just say, I looked fucking shit hot. I looked really, like I did. Like, this was so long ago, but I do remember I was like, I looked really good that night. But it was like, it doesn't matter. Again, none of that fucking matters, does it? Like, I probably did take some good pictures and get nice comments on Facebook, whatever the fucking hell was happening that way. But none of it really mattered. Because I remember when I got in that night on my own, because I usually, like, one of my pals would stay or I'd go stay, usually they'd stay with me. But I came home and I remember I shut the door and I just burst out crying. It was horrible. Like, really, really painful. And so these are the kind of things where you just, you know what I mean? You're like, I wonder, like, if he had any kind of awareness whatsoever of the uncomfortableness that was going on between me and him. But he might not have. That's the thing that's quite funny. It's like, you know what I mean? It probably, until he did. Do you know what I mean? Because that's what happens in the twin flame journey. It's like that happens all the divine feminine first, and then it happens the divine masculine. And the divine, like I've said before, the dark night of the soul is fucking horrible. But the divine masculines do get it worse, I feel, because it's like you get fast tracked through it. That's why that card always comes up, fast tracked ascension, and it always comes out most of the time for the divine masculine. Like they go through hell like a bit quicker, but I wouldn't say it's like a nicer experience. Like, you know what I mean? And again, I know this because this is what I've helped people with for years. But actually, Nathan, see on that last comment that you've just said, that is why a lot of people will mistakenly assume that their twin flame isn't good for them. Do you know what I mean? Like before, if I'm talking about people that don't even know what a twin flame is, like, because that is a lot of people's twin flames won't know what that is. In fact, let's face it, they will now because it's everywhere. Like, if somebody hasn't heard of twin flames, they're probably over a certain age and they're not on all the sort of platforms and that. Do you know what I mean? Everybody's sort of heard of this. But I don't think it mattered. Like, that's what I think it is. It's a consciousness thing. It's like I'm kind of getting this vision of it almost might be like you're speaking a different language. It's kind of like when I say I don't really care who's kind of tuning into me, not getting what I'm saying, because I just kind of think a lot of this is kind of quite deep for people that don't get it. Like if you get it, you get it, and but if you don't, you don't. And I kind of think that might be a little bit the same. Like I think there's a certain point at where your twins could watch some of this stuff and get it as far as they're meant to, but then I think they could revisit the same stuff and be like, oh fuck, right, now I really get it. Do you know what I mean? But you could say that about most things in life. But that's to do with consciousness and waking up and what you're ready to take in. And then it's more personal when it is actually when you're reflecting on you being one and in it with a person. It's like, oh, really deep, isn't it? And this, but basically what I'm getting at is it isn't, I'm not surprised that people can make mistakes about who their twin flame is, because the feelings are so, like, that's why it's like, people can't fake being a twin. I just don't understand how people can't know what it is if you are one, because the feelings are so toppling. And it's not like a karmic partner. Like, yeah, you can get excited with karmic partners, and there's a lust, obviously, and usually there's a sexual attraction. All that but it's not like, it's not the same kind of toppling feeling. And again, I'm not making it sound very good right now, am I? But this must be what I'm meaning to speak about. Until that work that one of the twins has been doing on themselves for a long time, because I feel like I'm just talking to people that have been on it quite a while, you start to see that or feel it in the other one. And that's what I feel happens really quite quickly and all of a sudden. But it's not happened quickly and all of a sudden for them, really, you know what I mean? It's like, it's happening behind the scenes. I feel like I'm talking in absolute riddles tonight, but yeah, and there is just the resistance in that too. It is, it's like, it's just practically, I'm just sorry, I'm going into the Virgo season early, but it's like practically, it's like, it is uncomfortable, you know what I mean? Like twin flames, it is uncomfortable. Until it isn't. But if you think about it, it's kind of like, right, I don't know why they're making me give this analogy, but it's kind of like if you've fallen out with a friend, right? And you've not spoke about it, and neither of you have apologized. And so it just festers away. And I've been saying this for quite a while now. When you wake up all these terrible scenarios in your head, and the other person's doing that about you as well. And it's just all this horrible awkwardness is building up. And I think they're getting me to say this because we'll all have been through this at some point. And then, and I don't think recently, because I think probably if you've fallen out with anyone more recently, you're probably, that's it, and they're not back in your life. It was like people being revealed around you. But I'm more thinking back to, times in my past when I've fallen out with it, and it always used to fuck me up when I fell out with someone. Like it was, I couldn't, and I now know it's because I've got ADHD. Like it would consume me. Doesn't do that now. It doesn't, that I've got a handle on that. That doesn't happen to me now, but it did used to. Like I remember having exams and that when I was at uni, and I'd fallen out with my best friend, and it just consumed me. And I knew it wasn't right. I was like, that you shouldn't allow somebody's energy to affect you like that. Like I actually screenshotted something like that the other night. I'll post it in the community tab. In fact, I'll just read it right now, but I'll post it too. And but what I feel they're getting me to say that for is then think about when you actually finally cleared it up. Now, I feel for men and women that probably quite different, right? Because I'm not a man, so I might get this bit wrong, but I do know men. It's like men kind of like get over things a bit easier, with a guy, depending on what it is. Like for fuck's sake, if somebody's like kind of slept your bird or something, that's maybe a little bit more, I don't know though, right? But it's like guys kind of like, we just squash it or whatever your kind of language would be, and have a pint or whatever, and you get over it. But I know some men would be more in their feminine, you'd have more of a bit of a chat about it, talk about what's wrong, and then, but it's kind of, it's quite short, isn't it? Whereas most women, not all women, whenever I had times like that I can think of, it would be all that awkward built up weirdness. And then when you actually finally do have a conversation and you work out both your feelings and you say your bit, you know, you cry it out and you hug it out. And that's, I think they're giving me that because that's kind of like, I feel that's kind of like what twin flames are like. It's like, because it is you know, how you feel about your twin flame is like they're your best friend. But it's stronger than a best friend, you know what I mean? It's whatever you want to call it. It's there's just a lot of emotions involved and it's just almost too much at times. And you just want to run away from it. Until you don't, you know, until you can hold that kind of energy. Because you know, you can see when I'm falling into it, it's like I feel when I'm channeling this, I'm fully, I think I'm actually channeling masculine energy, if I'm honest, because although there's some bits of that when I'm talking, I was feeling into how I felt like a long time ago, like over 10 years ago when I realized what this was. But I feel that those last bits that I was channeling feels like I'm channeling masculine energy. Because like I said, you know, it's like for me personally, I have just got to a point where it's like, it's got to happen at some point. Do you know what I mean? But it is easy for me to say, because I have done I've done a lot of work on myself and I still do. So like I'm ready. Do you know what I mean? I'm ready for whenever it wants to happen. Yeah. Like, I mean, that, you know what I mean? But it's both people have to be ready. That's the point. So I'm sure maybe a lot of you, but I think you've got to be really honest with yourself because, like I said, you know, I said that on one of the lives, was it last week or 2 weeks ago, that I would have said that this time last year. But I wasn't ready because, like I said, when I reflected on it with one of my beautiful clients, when she'd said something and then it brought up something, I was like, I realized I was like, I was still completely in quite codependent energy myself too. And I never quite understood that. It was like, how can you be in codependency when they're not physically in your life? But you can, because if you're kind of like waiting for the rest of your life to start when they turn up, that's, you know, that's not healthy. Like you've got to live your life right now. And yeah, you can say that, and everyone else can sort of say you don't mean it. And I'm just being brutally honest that it was like I would even say I'll regress. It makes sense. I would say even went backwards a little bit some of last year. It was like it felt like it was getting that close, that it was just kind of like I just wanted that to happen. And then I don't know, and then it was like then when it didn't, and it just went, okay, yeah, it was. But yeah, I'm grateful for the way everything has happened because I truly do now. I just feel, again, it's hard to put all this stuff into words, isn't it? But I can feel the difference now. And I mean, I felt the difference for quite a while. It's like, I'm just in that kind of it is what it is. Like I'm just surrendered and I'm having fun. And that's what I meant there when I was saying that. It's like, you know, I'm sure those of you that follow me long time have seen me say that. Like I love the festival and I've always wanted to be having fun in the festival with him, but I have just accepted that it's not going to happen. Do you know what I mean? Like, and if it does, great, but I've accepted it's not going to happen. I'll just create my own festival when you're right. Do you know what I mean? And that's really, you know, you have to be like that because it's like life is happening now. It's not happening in 2 weeks or like yesterday. It's and like I said, it's just you have to keep bringing it back to it is an alchemical process. That is something I've been channeling for ages. It's like, can't rush it. Anyway, this is all very deep. You know, I just want the best for my twin Claire. I want to heal and have her healed. Yeah. I know you do, and that's what everybody wants. But like I said, and I think in the message yesterday, you have to focus more on you. Like, you know, it's like that's the best thing that anyone can do is focus on yourself and heal yourself, and they will mirror you at some point. If they never mirror you, they're not your twin flame, basically. And you might even think at some points they're not my twin flame because they're not fucking mirroring me. But it's like, again, like you just don't know. You don't know. Like you can see that from the messages that I've channeled. You don't know what that person's doing behind closed doors. And divine masculine energies wear a giant mask. They wear about 10 fucking masks. Do you know what I mean? Depends on who they're with. And most of you should know that because you're in that energy, but or you were in that energy, but it's yes. We'll see what I mean. We're already in the unexpected energy because I'm like, where the fuck did all that come from? But it's all true. Right. Hello, Charlotte. How are you doing? Would you like a message? And then I'll do some clip. Is there anyone else here? Can we all send prayers and good vibes to my niece and anyone else's child or child person of relation that is got school? Because in Scotland they start school tomorrow, so. And she's a little confident Leo rising. But I also feel she's a little bit like me. Like, oh, I'm right. Can we not talk about that? I'm actually about to start crying. Yeah, let's not go there. Shit, I didn't know that would do that. Whoo! I think I'm, yeah, like I just. Is that my own inner child? Right, let's just let that out because I'm not sure if I'm feeling my niece's nerves about. I think I am. My eyes are being pulled in the picture of her, but it's like, yeah. I just hope she's all right and I hope she has fun. But like, I was terrible. My first day of school, I was horrendous, man. I was only 4 though. I don't know why. I think it's because my birthday's so early in the year in the April, but yeah, I still remember the first day of school. Talk about codependent. I was fucking like hanging on to my mum's leg. Do you know what I mean? Like I didn't want to leave her. And then this girl that I then protected for the rest of our, yeah, for the rest of primary school, basically. Like, I remember she had some kind of learning difficulty, but like, you know, I don't even like, isn't that funny? She had some kind of, I don't like calling it a learning difficulty, but it's like fucking unbeknownst to me, so did I, about 5 of them. But yeah, do you know what I mean? It was like, she was a bit vulnerable, basically, but she was just, I remember she came over at me and she was like, it's okay, don't cry, I'll be your friend. And she just took my hand and I looked at my mum as if to be like, but I just trusted her and I walked down and it's like, I like telling that story because it was a nice memory. And I mean, I don't know that girl now. I mean, I literally haven't seen her probably in about fucking, never mind. What age am I? Yeah, 30 odd years or something. Do you know what I mean? But I always remember that moment and it's like, yeah. And I just kind of think, you know, I kept asking her, I kept being like, you excited? She was just, yeah, every time I've asked her, she was really excited, but I've just got this weird feeling. So I hope I'm wrong. I'll report back to you. But yeah. Anyway, sorry about that. I'm sensitive, and it is the house of the Leo new moon is about children. So, whew, I've got to lay it out though. They're just showing you got to lay it out. Right. Oh, lots of love and good wishes for new beginnings for your niece. Hands at your back. Thank you. Yeah, that was crazy though. That just sort of like, I need to get the fuck off of here. See, between tapping into your oh my God, your twin flames inner child and the people on here's inner child. And then that just really tapped into my inner child. I'm just like, I did not see this coming. And see what I mean? Look at how psychic I am. And usually I can see most things coming. But this is the Uranus energy in action. I didn't see that happening. Like that was quite unpredictable, like that I was going to get that upset about that. But it's probably because I don't like those environments, like even more so now. Do you know what I mean? Like I don't agree with what, I just don't like schools. Anyway, it's a lovely school. I got to pick her up in that. It's lovely. Anyway, it's fine. It's fine. Right, okay, so. Hello, I was just getting a little bit emotional about my niece starting school there. Tapped into some inner child stuff. How are you doing next? Would you like a card after I do Charlotte's? Right, okay, so. What does Charlotte need to know? Do you know what? I'm not finished, by the way. I feel like I need to go off here and just bawl my fucking eyes out. I swear to God, this isn't just mine. I've like tapped into like the collective of twin flames inner children, and it's like not fun right now. Like all of these feelings that I'm feeling, it's like quite overwhelming. Yeah, that's what you missed basically. Right, what does Charlotte need to know? Wait a minute. When in doubt, get the sage out. I wrote a wee poster of that. I'll need to find it. I'll put on a poster of that. Right, please just take away the overload of feelings there, because that was all a bit much. I've tapped into folks' Dark Night of the Soul. About fucking 100 odd folk that are tuning in. I'm joking, I don't get that many views, but I've tapped into people that are watching it now, people that are going to watch it, people's twin flames. It's just all a bit much. Oh, fuck. Oh, right, okay. I can already feel better, right? Okay, so already feel better, right? What does Charlotte need to hear right now? Oh, look at this. I love it. You are a spiritual teacher. Share your wisdom with others. You were born to teach. Just in case you were in doubt. But again, so I feel along with what the card says, it's going to be something specific about. It's two things, right? I feel it's just that it's a message that I bring through all the time, but I feel you really need to hear it right now. I feel it was just like encouragement that job you're doing right now is not forever, which you already know. But it's like, it's 600. I don't know when. I think it's been on that a few days or something, isn't it? But it's like so it's that, right? It's just that kind of encouragement of like your guides being like, remember, this isn't the plan forever. It's just the plan right now. Trust the plan, adjustment bureau style. And I was glad to hear it's good. Is it still going well? Are you still feeling like it's going well? It sounded like it was. But I feel it's something specific about something that you want to share wisdom about as well. So I kind of feel like it might have been like some of the other people's messages have been about procrastinating and needing to make a decision. So I feel like it's something you're specifically going to know, like something that you're putting together, but it might be something like you start putting together and then you kind of haven't finished. That's what I feel. So I just kind of think of it's a minute. Protection. You and your loved ones and your possessions are safe and protected by heaven. Look at this. How crazy. Self-employment. You're a born entrepreneur in your business surrounded by magical opportunities. You can't fucking write this shit. So we're getting the spiritual teacher and you're a born entrepreneur in self-employment. It's like just so much encouragement of, oh, that's still the plan. Like that's still the main focus. There we go. It's my membership. Yeah. Well, it's, there's something, it's, I feel it's kind of like the card, I'm seeing clairvoyantly the cards that I pulled for I don't know if it was Michelle or Angela or Nathan, but it was one of them, and it was something about, I think it was Michelle actually, and it was something about it said wait, like bide your time for better results. So I feel it's like this kind of encouragement of you'll get the green light for that when it's time. And I just feel it's like when you've got a bit more energy and you feel a bit more settled. That yeah, it's just, I mean, that's just like a massive encouragement. And I feel it is coming in from is this because that didn't happen last night? Like I really do feel that this is your dad actually, because I'm going to start crying again. And I'm sure you've just said something about your kid, and that's going to make me start crying. It's like, guys, I don't think the crying's over for tonight. I think I'm going to start crying again. But it's like, but yeah, because there's only one card in this deck about loved ones in spirit, and it says signs from heaven. Your loved ones in spirit are waving hello and giving you reassurance that you'll be all right. And then look how that links into me crying about my niece going to school, because that's what you have to say, bye. Do you know what I mean? And then they're going into like this other transition in life, and it's like, but I feel that that's like weirdly what I'm feeling, you know. It's like, you know, because those in the spirit world see all, I mean, I'm being led to a picture of my grandma and granddad right now. It's like you can't hide your deeper feelings from the spirit world and your guides. Like they know what's going on. And then you can't really hide it from me either, because I tap in and they show me and they tell me, you know what I mean? And it's like, but you can just stay quiet. Like, I don't know what you're talking about, Claire. And it's like, that was my life. How did you read my life? But or it's just the people that just stay quiet and they're like, yeah, that was actually fucking on point, but I'm not fucking acknowledging that shit because I'm just protecting my heart. It's like however people do it, but it's like, yeah, I really do feel it's like that kind of encouragement coming in from your dad to be like, you know, like it's, and again, I feel like it might have been something around like he might not have been so good at doing that while he was here. But again, it's like what I've said to some of the rest of you that have got parents and the spirit world or anyone, you know, that it's like from there, they're your biggest supporter and they're encouraging you. And I just kind of feel it's like, yeah, your dad's not going to let you like not get on with the membership and whatever else it is you want to share. And he'll help you with letting go of the anxiety, calm your nerves, and you'll be able to hear the voice of your angels. I can really feel there's something about that's what I feel this job was for you. It's like to show you how capable you are of coming out your comfort zone. And just, yeah, like surprising yourself with it. Let's see what you said. And then, yeah, let go. As you surrender, you need, and there's got to be Robin on it. So I don't know if the so maybe that might be for next because the Robin means something to her. But I don't know if that is a Robin, by the way, but we'll just say it's a Robin. But then look, that's you. That's your little inner child, the little fairy in the tree. And then that could even be like you and your dad, like showing up as a bird, like talking to you. As you surrender, because you know that's like, you know, people's spirit can show up as anything. We know that, just for anyone that doesn't get that. As you surrender the need to control, your relaxed energy rapidly attracts your desires. Yeah. And I feel that's the kind of end of the message. It's like, it's that kind of thing of because you, and I kept channeling this before, because you played ball and because you actually went ahead with that, you know, you applied, you interviewed, you got it, you're in it, and it's not as bad as what you might have felt it might have been. You'll be rewarded for that because you'll relax and stand up for your beliefs and only say yes if you really want to. And weirdly, I mean, that could be about something else too. And I feel it is. It's about you. It is, because the whole Divine Masculine Collective, you are being taught to be assertive, like, you know, to stand up for what you want and not what others want for you. But I feel that's about, like, you know, just your guide saying, like, we know what it is you really want and we are supporting you with that. It's just in a roundabout way. Commitment, yeah. They know you're committed to your spiritual path and your passions, and trust and let go. Right, okay, so let's see. That's actually what I said before you arrived. Very similar to what I said. It's so busy at the moment with summer holidays. I'm tired yet. This is what I mean. It's like it's Venus retrograde as well. So I said this before you got here. It's not wise to. Now remember, when I say this, it's like you've got to. Basically, I'm going to say that bit first. It's not wise to start things to do with brand new love stuff or business stuff or also like, you know, because it's to do with valuing yourself. You could be quite harsh or overly critical of yourself in a Venus retrograde too. Especially because Leo is like about the ego. So, you know, you could be quite hard. Everyone could be quite harsh about like how you look and stuff. And what else is coming to me there? Yeah. And so basically it is, you know, it's wise to just reevaluate everything like a Mercury retrograde. And then when Venus goes direct on the 4th of September, you might find that you've had a few perspective shifts in that and then have a clearer head. But like I said earlier, we are going into a Mercury retrograde. A Mercury retrograde as well. But you can't, like I say, you can't put your life on hold. Like conversations need to happen. People need to take action with stuff. A membership needs to be started at some point. You know what I mean? You'll feel it when you're meant to. So whoever all that spoke to as well. Right. Right. Oh, nice. Oh, nice. Dad's dropping in. Been talking to him a few times lately. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, he wasn't able to be supportive when he was here. Granddad is a Robin for me. Oh, that's nice. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, well, he must be here too, because that'll be why whenever, and it's so funny because I only notice when I watch it back, but whenever I mention my grandma or granddad or my nana, I notice that that's an in for the grandparents specifically. So there you go. That was your granddad one acknowledged as well. Yeah, they asked me more hours when they offered me the job, but just took part-time, which suits me better. Yeah, and so that'll be that bit about you being assertive about like, no, this is enough. Hello, Martin. How are you doing? Martin, I was watching a film yesterday and the main character was called Martin. So it's Martin's granny coming in again. And hello, Danielle, as well, if you're there. I also think that's funny when I say if you're there. She's not exactly going to be walking about in the rain at 20 to 9, but she might be though. I don't know. It's still light, but right. I'm good. I was having a wee greet though. I was having a wee cry because my niece starts school tomorrow and it just brought up a lot of emotion. But actually it's to do with being a medium and a shaman and channeling the energy of twin flames and twin flames in their child. And yeah, you know, but I'm good apart from that. I don't plan on being here all night anyway. Right, okay, so but I mean, famous last words, but I don't think so. Right, so, because I need to film the shorts. I don't want to look like shit when I film the shorts, so, right, so, that's what the filter's for. What have we got for next? And Martin, would you like a message as well? I also took the Matthew reference from, oh yes, because your cousin, yeah. I also took the Matthew reference from my granny when you were reading for Martin recently. My mum's reached out to my cousin, so might be seeing him soon and meet his kid. Oh, lovely. By the way, did I not randomly, was that the cousin once, or was that another cousin, Charlotte? Or maybe it wasn't you, maybe it was Nick. But I remember channeling something. It was like one of the weird ones. Like it was like I channeled a message for someone's cousin that was going through a difficult time or something. But it was like, you know, your cousins, brothers, aunties. I'm joking. It wasn't that far down. But yeah, that's what that was about. Because that annoyed me when I was watching it back. That I kept saying Martin's cousin. It was Martin's brother. But that doesn't happen for no reason. It's because I had to keep saying it so that it pulled in who's ever Matthew, the cousin, was. That's what's weird about being a medium, man. It's just fucking, it all blends together. It's strange. It's cool though. Right. So, but yeah, thanks for telling me that, because I love to hear it, you know, because it's I just throw it out and then it's good to hear the confirmation. She said, "Hello, hope you're okay, honey, because you're so because you're so proud." Yes, I'm good. Right. So, sorry. I know I was a bit confused there. Sorry, I didn't mean to put the devil head there. That's fine. It happens. You know what I mean? And actually, do you know what's quite interesting? Today is the 15th, and that is the devil card in the tarot. I think that's why I got an ice cream for my tea. That's what I'm sticking to anyway. No, it's because it's the double sun and moon in Leo, and that's inner child. And the devil isn't always about, you know, bad stuff. I mean, it often can be about toxic stuff and addiction and that. But the devil can also just be about indulging in something, you know, you shouldn't. You know what I mean? It's and not, you know, in a bit of a light-hearted way. Right. So this is for next. Uplift your thoughts, orange lily. So whenever I read that card, I always feel like the word lily is going to be significant here too. And I connect lily with Mary Magdalene energy, which I know that you love as well. But I also feel, you know, Lily could be an important name to somebody else watching too. So just whatever makes sense to people. Focus your attention on the many blessings that surround you. By doing so, you'll let go of depression, poor self-esteem, and excess weight. And there you go. That is, you're very welcome, Charlotte. Like that is, and I'm glad your job's going well. I've been thinking about you. So yeah, I feel that's like what I just said about the Venus retrograde in Leo can have us being a bit, you know, down on ourselves a little bit when it comes to how we feel about ourselves. So, or just like going through a bit of reassessing, like, am I happy? What makes me happy? And like I said, it can definitely be stuff to do with how you look, because Leo is, like I said, it's Leo. I mean, like I said, Leo's my favorite moon. It's fun and it's confident and it's happy and everything, but it is the ego. And it's about wanting to look good, you know. Like, I don't know any Leo anything. I don't know any Leos, definitely Leo sons, that don't want to look good, but also that aren't good looking. Do you know what I mean? Like, if you think about it, Leo people are pretty good looking. Like, yeah. Yeah, so there's that. And we've got balance, work, rest, and play, yellow rose. It's important for you to have fun along with fulfilling your responsibilities. Is that not a little bit like what you just said to Charlotte when you're saying that about the school holidays? Feels like it is. Yeah, I went to a chapel recently that had, oh wow, a rose and lilies everywhere. So that's crazy. Like the Roslyn Chapel, cool. And your mum and gran grew lilies. Oh, I love it. Yeah, I think there's something weird happening where, because I didn't end up doing mediumship Monday last night, like I came on to do mediumship Monday, but it more just felt like a live that I do whenever. Whereas this now feels like, yeah, that actually kind of makes sense to me, because no, that doesn't make sense. I was going to say because we're in the double, but we were in the Leo energy yesterday. Yesterday felt very shadowy. And I'd even say tonight still feels a bit shadowy, you see, because it kind of feels to me like that. I just feel that full moon in Cancer brought up a lot of people's feelings. I felt a lot of crying energy over the weekend. And it was confirmed when I was channeling yesterday, and then a couple of things that folks said as well. And it's so I kind of feel compelled to say, whoever it is that needs to have a good cry out there, which is quite a few people, let it out. You know what I mean? Right. Patience. Your prayers have been heard and they're being answered. Next. Oh, look, oh my God. For fuck's sake, man. I don't know what accent that was. We've had the lily and there's a rose. And it gets better because that's the true love card. Open your heart, red rose. Your potential for greater love rests in opening your heart. Blockages and wounds from your past will be healed and you'll be met with the true passion you seek. But what I feel there is, I feel it's like what I'm saying. It's like yeah, it's like, you know, but just with all the combination that's going on right now of Venus retrograde in Leo, you know, strongly evaluating what happiness is to you and what makes you happy, and things to do with self-love and everything like that. And then the new moon in Leo, like emphasizing that as well, like feelings of happiness and what makes you happy, and then inner child stuff, which is clearly, you know, if you watch that bit back, you'll see like that it's definitely, because I channeled quite a few messages, I was tapping into people's twins inner child stuff, and then they made me talk about my niece. I was just gone. Like, it's just, you know, it's in the air. And then with the new moon tomorrow as well, there's a Uranus unpredictability energy about, shock surprises, and then Black Moon Lilith as well adds that shadowy kind of aspect as well. It's a lot. It's just a lot going on actually with this new moon. It really is. I was about to say full moon there. Right. Financial healing, yellow lily. There's the fucking lily again. Your money struggles are a thing of the past. Be open to all avenues to receiving, and you'll be provided for in every way. And yeah, absolutely. Because remember, so it was only a week ago. Well, remember, we're checking in at the end of the month. The people that got those Lionsgate healing. If I forget, because I'm likely to, but if I somehow magically remember, because they'll probably remind me, let's check in with the people that got the healings. So it'll be 2 weeks from now. Because, yeah, I did work on your root chakra as well, your throat chakra and your root chakra. Take time for yourself, tulip. Enjoy relaxation activities that nurture your soul. Yeah, and I can feel that saying your message there as well. It's like, I feel that's what I've actually kind of already seen you say. Because I feel that is what the message is for you quite a lot. It's like to learn to slow down. Like, I'm just trusting why I've done this, right? But it's like my logic. I want a tenner. Well, listen, that's a fucking start. I'd be fucking delighted if I won a tenner or something. That's brilliant though. So it's like, see when you find money. Remember, I found a fiver on the beach once. I was like, you fucking dancer. It just washed up in the sea. It felt fucking magical. It's only happened in once life. I was like, that's fucking brilliant. It felt like a gift from God in the sea. But right, so true story though. I just felt guided to my hand. You know how it works, but my hand just picked up the Twinflame cards. And this happened earlier on tonight, right? When I was doing Angela's cards. It's like the messages might not make sense because they don't kind of logically, literally make sense. But this happened when I read for you last week, I think. It's like there's kind of diving into the past, which makes sense with Venus retrograde. So I'm wondering if you've been reminiscing about past stuff. But I feel so much regret for everything I've said and done, and no one makes me feel like you do. So I think last week when I pulled these cards, I think whatever they were, I think I remember you saying something like, oh, I actually answered something you'd put out there. So if you don't kind of resonate with whatever that is, it's going on with the other half of you. But it's, yeah, don't know, I just felt guided to pick them up. Right, okay, so right, oh god, I nearly called you fucking hell. I nearly called you Matthew. It's like Matthew, Martin, all these different names. Right, so Claire, it was crazy. In my scheme, my shoe keeper got shot. But the bullets missed him, but he got stabbed twice. The police was everywhere, ambulances using critical. Oh my god, right. Well, I'll absolutely dedicate the prayers and the healing to that after this. That's fucking terrible. Jeez. And was it just somebody robbing the shop or something? It's all over the news. Shit. See, I don't watch the news. God, that's terrible. Sorry to hear that. Yeah, we'll keep, is it a him? We'll keep him in our thoughts. Right. Martin, would you like a message? I'm assuming so. You probably already said yes, but right, let's see. So, if your granny starts talking about your brother again, then I can't help that, right? I'm just saying. Right, so what have we got for Martin? She might give it a rest tonight, but I don't know. Something tells me no, because I wasn't even watching the whole film. It was just like when I said I just like to watch that wee bit of the film because it's Channing Tatum. As you do. Do you know what I mean? Like, but I don't like to see what happens to him, so I have to turn the film off before that happens. And also, it was the middle of the day and I had shit to do, but it was just kind of. But yeah, his name is Martin in the film, so I was like, I wonder if Martin's granny is trying to get my attention again. And I think that's what it's like to be me. Anywhere they can get the signs and the names and the synchronicities to me, this is what will happen. Right, so what does Martin need to hear right now? And then we'll do a message for Danielle as well, if she wants one. Communicate with your angels, bird of paradise. You have the ability. Oh, look, this is just confirmation. Now, not spoiler alert. What do I want to say for that? Full disclosure, I think. Martin already said when the first live he was on that you saw orbs, and I remember you said that you saw orbs, and did you say that your nan or your gran was clairvoyant, or that anyway, you're tapped in as well, as how I want to say it. And this card is basically saying that too. You have the ability to connect with the beings of love who surround you, communicate with your angels, and deliver their healing messages to others. So you can change angels to spirit or guides or, whatever you prefer. But I really do just feel, and when I say, if you've never saw me saying that before, just Martin, I know the rest of you have, or maybe other people might be new. When I say I really do feel, I worked out years ago that means it's like really, really, it's really, really true, or it's really, really strong, like everything's true that I'm channeling, but it's just a strong message. So I feel it's like, I just feel this feeling of like everyone's inner child needing a bit of, it's either like encouragement or hearing like something that other, that it's, I can't really put into words. It's like something, I want to say it's like something that you should all know about yourself, like, but you need to hear it, from somebody that like you're good at that, or you can do it, or I believe in you, or we love you, or because like, I'm just finding everybody's messages, it's been like you can do it, you can make a decision, or give yourself the time, you're in a dark night. So that was more for people, some of the people's twins. And then for the other twin, it was like, focus on yourself right now, do what makes you happy, because they have to focus on themselves. But also when you focus on yourself, your twin will then be guided to heal themselves. And unfortunately, I know that, it's shit, but if you're in a dark night of soul right now, or your twin is, you have to go through it. You do. Once you go in, there's no way out. You know what I mean? You have to endure it. And it's not called the dark night of the soul for no reason. I often sometimes wonder, why is it not the dark night of the ego? But anyway, it's dark, you know what I mean? Hey, that's weird. Why? That's fucking strange, by the way. On my screen, that means something. On my screen, Michelle's comment from when Michelle popped in because she's working, and Michelle's comment is like highlighted, like it's highlighted for some reason. And it says, and all it's got at the top is the past has returned, ... And we're in Venus retrograde when memories of the past can arise. And then we're not far away from a Mercury retrograde, we're the same thing. So that is weird, but that's happened for a reason. The past has returned has a lot of meaning here, Because like say, like that is what I'm feeling. I'm feeling people clearing a lot of past wounds and inner child stuff tonight. And it makes sense because the fifth house is the inner child and children. Anyway, let's get back to, oh no, but look, this is right. So look, this is, really? But I didn't. That's fucking, I didn't pin that, by the way. I've not fucking pinned anything. I pinned the what? Wait a minute. I was meant to have pinned. I was meant to have pinned. So it does. Hey, that's fucking weird. That is so weird. I was meant to have pinned the one about like, oh wait a minute, I'll show you what was, that's fucking strange. God. That has happened before though. Remember people, it's told me before that people have spannered people and the person's like, oh, I didn't, I haven't. And it's like, it's okay, I believe you. And it's not that deep. Do you know what I mean? I didn't, I haven't. But I didn't fucking do that. Or I meant to pin this. So I'll just post it again. Fuck, that's really weird. I only just noticed that now. This is what I posted. And I did post it. I did pin it because it done it when I did. Fucking hell, who fuck knows? Right. Replace pinned message. Aye, because this is what was meant to be there anyway. And I'll show you what that means if any. I don't know. I don't know if anyone's going to want it, but they just told me to do it. So, because I'm going to read a true love reading card. One for your divine feminine, one for your divine masculine. For anyone that donates. So, or I might not do it because again, I'm doing the free cards tonight anyway. But yeah, so everything that I just said there, that is for whoever else it speaks to. But Martin, that was for you, right? That it's like, if I just feel if you never got the encouragement from anyone around you, that you can communicate with the spirit world as well. Well, here it is. Love who you are as you're created perfectly. Everything about your true self is beautiful. You are lovable. But again, it's going to get me fucking crying again. But I'm telling you, there's a theme tonight. Patience. Your prayers have been heard and they're being answered. I bought a Kindle book yesterday, but I didn't buy it. But I've been charged for the privilege. Taking it, I need to read the book. Yeah, must be. It's a sign. It's a sign. Sorry, this vest is like crawling up, but thank God you can't see. Right, so I feel like I've been a wee bit, but I did put sun cream on, but I feel a bit tingly. Oh, but maybe that means something. Martin, is your third eye been, I feel like maybe, I don't know, I feel like maybe your third eye or your clairvoyance is getting even stronger lately, or it will, because I just said that and then I've got open your third eye. It's safe for you to open the center of your clairvoyance. By doing so, you'll see the truth. Now that can literally just be like what I said, that your clairvoyance is going to open up more, or you're going to see the truth of a situation. And yeah, just have patience. So again, that's for, I always say that's for you to know and for us to wonder what that's about. Your prayers have been heard and they're being answered. And peer pressure. Don't let others coerce you into a decision. You know in your heart what the right choice is. That one comes out quite a lot. And I feel I just want to do one more. What else does Martin need to know? And then does Danielle want a message as well? And then is there anyone else that's watching right now that hasn't had a card? Speak now or forever hold your peace until the next time I'm on, specifically the Tuesday, because the Tuesday is when I do the readings. Contemplation time. Spend time alone meditating upon what you truly desire. And that will be to do with, because we're in the new moon tomorrow, everybody should do that, you know. Well, hopefully you've been already sort of ruminating and thinking about and planting, you know, just thinking about your intentions and meditating and stuff, because that's what the dark moon, like I said, the dark moon is a huge time of shadow work, and we're still in the dark moon right now. And that's why I said that about all that sort of buzz about the Kajimi and everything, which really, by the way, is just, it's a fancy word for energies that are conjunct. Because it's kind of like, at first I was like, what the freaking hell, you know what I mean? And I'm just like, you know, it's like the conjunct energy, but it's interesting. It's like it must be like a bit of a buzzword for it just now, but it's quite a cool word though. But yeah, but actually the point is from tomorrow over the next few days, it is great to start something like creative or something that's fun or like playful. And this is why, like, so for everyone, like I said, Venus retrograde, it isn't great to start brand new relationships, but what it is good for is people that you've had stuff with in your past and where there was no closure and like sort of healing it. And yeah, like those kind of things are great. But if that applies for the twin flames out there, it would just be about taking it slow. And the same with like business stuff, like just there's no need to rush things, like take it slow. Because yeah, like I said, you can't really go by that, because if you're like, right, I won't start anything because it's a Venus retrograde, and then we come out of that 4th September, then we're in a Mercury retrograde, and basically, I don't want to say it's worse, but going by the Mercury retrograde of this time last year, that was a fucker. It was a fucker. So I'm praying and hoping to God that it's not as bad as that one. But anyway, there's something about you setting your intentions, like really thinking about, and I think taking some sort of action towards something that makes you happy, because we've got make a wish. This is a magical moment. Make a wish and enjoy its manifestation. So yeah, I feel anything that you set sort of strong intentions about, and like you said, yeah, you can write stuff down. Like I write stuff down in a new. Oh, it's quite a shame actually. I was in another timeline, if I'd been guided to, I was actually going to do a new moon workshop tomorrow, but that ain't happening. Right, I'm feeling very much guided to well, I've kind of just actually got quite a chill day tomorrow. Do you know what I mean? Like I've got one client in the afternoon, and yeah, I feel they actually want me to have this new moon a bit for myself, really. So I'm doing this today, and then so I think but I will do a new moon workshop whenever I'm guided to. So I would probably say into Sagittarius season, because that's the next fire season, but I might do one before that. But anyway, you can just think about it. You don't need to write stuff down, but just do something towards something that makes you happy. So that could be anything. Your dreams are coming true. Don't quit right before the miracle occurs. And I don't know if it might be something to do with reading some kind of book. I'm just sort of being guided to the fact that Nick had spoke about the book there. And then I am sort of feeling for you. It could be something like, I don't know, like reading some sort of book about something you're interested, and that would be taking some sort of action towards a dream coming true. So yeah, just stay open to that, Martin. Right, okay. Danielle, do you want a message? I've been trying to open it, honey, but fasting, I can't sleep, if that means anything. Right, oh, sorry, she said yes, please. Right, okay. Yeah, so the thing is, it's like it's different things work for different people, isn't it? It's do you meditate at all? Like I would encourage you to start meditating. I know that's hard, but how many kids have you got again? I know that's hard when you got a few kids, but it's like I would even encourage you just to sort of meditate for even like just start off with like 5 minutes a day at some point, that you can stick to, and that will make a huge difference. But yeah, keep it simple. That's what I would say. When you can be like, that's what I'm all about. When you can be consistent and disciplined, and that's when you see the results over time. Right, okay. So what sign is the Mercury retrograde? It's in Virgo. So I mean, Mercury is in Virgo now, but so Mercury in Virgo right now it's really quite this. You know what I mean? It's basically to me, right? Right. So when people have got Mercury in Virgo, it's very good for like analytical work or eye to detail. It's like when I've said before that a friend that like from my past has that. No, she has Mars in Virgo actually, and she was just really good at her job. You know what I mean? Like really kind of right up there with with what she does. And it's because Virgo is a perfectionist. So that's how, sometimes that can go to your detriment, because it's like, you're trying to be perfect. Well, nobody's perfect, but Virgos can pretty much be near perfect. And also it's healing. So, Mercury, planet of communication, being in Virgo, it could also be things to do with the voice and healing. And notice I just coughed and I've not got a cough. So that's either something to do with Martin, throat chakra, or Danielle. So because I'm about to do Danielle's message, or it's just picking up on someone else. But but the shadow side of Virgo is like criticism, critical, it's overly picky, it's everything has to be right. So it's like what I said in the last sort of few channeled messages, like just sort of catch that in yourself, that you're not being like too hard on yourself, that you have to get everything right, or on other people, because like I said, it's, you got to keep it in balance. Like I know the little sort of, what's the word, like nuances or things about me that like, like I'm very pernickety about myself when it comes to spelling, like, which is weird for being dyslexic. But like I said, dyslexia isn't the biggest thing about me. It's, I would more say it's the dyspraxia and the, the ADHD that I notice about myself more. But it's it annoys me, when I spell a word wrong. And some days I can do that when I'm tired. I'll write like there, but it's the other spelling of there. But like, I'll have to remind myself, like, nobody really gives a fuck. Or there are other people with Virgo heavy placements who do give a fuck, but really it doesn't matter. Do you know what I mean? It's like catching yourself before you sort of say something was that really necessary? It's like, what I kind of want to say to people for that in general. It's better to be kind than right. That's a very good saying for Mercury retrograde in Virgo. It's better to be kind than right, because Virgo is very polite as well. But I think there is a point where, do you really need to point that out to someone, or it's not that deep? Do you know what I mean? So I think that's a good way to look at it. But it's it's going to be interesting. But also I sort of channeled in the videos that I do, the daily ones, that I strongly, that's quite interesting, because Martin's message was about seeing the truth of something or opening your third eye. I do feel that there's going to be a lot of extra discernment around, and like could be happening now for people. But I feel when the Mercury retrograde kicks in, I feel people are going to get a total, I don't know, like this wave of seeing the truth of a situation where they didn't before. Because that's what, people always talk about the shitty things about Mercury retrograde. And like I said, I'm not usually one of those people, but after last year, there wasn't really too much good that I can pick. It's funny because when I think about it for people I worked with and for myself, the stuff that rocked the apple cart and things that were uncomfortable for me, it did all need to happen, and it was part of my growth and learned a lot, but none of it was pleasant, like, at all. And some of it was really quite painful, and just weird interactions with folk, and a lot of blindsiding, and just that's what sticks out to me for the Mercury retrograde that happened say August, September or something last year. And I'm sure there was even the one before that or after it, whenever it was. It was Christmas. So it was like there was one around August into September, and that was very confusing and not nice. And then there was another Mercury retrograde right around Christmas, and that was also a bit the same, just all very confusing and not nice. And yay! But like I said, that is only from what I experienced and what I saw others around me go through last year. But usually what I would say about retrograde is it gives you a different perspective on things. Because like I said, I've got 6 retrograde planets, and that is rare. And I look at a lot of things in life extremely differently from a lot of people. More so than most, I would say. And that makes sense because of having the 6 retrograde planets, and because I'm the INFP and the Myers-Briggs, which is like only 4% of the population. So I could post that. I'll post that at some point if I remember. But it'd be interesting to know if anyone else on here was that as well, because I bet you some of you will be. But right. Anyway, let's get into this. So yeah, look to where, oh yes, and that could come in it too. So look to where the Virgo is in your chart, or what's going on in your sixth house. That's interesting for me actually, because that's where my Aries, that's where my sun is. The sixth house. Right. So self-forgiveness. Let go of old guilt and remember that you're God's perfect child. So that's for you, Danny. Can I call you Danny? Or is that a bit too over friendly? Are we on Danny terms yet? I think I asked that last week and I think you said it was fine. But yeah, there is something, I can feel there's a bit of mirroring going on with you two. Like, because your card, Martin, was like, you're God's, that actually said something about, you're God. That didn't say you're God's perfect child, but let's wait a minute. I need to go and, I mean, I know these cards like the back of my hand, but I want to get it right, what it actually, see what I mean? That's a Virgo thing. I want to get it right. I probably could have just read it from my memory, but I want to be thorough. Here you go. So these cards are very similar. Let your inner beauty shine, right? Pink rose. So there might be something significant about roses for you there. You're a brilliant example of God's love. Everything about you is perfect. I knew it had the word perfect in it. Perfect. Perfect with Virgo too. But remember, nobody's perfect. Let your light shine and inspire others. Oh, so that's definitely in line with like channeling or, like mediumship messages for, I feel it's mediumship with you. Like, because the other card said about delivering healing messages to others. See what I mean? There's a bit of a, oh, this makes sense. Again, sometimes I'm a bit slow to click to that, because the Leo new moon is about creativity, and a huge part of my purpose is, again, my gift is helping you find yours. I attract a lot of other people that are healers and mediums and artists and singers and, all this kind of, like, whatever your talent is. So it's like just so much encouragement here for you to pursue that. Like, and it doesn't mean like, you go out in the streets of Glasgow and want to be like, I'm a medium and I don't care who knows it. I'm getting images of that. But do you know what I mean? I think like there's some sort of encouragement here about pursuing it a wee bit. Like, like even if that means sitting and meditating for 5 minutes a day, or maybe like picking up a book on mediumship or something. It's something like that, Martin. So, but then, so anyway, Martin, stop hogging Danny's message. But it's, again, I do feel it is because you're twin flames. Like you fucking must be to have found here. It's not like we've got loads of folk from Glasgow and Edinburgh and all that, you know what I mean? And or if they are, they're not tuning in. Well, it's, okay, some of them are, but they're just lurking. I know yous are there, guys. But it's like, do you know what I'm saying? It's like, you must be twin flames. So because this feels like the same message, let go of old guilt and remember that you're God's perfect child. So Martin's an example of God's love, and Danny is God's perfect child. We are not worthy. We are not worthy. Do you know what I'm saying? It's like, but like, seriously, it's like really strong energy coming in. And I feel it's about like, I kind of felt this. It's like, I just, again, like, you got here right after I'd been crying, right? But I was, again, I'd crying because I was feeling people's inner child stuff. And based on, again, what you'd shared that time before, like, I feel like more than anyone, like, you two really need to hear that you're, like, I feel like a fucking priest right now, but you know what I mean, that you're perfect in God's eyes and spirit's eyes and the divine's eyes, like whatever you want to call it. And I just feel it's because you wouldn't have been told that as a child, like either of you. That's what I feel. So I'm telling you, I am being the mouthpiece to deliver you that. But I mean, that's pretty amazing. That's some twin flame shit right there. I'm telling you. Right, okay, so, but again, Danny's message, please. But you see, it's we can't, that's what happened. That's actually right. That is a really good example of what I was saying earlier. For whoever was here earlier, which I think it might just be Nathan and I don't know if Angela's still here because she was working, but I think it was just Nathan and Angela at that point. But it was like when I said that it's like, you know, the twin flame journey is an alchemical process, and there are certain parts that you have to go through alone. And then it'll get to a certain point where you've cleared enough. Hello, Brianna, how are you? You've cleared enough energy alone that you can, you know, be together. And then it's like, you know, you're still separate people with your own lives and your own calling and that, but with twin flames, it's like you are one as well, if you know what I mean. Like, you have got a mission together. Thanks so much. That's lovely. Danny's crying. You're amazing. Oh, sorry to make you cry, Danny, but I mean, I've been crying too, so I needed to pull you into it. So it's like, and Martin, if you want to be a medium, this is the kind of shit that I'm only joking. I'm quite an extreme example of a medium because I'm a shaman as well. And like I just totally, like said, I make up my own rules because my moon conjuncts Uranus, which is, you know, again, the unpredictable in that. It's like, you know, because there's some people that do mediumship that are really strict about that, and it's like, you know, they wouldn't allow themselves to cry and all that, and they'd maybe even be like, oh, you're not meant to do that. But like I said, I make up my own rules, and it's the way that the spirit world work with me. You know, they make me swear, they make me pull in people that have robbed banks, they make me, you know, channel. Yeah, basically, it's like I've watched some mediums on the platform like that they pick up on some fucking heavy shit, and I'm one of them too. And I channel difficult stuff. You know, this is like more in personal sessions, but I have done it in public before too. And yeah, and when I feel all the emotion coming over me, I just let it, because I feel it gets it. Again, I can't control it. It's just, but again, it practically too, I do feel it is because I just feel so much. But because yeah, I'm just gonna leave it at that. I was about to say because I've got ADHD, but it's just because I feel so much. And that's maybe why I said, you know, I'm the INFP. That is only 4% of the population. So it's that was very much channeling God's love there. That's what twin flames are about. So it's quite interesting that today's the 15th and that's the devil card. So maybe it's just really full on today to transmute that. And by the way, can I just say the fucking new moon and Leo's on the tower cards, the 16th. But maybe it's going to be some out of the blue, unpredictable, amazing surprises. But it could be some dramatic, not so nice towers. I'm just saying. It's going to be a mixed bag. Right, so what's another message for Danny? Explore your options. It's time to look at other possibilities. It's a good time to make changes. Now, I noticed that last time when I was channeling the messages, there was just so much confusion that night, wasn't there? But it's meant to be like that. So I noticed, and this is what I mean about I don't see the comments. So it's either got something to do with the fact that I do feel the comments sometimes disappear. Like, it's weird. Like, it does just happen. I've seen other people say it too, right? But it could be as well that when I'm channeling, I'm in that energy that I just don't see it. Like, because it's like I'm in the spirit world. You know, I know that sounds creepy, but that is, and basically I'm never fucking out the spirit world. But that's why I have to walk and ground so much. But do you know, it really is that. Like, because, like I said, because I'm not just a medium and I'm a shaman, like I am accessing another level. So, but what I'm basically saying is, it was you'd said about your daughter going to work in nurseries, and then I was thinking it was Danielle, but then I said something about animals, and then I think that was Danielle. So whatever it is, I think that might be something about that it's like, you know, it's a good time to basically, it's like a good time for you to explore if you know you do want to make changes anywhere in your life like that. Like, basically don't hesitate out of fear. And it's just like what I said to Martin, it's you know, because it's a new moon tomorrow, and that's about creativity, it's about fun, it's about play. And I just always feel like if you can do something for work that is like playing, well, you know what I mean, that's like living the dream, you know what I mean? It's when it doesn't feel like work. Right, so and just in case people thought I was talking shit, self-employment. you're a born entrepreneur and your business is surrounded by magical opportunities. See how that came out before? That came out for Charlotte, and even the similar messages for other people that I've done before. So there's something there about. So Danny, is there something, I don't know if this is about the animal thing. Is there something why do I feel like there's something you're really good at that, like, it's like I'm getting this is what I get in personal sessions a lot. But because it's the new moon in Leo, it's like they're making me feel like it's like you're really good at something, but like nobody or not enough people have really told you that. So you just never really pursued it. Because I'm being shown everybody that I've worked with that was, you know, that it's like they were good at something, like say they were good at art or drawing, or, and actually there's quite a few people on here that that'll make sense to as well. But like, and it's just basically like that is the vibe tonight. Like I really do feel like they're making me really tune into that like Mother Mary energy, and like yeah, it's weird because like last night felt like very kind of like Jesus and Mary Magdalene, or like Isis and Osiris. It's all kind of very romantic, and it was funny. Like before I came on, I thought I can't be fucked. I just was like I can't really be bothered doing messages like that. And it's like tonight, it's more kind of like coming from quite a motherly vibe, and it's like talking to your inner child and your twin flames inner child. That's what it feels like tonight. And it's like the message to everyone is like, you know, you can do it. Like I said earlier, it's like you can do it, you're loved, you're worthy. But yeah, I really do feel there's something that you're really good at that you need more encouragement with. And it could be like something that you could make money from. Synchronicity. And I feel like you've either already had signs about that, or like, I'm not being funny about you. I don't know why I haven't been guided to say that. I don't know if this is an example, but that would be hilarious. That would be hilarious if it's actually that. But I literally just got a quick flash of like, you know, like you said you like animals, right? It's like, or I'd said it, and then you're like, oh yeah, she loves animals. It's like, it could be like, you know, when people set up like a dog walking company and stuff like that. Because I just saw people in my life that will connect with. So if it's that, either they're just giving that as an example, that it's like, I don't know. That might not be anything to do with animals. Like it could be something like that you're good at making things or something. I don't know. But it'd be fun. The point is, it's something that's fun. So if you don't know what that's about, just sort of hold it. I feel you'd have some kind of inkling. Or Martin would be able to be the one that'd be like, she's good at this. You might not say it's that. Yeah. Anyway, let me know I'm interested. This chat goes slow as fuck, so I'll look out for it. But simplify your life. Eliminate clutter from your home and work life to balance the flow of activities and tranquility. Wait a minute, you got a similar message like this before. I think this is the same message from before. Make time to relax, be still, and enjoy your solitude, indulging in much needed self-care. So I'm sure it was a similar message like that before, to take the time for you to slow down and receive. Yeah. And I want to feel one more. And we've got spring. Your desires fully manifest as the flowers begin to bloom. So maybe that's got something to do with whatever I just said there, that it's like some kind of something you start now that's just for fun. By the time next spring rolls around, you could find that you're onto something there. So again, just hold that if it doesn't make any sense, but it's still coming from somewhere. Right. I'm good, yes. It's very inner child sensitivity tonight, Brianna. So just warning you, if you want a message, that's what might come out. I'm lying in my bed, drifting off. Well, good night, if you're going to sleep. I saw a blue butterfly earlier and thought of you. Oh, right, that's Brianna. Oh, but I was saying about the... if you didn't catch last night, I was giving another perspective on the butterfly stuff. I'll not go down the rabbit hole tonight. Because actually, it's like the whole butterfly chat was... I used to bring butterfly stuff all the time through in our membership. So me and Lexi were talking about that last night. Right. You feel a lot lighter after a good cry. You do. It is so healing to cry. So let yourself cry, people out there that don't cry. I'm amazed that after years of toil, I get to harvest the fruits of my efforts. Finally, good karma coming my way. Well, you deserve it, Nathan. Long may it continue. What's the difference between a channeler and a medium, Claire? Oh, for fuck's sake, Nathan, you always come out with... Well, I'm like... well, put it this way, right? Like, to me, right, I can only describe what the difference is for me, right? Channeling for me is quite different from, well, basically anyone else I've ever come across, because I'm channeling, like, I'm not kidding, 24/7. Like, it is quite full on, and it's got nothing to do with not shutting down energy centers and all that pish, right? But that's what a medium would say. Like, when you mix in mediumship circles, which I absolutely don't, but I have done in the past because I'm a lone wolf. It's just, yeah. Yeah. Like, I mean, to be a bit thinking about, like, people like that strictly do mediumship can actually, from what I've experienced, like, can actually kind of quite look down on channeling, and they think it's like something different. You know, it's like, oh, I'm doing something totally different. But to me, it's like, it's different, but it's kind of similar. Like, for me, when I'm doing the channeling, it's like it's just so natural to me. Like I say, like, it never stops with me. Like, I could be with someone in my personal life, and I'm just like I just start randomly talking about something, and like the person could start crying, like whatever story I've randomly started going into, like they needed to hear it. Or I could talk to a stranger in like a coffee shop or something, like, you know, because I don't really go to physical shops, so, you know, it's not like I never do, but say I do, I could end up just randomly sort of saying something to someone, and it'll really mean something. There's always meaning behind anything that I'm saying, and like I said, it's really quite full on, but I mean, I'm just obviously used to it. I'm constantly always in the stream of consciousness. And what has been said by other people around me is that I'm just always channeling God. And look at like what I said tonight. It's like, you know, I'm just, so yeah, those that have got the eye to see will get what I'm saying there. But for me, mediumship is different because the channeling's fast for me, and it comes through, and it's like why when I come on and I talk really fast, and then it just sort of I slow down when it's like I've got it all out. And but mediumship is slower for me, like, and that's why I call my mediumship feels like very spontaneous and unpredictable. Like, it comes in when I'm relaxed and like I'm not having fun, or it's something that actually when I'm really quite tired, actually I've noticed like, you know, like when I was on for ages, I'm pretty sure I started doing like bringing through the loved ones in spirit, and it was quite late at night, like say it was like, you know, 11:30 or midnight or something. It might even be later. I think was I not on till like 2 a.m? Am I imagining that? Maybe I'm making that up. Can't remember. But also, yeah, I don't consider it mediumship unless I am feeling a loved one in spirit, like aka a dead person around me. That's what I call mediumship. But just to confuse matters, some people call mediumship like what I do every day, like reading the cards, and I don't, that to me isn't mediumship. But it's just each to their own. So that's what I mean. That's why it's a bit of a minefield and it's a bit confusing. But then, like, you know, that, like, you've got to throw in the mix, like with me specifically, because I'm a shaman as well. Like, I remember before I came off Facebook, I remember there was a woman read me, and she was like, she didn't know who I was, and she was like, yeah, you're like, I'm being told you're like a bridge between heaven and earth. And I mean, that's what a shaman is. Do you mean? So that was right. It's like, and yeah, and I could just access higher states of consciousness, like, well, very easily. But I mean, I've worked on that too. So anyway, yeah, like I said, that's a bit long-winded. That's how I explain it. But like I said, you'd probably never get the same answer from anyone. Like I said, but in the there's certain sort of mediumship circles, like they do, yeah. That's why I don't like them. Like, you know what I mean? It's good to experience certain, but it's all very interesting. I just, full stop, a lot of spiritual groups I've experienced are just not for me. There's always somebody that hates me, put it that way. But we don't care about that. Right, so she'd be an amazing support worker, honey. Right, okay. And would she want to be one? That's important. So it would need to be fun for her. And has she looked into any of that? Let's see if Danielle agrees. Okay, I'm good with that. I love my inner child. Good. I'm glad to hear it. Could I be a channel Claire? I was a medium as a child. Just wondering. Of course, Nathan. If you felt you're a medium as a child, you've still got that within you. So it's like technically, like basically, right? It's like I always say, anybody, like when it comes to, right, mediumship's a bit different, I suppose, but when it comes to being psychic, literally everybody has the ability to be psychic. Everybody is psychic. It's just you've got, like anything, like you've got some people that are more psychic than others, or some people just comes way naturally. Like, it's so there's that. Everybody is psychic, right? It's just think about it. I can think of loads of people in my life that they're not interested in it. So therefore they don't pay any attention to their intuition and actively ignore it and go the other way. You know what I mean? But with some of the people I'm thinking of, I have had extremely psychic moments with them. It's just they're not as bothered about it. You know what I mean? It's just, and again, I could go down other. That's just part to do with the programming and all that too. But when it comes to mediumship, like that again, yeah, it's some people have natural mediumship abilities. And I attract like loads of people that tune in here have natural mediumship abilities, because again, it is kind of like attracts like, right? Like I do attract a lot of people that are interested in what I do, not just for like sort of lapping it up, like it's because it's like they want to do similar. But like I said, I attract a lot of folk that are fucking jealous as fuck as well. Anyway, sorry, it's just true. Again, the Black Moon Lilith nipped in there, but it's true. Like, I do. I attract a lot of people that like what I do, but then also it can get confused and they can get jealous of me. And it's like I can feel all of that because of how much I feel stuff. But I don't let it stop me. Brianna, I've not done your message yet. I feel like I'm channeling this because again, it's like I feel you're going to connect with that too. And also, this is very Leo, you see, because Leo is about ta-da. It's about like being the star of the show, and we should all be the star of the show in our own lives, or we should all have something that you can peacock about because you're good at it. It's your calling, and sometimes if you're lucky, it can merge together. But yeah, when you shine bright at something or you sparkle, because they're pulling me to do more of what makes you sparkle, the more light you're holding, you will attract darkness. And the confusing thing is you will also attract, see what I mean? This has opened up to like talking about all this. You will attract the darkness in others. And like you said the other day, when twin flames unite, at first you will bring out the darkness in other people around you, like you'll bring out their shadow. And it's why, like, it is really disheartening. But again, like, to be honest with you, I'm not being funny, like I'm so used to it now. Like, it's really sad, like, but like I know who I can trust in life and I know who I can't, basically. And it just doesn't surprise me at all when I start to witness people's shadows coming out in quite an ugly way. But that's usually people that, like I said, they aren't doing any shadow work. And like I said, there is that kind of element when I said, how do I know? So yeah, that's true. Do you know what I mean? It's like, so say like I witnessed that, observe someone in my life that it's like, that I feel like they're being quite shadowy or that, like they might not know what the word shadow work means. I feel like this is talking to people, like it's going to make sense to other people about like other people you've got in your life around you that maybe don't get you, or karmic people, or I don't know, it's something. So I'll just keep talking. But it's like they could secretly be going to a counselor or something. Do you know what I mean? And then that could be shadow work. Like, they're actively trying to work on their own stuff. But it's just some people are more private about it. So that's kind of like, you really don't know what anybody's doing behind closed doors or what they're going through, which is why you should always come back to be kind, for everyone's fighting a battle you know nothing about. Or like I said earlier, when it comes to the Mercury and Virgo, like, before you go to correct someone or whatever, or does it really matter? Like, and believe me, you will, because it's just, we've all got it in us. It's too tempting, or maybe it's just you react too quickly or something, and it's, don't beat yourself up about it. But if you're finding it's happening all the time, like I just said, it's well, it can be annoying, and we all know it can be annoying to be on the receiving end of, or you could be the one annoying. Yeah, So people could be doing it to you. This is all very Mercury retrograde stuff. They're make me channel about it, they warn you. But again, we are in Venus retrograde too. What else about that? But yeah, absolutely, Nathan, is the fact that you've even got an interest in that. But again, it comes back to having that Chiron and Scorpio, like 100%. And I very much, I've said this to you before, but I very much feel like you'd be like myself. Like, I think you could pick up on some really dark shit. So, you know, it might be that you would be suited to being like a medium, like kind of doing private one-to-one work. And you maybe wouldn't be so up for like being on a platform or being on an online, but you know what I mean? Or like not as much as what other people would, or maybe you would, you know what I mean? And that's how it would, not everybody does it the same way as other people, but in saying that, like, you know, who knows? Because I talk about dark stuff, you know, and it's what's happening right. This is actually really quite interesting, because where that is in my chart, it is about my work. Like, this new moon is all about my work. So look how it's like I'm going into talking about this. It's like meant to be. Like, this is a destined and fated moment for my work, really. You know, rather than love, actually. Do you know what I mean? Love, actually. So, and I can help anyone with that in the session if you're interested in more. Right, okay, so let's do Brianna's message. So what is Brianna, do you want a message? Right, and then I'm going to do, so the thing that is pinned, right, is, this is just if anyone wants to, you know, you can just obviously point out the obvious, but I was guided to, so I feel like somebody might want it, but if not, it's fine. I'm going to pull it for the collective, but it's also to show you what I'll do if anyone wants this, like wants to donate, and then I can do it. I'm going to do a card for your divine feminine and your divine masculine. So that is your inner energies, but it's also you and your twin. And can I just show you that? So remember, like, that when I posted last Thursday, my niece, like, that was so fucking weird. Like, she passed me, and she just done it silently too. You know, this is my older niece. Like, she gave me, well, I can't remember what the cards were now. What was it? It was this, I think it was boundaries and whatever the other card said. And I was like, oh my God, that really made, oh, so that's what I've done with her, you see. Like, I was like, wow. I was like, that really makes sense. And I read them to her. And I was like, oh, I'm going to share that with, I just say the people, right? I don't really, because remember, I don't, well, she knows what YouTube, she doesn't, anyway, I just say, I'm going to share that with the people. She's probably like, who are the fucking people? But I don't know. It's like, I'm going to share that to help the people. But it was like mental, because, like, you know what I mean? The cards really meant something at the time. But the thing that made, and I was going to post it, talk about, I'll just tell you now, it was quite funny what happened. She was like playing with the card, right? And she was like, you know, it was like she was doing something weird with her foot. And I was just like, be careful, because that's my work. You know what I mean? They're expensive, you know. And the next thing, you know, she fucking ripped the card. I was like, oh my God. Didn't give her a row though, right? Because accidents happen. But she just kind of looked at me as if to be like, oh fuck. Do you know what I mean? And I was just like, it's okay. I know you didn't mean it, but let's, you know, let's go get the sellotape, basically. So yeah, quite interesting though, isn't it? Because even that in itself, like, my boundary was like, put that down, they were expensive. She didn't put it down, she ripped the fucking card. Do you know what I mean? So it's quite funny. It's like the card is boundaries. she did not listen to my boundaries, and look what happened. The card, but it's not the end of the world, right? It's mended. So remember, I've said this before, that in shamanism, when you're describing like an object like that, like when I was describing the bracelet, which, see, look, there's something I'm not willing to let go of yet, or a bit afraid of it. Is it afraid of love? I think it is, because it's a rose quartz bracelet, and I was going to wear the bracelet until it broke. And I've just not been wearing it because it's like fucking hanging away down here. Like, it's going to break. Do you know what I mean? It's going to snap. And it does make me feel a bit anxious about, like, not really anxious, but it's like, oh, I wonder, like, if it breaks outside. And it was making my dad anxious too. He's like, do you want that? I'll have it. I was like, Dad, it's rose quartz. Like, listen, men can wear rose quartz too, but I was like, Dad, I'll fucking get you one. They're about £2 fucking. Do you know what I mean? Like, or £1, do you know what I mean? But And I was like, no, and I said, like, no, I'm waiting to see when it breaks, because it's going to mean something when it breaks. But anyway, that when I was doing that, it literally will mean something to someone, right? And more like me, because we'll be doing it, but it'll be for someone else too. And the same with this card. The card ripped, and it's about boundaries. But again, it's not the end of the world. And I don't, in my opinion as well, when it is a kid, I think when something like that happens, it's like, it's not the end of the world. I sellotaped it. And I think, so I don't know who needs to hear this, but I feel particularly with children that are really quite sensitive as well, I like to be more mindful that it's not worth like, going on. Like I basically don't, again, that's getting really deep, but it's going to mean something to someone. Like I don't believe in like shame and guilt, like really at all. Like, and that's what I researched and studied a lot when I was in my dark night of the soul, because you feel so unworthy and you're healing that wound of unworthiness. And a lot of stuff like that can come from childhood, like, from at school, like, like always the famous one I always say, like when my teacher was like, will you stop talking? And I just basically took that a little bit to heart until I worked out when I was an adult, doing coaching stuff, that wow, that's a limiting belief that's been stopping me too long. Do you know what I mean? And then the next thing I knew, I was doing my thing and not shy to do it. But that's how important it is. Things that happen to you as a child or a teenager or even a young adult can really, really affect you. So that's why it's important to do your healing and get the help that you need, and then you can, overcome it. And we always need healing with different sorts of things, but know that you are worthy to seek that healing to get where you need to be. Whoever needs to heal that, heal. See what I said? Whoever needs to heal that or hear it. Right. So anyway, that was that. Right. So let's get into Brianna's now. But that probably was a bit of yours too, Brianna, I feel. If you're attacked spiritually every second of the day, could you stay sane? Well, I am. And I don't know if I'm sane, but but I'm not kidding. There's a lot of stuff that happens behind the scenes to me that you don't get to know about. And I'm Scorpio rising, so I can hide it very well. But yeah, you've got to protect yourself fiercely and sage a lot every day. And yeah. It's real out in these streets. Right, because that's my situation, almost constantly getting spiritual warfare up in my business. Yeah, we'll see what I mean. I just said that before I read that. But yeah, I've said to you before, I know exactly what you mean, because that's me too. So like I said, you might, see me smiling and laughing and joking on here, but that's because I'm here to be the light in the darkness. I'm here to, I'm here to do that. But yeah, I experienced that like you wouldn't believe. And like I said, you don't get to hear the details of that unless I really felt it was needed. But it's quite weird you're saying that, actually, because today I think I had a vision that one of you, I should have guessed it was going to be you, Chiron and Scorpio. I'm just going to call you that. But it's I had a vision that I was going to be saying this tonight. But it's because, right, what I wanted to say, what I could hear myself saying earlier, like when I came on here, because this is what happens to me, is at some point I will go into detail about the spiritual attack and spiritual warfare that I've went through. Like, yeah, when it's the right time. But it's not the right time right now, basically. But it's very real. And like a lot of the things that are clearing people, like yeah, black magic and spell work and voodoo and witchcraft of the dark kind and all that, like it is all very real. And like I said, but I'm just aware of that with my specific placements, that because of having a Leo midheaven, I mean, I'm out there in the public to be seen. And like I said, like that's why I had such a fear for a very long time about really going for it, because I'm not going to be modest, guys. We're in double Leo. We're in triple Leo if you count Venus retrograde. I know I'm good at what I do. What do you want me to say? Do you want me to sit here and think I'm shit at what I do? No, I'm good at what I do. But what I'm saying is I get a lot of jealousy and I get a lot of hidden enemies and frenemies and people that you think are, you know, all of that, all of it, and it sickens me and it disheartens me and it makes me just want to be alone a lot, but not in a sad way. Like I fucking love being alone, and when I'm not alone, I'm with somebody that I love. Do you know what I mean? Like, so that's like either my best pals or my family. And my fucking band whenever he wants to show up. But it's, do you know what I mean? It's like, and that's the way I live my life, and I'm happy and I'm not sad about it. And I feel that'll just become even tighter than it already is, as you know, as time goes on. And I feel that as being a true twin flame. It's everybody that I know that's a true twin flame. That is, yeah, it's like them and a few people he's trust, and that's it. And it's just, yeah, it's shit. It's like that. But you do get a lot of jealousy, whether it's to do with being good at something that you do, or I know a lot of people that are just really good looking, and so they get a lot of hidden shit. So you might have a load of people around you like, yeah, you know, think you're all cool and that, but really they're quite jealous of your looks and stuff like that. Just, people can be horrible. Do you know what I mean? So just make sure you pick your pals right. That's what I would say. But how the fuck did I get onto that? But yeah, this is all very current. Like Leo energy is, you know, that's why a lot of people are afraid to, and this is, again, this is what if people are interested in what I'm saying right now, and you're, you know, in the part of the timeline where you're terrified to, I don't know, share your gifts or talents or whatever, then you really do need to book a session, because this is what I've helped many, like loads of people that are talking tonight. I've helped people with all of this stuff, like work through their self-worth issues, their self-love issues, do soul retrieval to, you know, to be seen, all this kind of stuff. So it is possible to come from being afraid of being seen or sharing what you're good at because you get shit for it, to, you know, to shit like in however way you want to. But it'll still happen. Like I can't take that away from anyone. I can't, and this is what I'm saying is, like, I'm aware that as the channel grows, and I've had visions as well, as I know, like I'm pretty sure I know when that is going to happen. Is I'm obviously not going to say that, because again, I'm aware of people watching me that don't like me as well. But yeah, I know the way that things are going to go, and I'm ready for it. But that's because I've worked hard for years. But I've also lost a lot of people around me as well, and I don't mean through death, that too, but do you know what I mean? So, you know what I mean? Interesting, isn't it? Doesn't need to be that intense and that deep for everyone, but it will be for some people. Like, right, okay, so Chiron Scorpio, laughing my fucking ass off. I love it. Please call me that. Yeah, absolutely. What are you saying now, Chiron and Scorpio? I'll never be your frenemy, Claire, much less your enemy. I feel like we're soul fam. Yes, Nathan, I do believe you in this case, but I've had many other people say almost exact sentences and then it's happened. So seriously, over the 8 years I've been on here. So yeah. It's kind of like why, you know what I mean? Like the only people that are spanner people as well are people that I've actually know really well. I've had sessions where they've been in my memberships and in some kind of way, you know what I mean? And it's but yes, I do believe you because of that, Chiron and Scorpio. I can feel that you are somebody quite that, yeah, really does go through quite a lot. So that you don't deserve. What's your thoughts? It's important to only think about what you desire, not what you fear. Right, okay, now, wait a minute. I need to focus on Brianna now. So I don't usually say to people, don't post anything, but please just for now, unless you're Brianna, don't, because it's Nathan's fault getting pulled into that stuff. So, right. Just for a couple of minutes, just because, right. What does Brianna need to know? But to be honest, everything I was saying, I know that's for Brianna too. Right, what does Brianna need to hear? Let yourself receive. Allow, oh God, and you're getting the same as what everyone else has got tonight. Basically, anybody that's tuning in, there's a lot of crown chakra activations going on tonight. And I feel it is in the realm of, like, with everything that I'm saying, it's like, I feel it's like the activations going on at the crown are like to let your light shine. Whatever the fucking hell that means to you. It's a cheesy saying, but it's, yeah, let your light shine. Fuck the haters, get the shades on. If they don't like it, don't fucking watch. Get your shades on. Do you know what I mean? Because we're about to shine brighter. Sorry. you can turn the fuck you round to a piece if you want. You do you. Do you know what I mean? It's a wee bit of both, isn't it? It's like, hope you're happy, but go and do something else. Stop fucking sending your negative energy my way. Allow others to give you loving care. Receive without guilt or apology. See, there's a lot about guilt here, isn't there? Treasure chest. An unforeseen windfall of new abundance comes to you now. So there's some abundance and joy coming to you in this new moon in Leo. So dream big. See, look, I knew the stuff I was saying there was for you too. Look, dream big. But what always pulls me in on this card is she looks fucking knackered. So again, I don't know if you're really sort of feeling quite tired at this time, Jana. And if it's not hit you yet, like I know where the Leo is in your chart. So you could be going through quite a bit of like kind of like a death and a rebirth energy right now. Yeah, moving through some quite deep feelings. Because that's basically the theme tonight, I would say. Let go of the small thoughts about yourself and see yourself succeeding. Yeah, because that is like all the other messages I've given tonight. Self-employment. You're a born entrepreneur and your business is surrounded by magical opportunities. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. Exactly. Sounded like I was taking people to church again. New dawn. The worst is now behind you and positive new experiences are on the horizon. Yeah, so that is kind of the energy I was feeling. It's like, going through a bit of a death and a rebirth. So going through a bit of an exhausting. That's not me. I've spoke for way longer than this. This is what happened last night, actually. Well, they probably are giving me a bit of a hint, though, not to stay. I didn't want to be on any longer than 11:11 for some reason. But and probably way before that, but fuck knows. The time goes that fast. Time flies when you're having fun. Yeah, something about the throat chakra there, or expressing your feelings in some sort of way. I definitely was going through emotional feelings, gotten better though. Yeah. I can feel it. Right, let's see what deck now. Oh, vegetarian. A new way of eating gives you more energy, greater health, clarity, and stronger manifestation abilities. So again, I feel that they might just be trying to move you into Virgo season a bit early there, and pay attention to what you're eating. But I can't talk. I had an ice cream for my tea, so. But until then, to be fair, I've been fasting for months, but you home. Oh, you did move, didn't you? Moving is a step in the right direction for you. You have moved already, haven't you? Or did you say you're going to move? I'm sure that's what you said the last time. How have you settled in if you've already moved? Practice, practice, practice. With daily practice, you can polish your skills and talents and increase your confidence. And we've got birthday. Now, I mean, Gianna's birthday's in May, but this might be one of your kids' birthdays or something. A significant birthday holds the answer to your question. So think about when the next sort of significant birthday is that you've got coming up, like what month that is and stuff. Might mean something. As you surrender the need to control, your relaxed energy rapidly attracts your desires. And whatever that is, your desire is within reach. Have faith as everything is working out in your favor. So yeah, I feel there is something about like just needing to let go of control of the way something comes about for you. And that relaxed energy will attract it to you more easily. Yeah, and stay optimistic. Yeah, look, there's a lot of cards about your dreams are coming true. Your dreams are coming true. Don't quit right before the miracle occurs. So, and remember that, again, you've let yourself receive. So I feel like, again, like you got here after I said that, I think, but there's the theme tonight has been about like really, it just feels like they're really using me tonight to talk to all of your inner childs and talking, oh, Megan, oh my God, wow. Oh, Megan just had her birthday on August the 12th, and that was just Saturday, wasn't it? So that's really beautiful, right? So Guys, that's significant because that's Brianna's friend in spirit. And when I first met Brianna, I channeled her friend, and I really, it was like a big way. And like to the point where that was years ago now, but whenever I see the things that I channeled, I think actually, wait a minute, that's where all the blue butterfly thing came in really strong. It was for Megan, but it was also it was the snowflakes. Whenever I see a snowflake, I always think of you, and I think of her. So it's worthiness. Yeah. So basically what I was saying is I'm being used tonight to like just basically to tell whoever wants to pick up the message, you are worthy, you can do it, you are loved. And I suppose there's a bit of don't let the hater stop you. Do you know what I mean? Know that you deserve to receive good in all ways. And there's a full moon behind her, and she also looks knackered. Yeah. So there is something about rest and, rest and receive, allow, being in your feminine, basically. But it's just like, oh my God, look at this. You can't get fucking much clearer than that. Let yourself receive, and you deserve to receive good in all ways. Allow others to give to you love and care receive without guilt or apologies. Do you know what I have to say, right? Again, I really do feel that is for the whole masculine collective, because it's such a strong message about you're worthy, let yourself receive. Yeah, that is for others as well. I mean, it always is for others, but brought up deep inner wounds that I needed to process through and let out. That feels very in line with what if you earlier on I started crying because my wee niece has got school tomorrow, and it just I felt her nerves, but every time I mention someone I know, if there's a picture of them in this room, my eyes home in on it. But it also was, I was like remembering my first day of school, and I didn't like it. I mean, I'm sure I was fucking fine when I got into it. Like, it was the same for her, but I just, I hope I'm coming back and telling you that she loved it. But, and I verbalized that out loud and talked about it in my public people and about that hard time and about seeing signs of synchronicities and opened up and good. That'll be the throat chakra stuff. Do you know what I mean? So it's like, well, it's what I'm doing now. Do you know what I mean? Because when I start shit, I just forget a little fuck. But it's like I don't really forget. I just know I'm protected and I'm safe. And it's like, I just like always say, we're in the end times. Do you know what I mean? And I'm here to guide us through the end times. So I always knew that's what I was preparing myself to do. So here I am. Right. Okay. So let's do these now because I'm tired. So, like I said, I'm going to do one for the divine feminine, one for the divine masculine collective, and then if anyone else wants this particular reading, then if you donate, then I can do yours. But other than that, I'll just fully go after this. So, right. So, what have we got? What is the strongest divine feminine collective? Which isn't always necessarily my collective, I have to say, but I usually say if it's mine because I can feel it. But right, oh fuck. Right, so yin and yang has just jumped out, and life purpose. I'd say that is my life, but we'll just see. I'll see what the masculine gets. So yin and yang, but just because I've been talking about my life purpose, and like say this new moon is in my life purpose, so I do think that is so. Right, because I was actually, do you know how I know? Because I was about to say I'll just do my own again. So, yeah. Right, yin yang. And I've just opened up at forgiveness. When you forgive yourself and others, you create more space for light and love to flow in. And the wee woman's got, I forgive myself, I am forgiven. But you see how that just fits with what I just said? I feel this is about the masculine twins, the runner twins, the matrix twins, whatever all the different labels are, the ones that go quiet and run and stay in the shadows and heal. But again, like I've said all of tonight, it's everything that people need to do. So allow them to do it, or you allow yourself to do it if this is you. But there comes a time when it's time to come out of the shadows. And actually, you as a person will know that, or trust that your person will know that. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, so it's just when that moment comes, you are worthy. You're worthy to receive, like divine feminine. But divine masculines have a divine feminine too, because that's your feelings. Right, so connection, and then look at the swans in the front, true love. Right, right, yin yang. And okay, Charlotte, I shall do your one next. Right, thank you for that. See, look, this is what I mean. I felt there was going to be someone, because they just told me like to offer it. Right, so oh, for fuck's sake, where is it? I really should have just looked at the front. Oh, it's the last one. It's the last one. That has meaning. You're on the last page of something. It's the last. Whoever that resonates with, it's the last. Oh, this is my wave. It's the last turtle. The last page. That's funny because I genuinely forgot there that I just said this was going to resonate for me. Right, okay, so this is the feminine energy of this wave, or whoever's going to read it. But like, you could still resonate with it, but it just depends. Bits of it. Strive for harmony and balance in your inner and outer life through change, reflection, and growth. I think this is. I weirdly think this is going to talk about everything I've spoken about tonight. So, but remember, so this is the divine feminine, regardless of your gender. So the one that is woke up first, the one that is, you know, been doing a lot of healing longer, and then, but it's also the divine masculine feminine side, which is your feelings and your receptive energy, which seems to have been a lot of the messages coming through tonight about you're worthy to receive love. And that's why feelings of like guilt and shame and forgiveness and all that are coming up as well. I was getting nudged here while I'm doing packed lunches. Well, I'm glad you listened to your intuition. Right, okay, so love, relationships, and life in general are infused with the yin-yang energies of both the feminine and the masculine. When feminine and masculine energies flow well together, see what I mean? This is everything. It's everything I speak about every time, but I did go into quite in a lot of detail tonight when I was talking about sexual energy and that, and the alchemical, you know, the process. It's interesting. When feminine and masculine energies flow well together and around each other, you will be blessed with harmony, balance, and abundance and joy. It's when Nathan said, isn't it a bit easy if it's the right person? Aye, once you've moved through the shite, and it's more shite than any other kind of normal romance, you know what I mean? It's this person is meant to change you profoundly on all levels. You change each other profoundly on all levels, and then you get to enjoy the fun stuff. So, and actually, true twin flames, you know, it's, you would have had the bubble phase with them at some point as well. You know what I mean? The kind of, yeah, just like, who is this person? You think they're fucking amazing and that, and then it's like, and then all the other crap happens, right? So that's a very simplified explanation, but you know what I mean. And I know it's not that serious for some other people, because if you haven't seen somebody for like, I don't know, if it was less kind of heavy situations, it might not make sense to, but anyway, whatever. So when there is too much of one energy, or when one is weak, you will be challenged in certain areas of your life or relationship. Again, when there's an imbalance. In an existing relationship, there may be too much yin if the female is dominant in some way. Maybe the home is too pretty and the male cannot find a place where he feels comfortable, or their lives have become all about the children and the sexual yang energy has disappeared. If there is too much yang present, the female will feel suppressed and controlled. Whatever the imbalance, it needs to be addressed. So I'll book a session in couples counseling with Claire. There's a wee jingle. If you are seeking your soulmate, take a moment, or be twin flame in this. If you're seeking your twin flame, take a moment to sit quietly and tune into your own balance of yin and yang. Do you have a tendency to be too passive, too much yin, with a potential partner, or too aggressive, too much yang? If you always let the other person make the decisions, and if you're always the one trying to make something happen, then it's time to create more balance. So specifically, because this is the Divine Feminine's card, or whoever resonates with this collective, it's you will have, there's no doubt in my mind, you will have, or you still are, being the person that you're just trying to pour all of your love and all of your energy into this connection. Like, you know, you want to heal yourself, but there is a point on the journey when you want to heal them more than you want to heal yourself. And that's when you're way out of balance. If you're just all about your twin flame and wondering what your twin flame's up to, or like say, some of you will go to the lengths of, you know, like looking at their Facebook page and all that shit again. Like I say all the time, like that was never me. I found being connected on Facebook with my twin, like fucking, like, I don't know if I was going as far as to say agonizing, but I didn't like it. Do you know what I mean? Because I even admit, I'm being too honest right now, but do I need to say that? No, I don't think I need to say it. It is quite funny. I don't mind though. It's quite funny. I remember like this was like, so we're talking like, Christ, we must be talking like, I always say 10 years ago because I lose track of it. It's probably more than 10 years ago, but it must have been more than 10 years ago, right? Because it was like, I'm just trying to, I go by the flat. I'm like a gypsy. I've lived in different flats and I'm just trying to piece together. Right. Yeah. So yeah, round about when that was, it would have been right. So the awareness of him being my twin flame was like in my awareness, I think, or even if I didn't know, I think it was right. But anyway, I think it was like literally like yeah, because it wasn't a picture. Like I can think of a couple of times, because like I say, it wasn't every time. I just basically didn't want to see shit. I might have even hid it. I think that's what I'm saying. I didn't want, so I'm weird like that, and it's weird because I've got a little Scorpio. I just didn't want to see it. I found it triggering and like upsetting and annoying, and then I was annoyed at myself because I'm like, why am I so annoyed? Like, he's never been my boyfriend and he's not going to be my boyfriend. He doesn't like me like that. And even, you know, it was like I would just always be saying all the, so maybe someone's going through this right now. But it was like one of the times it was writing that I'm remembering, and I think it was like, you know, so I've got to be careful here. Such and such is now friends with such and such, and I was like, all right, how the fuck are they friends, right? And it was like, and what it was is, I think it was like, it was somebody I don't even know. It was like somebody that I must have met like through, like so this is what happens with things. I must have met this girl through somebody else at some point, like randomly once on a night out, or probably in a nursery or something like that. But I just remember thinking like, oh great. So I've come across that person, found that person's name out, and now my whatever he was to me, you know, well, it's my twin flame, has become friends with this person. Is this because they're friends, or is this because they're that kind of friends? And that's what I mean. Like, that's why I just like, why would you let put yourself through that? Don't put yourself, like, if you're going through that twin flame thing in your dark night, so don't put yourself through that. Just fucking, I deleted the thing. Do you know what I mean? I just fucking got off it and was doing my calling. Like, you know what I mean? So I disappeared off my personal one and popped up as crystal clear vision, like true story. And I purposely didn't, like, I didn't have friends on, you know, because it's a page, like it's a page, but I did, because I thought, if I have to, you know, if I be friends with you, then I'm going to have to be friends. So it's like, yeah, that was my thinking. So yeah, that was just written thing. Like I said, it just, I know it just triggered me. And then I can think of another time where it was just literally him in a picture of a girl in a club. And it just, you know what I mean? I just didn't want to see it. It just annoyed the fuck out of me. So it's weird though, because I'm thinking, I wonder if it annoyed him when like ever there was. But this is the thing, like I'm that kind of like, I just don't think there would have been a lot of pictures of me with guys. But actually there would have been some, like nights out and that. I can think of like, if it was out like, I don't know. Yeah, there will have been something like that. So again, this is one day I'll ask him. You'll probably not tell me. But yes, how did I get onto that? Yeah, when I was saying that about if you're all about them and you're stalking them and like, you know, watching their every move, like, because people don't need to do it literally online. You can do that energetically, just be always thinking about them and that and everything. And but just don't do it. So whether you're, again, it is slightly different for divine masculine energies, because it is part of the awakening to watch and learn about twin flames and everything. But if I would say, if you're a divine feminine energy and you're obsessively watching them like that if they're with someone else and that. Just don't do it. Like, you know, it's just going to hurt you, and it's actually, you know, it's none of your business as well. Like, you know, it's, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, right. So the annoying thing is, though, other people will come and tell you stuff. Do you know what I mean? But I don't get that now. Well, I don't get that now, really. But right. So right, you've drawn this card today so that you can consider the levels of yin yang in your life and make adjustments where necessary. Make the required changes in your behavior, environment, and even your wardrobe. Outer change must be accompanied by inner reflection and growth. Contemplate the yin yang symbol, then close your eyes and meditate on the feeling of your energies being balanced and harmonious once more. Call in whichever one you feel you need more of and wear a yin yang symbol as a pendant for an even stronger connection to balance, harmony, and harmony it depicts. Okay, so that is the divine feminine energy and the life purpose, but I'm not reading that as well. And the divine masculine collective. Now, if the same card comes out, or either one of these two, that'll be pretty wow. But let's just see. No, it's even better. It's abundant. Oh, look at this. This is like, oh, right, interesting. Oh, okay, right, okay. So look at this. This is funny. Abundance, right? So divine masculine has got abundance, but also abundance is divine feminine, and also when divine masculine, divine feminine are joined within you, you attract abundance. It's not with money, remember. It can be good things and opportunities, and then abundance comes for some people, or some of it can be your money's better, or anyway. So like you've got to pay attention to synchronicities, and it's a bit like, right, I'm going to use Charlotte's example. Abundance can come in a way of like, literally, I think I used this before, like Charlotte has been guided to do that part-time job, right, which literally will practically lead to abundance, right, because you get paid at the end of the month or whenever you get paid. But I also do feel it's going to lead to abundance in your, you know, your spiritual calling as well, because of that card that came out earlier, spiritual teacher thing. Do you know what I'm saying? It's like, it's not always, it's like when you follow the signs and you don't ignore your intuition, things come about. And I feel this is what the message is for the divine masculine collective, is abundance should be here for you. So if it isn't, like, are you following the signs? Are you following your intuition? And I felt like I wanted to say that earlier. When was I talking about synchronicity or something? Or yeah, that's a strong message. It was when I said, maybe it was something back to Nathan there when you were saying something. I don't know if it was you, but it was, I felt like I wanted to say that message I just said there about something about trusting your intuition. I think maybe, oh no, it was when I said to Charlotte, when Charlotte said I was feeling the nudge, like that's what I felt. So again, there's some things I say things in my head and I don't say out loud, but I think I did. I can't remember if I said it out loud, but it's like, you know, I think I did. Like that was Charlotte not ignoring her intuition. Like, you know, I've had moments like that where I've caught somebody like this doing this, and it's just, you just feel it. It's like, nah, I need to hear. In fact, I've said it before on here that happened to me at one point in my journey where I just felt I was feeling something about my own journey and knew I was right, but it is good to get confirmation. So especially when it's something you're worried about or that. And yeah, and the message I got was like, yeah, just confirmed exactly what I was feeling. But I could have easily just ignored what I was feeling to get the confirmation, but like, I know anyway. You know, I could have been too in my ego. I could have been like, I don't need somebody else to confirm it. But it was like, I'll never forget that. Trust me. That's, again, and that's something I'll talk about further down the line too. But I'll never forget that. Yeah. I needed it, basically. So we all need, so, and again, why I'm saying, oh, that's interesting is because look at how this is. Like the deck was like, so the divine masculine has the divine masculine. I mean, that's a strong message. So the divine feminine has yin yang energy. Basically, the message I'm getting, and this is, I mean, well, I know at my side that this is my wave. Oh, there he is. I'm joking. That was funny. That's my mum. Is she messaging this late? I feel like that's like an old message. It's just my mum sometimes does that. She doesn't have her date on and it comes in. But anyway, the divine masculine in this wave is either about to be feeling in their abundance and or just money's going better or happier or opportunities, and feeling strong in their divine feminine energy, like protective, secure, got their shit together, ready for intimacy, paying attention to their own boundaries and your boundaries. Do you know what I mean? Like, this guy just seems too good to be true with this lion. And also the lion, it's Leo season and it's the Leo new moon. And there's an eagle, which is telling me that it's the seer symbol. There's a lot on this card, actually, in Egypt, things to do with Egypt. It's like this guy's like looking at things from a higher perspective. This guy's awakened. And he needs to get some fucking clothes on, actually. It reminds me how my niece always draws me with a naked man. True story. Whenever she draws me, she draws this naked man. Like, why is that guy got no clothes on? Do you know what I mean? It's just like, no. Like, I'm joking. It's like barely any clothes. It's just a, I don't know. It's quite funny. But yeah, so being serious for a moment, it's like I really do feel a message for whoever's going to resonate with this is this, that if you're not feeling, again, because this is what I mean, most divine masculines are in a dark night of soul that's going to resonate with this, but it does just mean it can even just be the littlest of things that something is picking up your energy a bit more, or you're able to be a bit more assertive, or you feel the joy slowly coming back, but it's something. And I'll read the abundance card, but yeah, there's something there too. It's like this divine masculine collective are starting to become strong and warming up to, or it feels like I want to say the fear of intimacy is the lessening. And I feel it is something to do with like they've been working on their boundaries. Yeah, because it's like what I always say, it's like I teach people boundaries all the time, right? But it is because I used to let people walk all over mine. And at times, you know, depending on, you know, if I'm, you know, how well I'm paying attention to my boundaries, I could still let people do that. But most of the time not. And it's kind of like, yeah, so it's like, basically what I'm trying to say is it's like, if you can recognize where there's a recurring theme that happens in your life, that I'm not talking about a karmic thing. Like if it's a karmic thing that's always happening, you're stuck in it, and it's, you know, like someone addictive and you know it's really bad for you and all that kind of stuff, like that's, you know, you know, then you reach the end of it and you know, but it's like, I'm talking about something that you feel like it's going to be like a lifelong lesson. And I feel like boundaries is one of mine. You know what I mean? It's like, I just feel because I'm so loving and so compassionate, it's like kind of like what I said to Nathan. I was being very honest, but it's like, it's just true. I have had people that have said like almost exact word for word what you've said to me. Like, you know, I'll not stab you. Well, it's not like I'll not, but basically the words, some of the effect of, I'll not be the person that does that to you, Claire. And then not too far down the line they do. So do you know what I mean? It's, but like I always say, it doesn't, I don't close my heart off to everyone because of that. I'm just more wary and more discerning. I don't think that's a bad thing. I said that to my dad the other day, actually, and he agreed, but he's a Scorpio rising too. He's a Scorpio with a Scorpio rising. So, and I've had a few of them around me over the times, and yeah, they don't play either. So it is wise, you know what I mean? It's just, yeah. So anyway, right, let's read abundance and then I'll do Charlotte's message. So use your existing abundance to create beautiful things in your life, and you will be rewarded in more ways than you can imagine. Well, already there's a big message. Use your existing abundance, divine masculines, to create beautiful things in your life, and you will be rewarded in more ways than you can imagine. I feel like that's using your money for the greater good or in a different way than you did before. It feels like, again, it's got something to do with the ego death, like where you were maybe thinking of money in a different sort of way. And maybe even for some like masculine distorted energy, it can be a bit ruthless, like, you know, like that competitive sort of vibe. And this goes for this goes for women's too. This goes for female women too, because, you know, Like all that stuff fascinates me. And it's again, this is interesting because like that yin yang card, that is totally my energy. Because like you've seen me say that all the time before, like that the yin yang and the yang are like, you know, my main thing. I'm really connected to it. And it's kind of like, and it's but that is a thing that, like, you know, when you've got women that are too driven and too kind of masculine and like, yeah, I've got to hit that next goal, I've got to hit that 6-figure business, and it's like, you know, there will be, like that card said, there will be connections where like a woman will be, yeah, you might be like making like fucking like raking in the dough, but you're being so masculine that unconsciously it'll be turning off your masculine. Do you know what I mean? Because it's like, but again, you've got to keep it in balance too. It doesn't mean like, oh, women can't be ambitious and, you know, like, you know, dream big and, you know, attract abundance and stuff. But it's like, you know, I have listened to some sort of stories from Twinflames or you know, listened to others talking about this and it is a thing, you know, where it's like, and I basically, I just observe. I mean, like I said, I'm an observer. And when I was in all these business Facebook groups, I've said this before, but I did notice there were so many stories of, and it was like they really were making these kind of money. I mean, I joined some of these people's groups, and I'm not even fucking kidding. I never even used them. It was just I always make jokes about this within my own memberships, but I really do just feel I was like joining some people's groups to like awaken people, because I wasn't fucking using their shit. Because I didn't really agree with their methods. A lot of them didn't really gel with me, or I don't know. It's like my soul was interested in other shit. It was weird. But I don't feel like it was wasting money. I felt like it was meant to be putting energy into these people. Anyway, it was interesting. But what I observed and one of the ones that I was in, like, and again, it's like a massive one business group, like thousands of women. But it was like there was always people posting stories about like they'd made all this money, and it's kind of like what I've been saying tonight, like they'd made all this money, but they'd lost all their friends. But again, probably because they weren't real friends. Sorry, I really need to fix this. My brat is like really digging in. But then it's not so much the friends, because like I say, you know, I think when you lose friends like that, when you're doing well, were they really a friend? It can be that. It can be they probably weren't really a friend anyway and they were a secret hater. Or it can be more complicated, that it's not that they were never a true friend to you, but it's just they've kind of like they've not done their own shadow work, either any of it or enough of it, or they're just stopping at a certain point and they can't be bothered doing that. And that is a problem. Like if you're constantly evolving and growing and striving to be a better version of yourself, and like say, if it happens to involve being really good at something, and then you've got friends around you that aren't, it's why I always say be careful the company you keep, or the 5 friends you keep around you. It's just inevitable. It's going to happen. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, it does either become like you've not got a lot of people around you, or the people you've got around you are of a similar kind of energy and ambitious, and you know, it's just, yeah, soul family. It's just but yeah, anyway, the point I'm getting at is there was a lot of women that, like, you know, their marriages broke down, and I can see why, because it was like I could feel that energy, like really kind of overspilling into greed, if I'm honest. Like, and it's, yeah, and again, that's given a perspective of women that are too much in that masculine, and it's like, to what extent, like how successful do you like want to be? Like, do you want to be making that much money that your relationship suffers or your marriage suffers and all of that? And it's not because you weren't compatible, it's just because you let that energy get too much carried away with it and forget what really matters. And again, so that's a bit of a complicated one to kind of dive into there, because then you're going to get, you know, a lot of feminists coming and be like, well, what? So I'm just meant to like not do that well because it's not really about like them feeling inferior to your that. It's just how like the female and male brain operate. Like it's yeah, unconsciously they'll feel like well, what do they need me for? So do you know what I mean? It is a weird one. Like I bet you some women will feel that struggle, they're like, fuck, give a fuck, and they'll just carry on. But I do feel it's like something that it's like it is good to be aware of. So anyway, right, okay, so right, where did we get to here? Oh yeah, I didn't even start reading it. Are you living an abundant life? If so, how do you measure abundance? You've drawn this card today because your angels and guides would like to remind you that abundance is so much more than how much cash you have. Financial abundance, which is often the cause of immense stress for individuals and couples, is only a small part of the overall picture. True abundance encompasses every area of your life. So it's that whole kind of thing about, yeah, you might have loads of money, but if you're not happy and you've not got love in your life, there's loads of stories of like, people don't feel fulfilled. That's why I always say success is different to different people. You should decide what success is to you. Like I said that in a video the other day, but it's true. I know some people that their idea of successful isn't having loads of money. It's being in love and having a family and following their calling. And it's not all about the money at all. And it's to be honest, it's like quite a lot of shamanic people I know, like, which makes sense because that's what the mission is for the Hopi prophecy sort of energy and rainbow warriors. And it's like, it's not about chasing the coins, you know what I mean? Like, it just isn't, like, it never has been for me either. It's like, good health is a major source of abundance. So looking after your health rather than seeking a treatment once you're ill must be a priority. Close friendships are also vital to an abundant life. That's interesting that I was talking about friends. One supportive and loving friend who you can talk to about anything is worth 1,000 acquaintances, which again, sadly, it does feel like that's what twin flames become to one another. It doesn't mean you don't have any true friends, but if you have got people around you that you are calling true friends, yeah, make sure they are true friends, basically. Like, I don't do acquaintances, do you know what I mean? A positive attitude and the ability to learn and grow throughout life are a part of an abundant way of being, because more than anything else, abundance is a state of mind and ultimately a choice. Loving and being loved will definitely make you feel more abundant. If you're longing to meet your soulmate, aka twin flame, it's your willingness to appreciate, acknowledge, and accept yourself that allows you to feel more abundant and will help you manifest partner. And it means something that we had the Divine Masculine card there on the bottom, because this is Divine Masculine's card. In a relationship, your abundance of health, friendships, and mindset will bring joy to your partnership as well as more love. Naturally, you're right to create a healthy. It's like, right. So this is pointing out the obvious, but people must need to hear this. Even if one person needs to hear this, it's like a healthy relationship. And this isn't just twin flames. It should be where you're encouraging each other to grow and chase your dreams. And it shouldn't be filled with like control and like mind games and make people feel like shit, and you know what I mean, pointing out the obvious, but I do know like power play like relationships that, yeah, I've seen it. So, and to a certain extent, being totally honest, that can go on with you and your twin flame as well. Like, never mind it can absolutely, that's what happens to karmic partners, but it can happen with you and your twin flame too, when they're not really getting who it is you are to them. But really it can happen, everybody's got a shadow, and remember, we're still in the dark moon, and that is about shadow work, and I'm all about helping people with shadow work. It's like everyone's got a shadow, so that's why you need to keep your shadow in check. Your shadow is your best friend, but you need to integrate it properly, or it's like how jealousy is like the root of all evil, isn't it? If you let jealousy run away with you, it'll ruin your fucking life. Right, so naturally, you're right to create a healthy level of material abundance too. There's nothing wrong with being comfortable so long as you keep your pursuit of the material in perspective. Consider whether you want to discuss your salary and bank balance on a first date, or would you rather talk about the wonderful hobbies, friends, and attitudes that make your life rich? It's like I've said before, but it does not interest me at all. Whenever I've been around a guy that's talking about money or flashing the cash or talking about fancy holidays and shit like that, that'll turn me off. It won't turn me on. Do you know what I mean? But there's some women, Jezebels really, that would be impressed by all of that. It's like, oh, they can buy me a fancy handbag. Oh, well, or they can buy me the next designer shoes. And again, there's nothing wrong with designer handbags and designer shoes if that's your thing. But what I'm saying? It's like, is that really what matters to you in life? Like, that to you is a good idea of a good partner, somebody with a whole load of money. But then what if they treat you like shit? You know what I mean? And what if they're bad in bed? Do you know what I mean? It's like all these things matter. Like, right. So Do you want your relationship to focus primarily on money or property, or would you like the focus to be on fun, intimacy, and mutual support? Remember, to be abundant in the full sense of the word means to be fascinating, lovable, creative, and resourceful. That's where the masculines are at in this wave. Right, okay, so let's do Charlotte's now. So, thank you for my cards, by the way. I appreciate it so much. You're very welcome. Wait a minute. What did I miss here? I'm out of balance. I need to take steps to put myself first out of self-love. I get money to start September. Can't wait. That reading will happen. Yes, well, just we've saw it here, Nathan. And again, it's nothing to do with me, it's to do with you. I'm just witnessing the time passing. So just make sure you do prioritize that for yourself. But I will be delighted when it happens. Right, okay, so but remember, I said I kind of wasn't really putting my energy out there to have a lot of clients in August, other than the ones I've got. So September's when I get back to work. I'm working now, you know what I mean? That's awesome. We love naked men. They're funny. I'll show you one of the pictures of them. They are really funny pictures. Right, so I've noticed that someone who's making millions, but they have been getting more physically unwell. This is what I'm talking about, Charlotte. It's like, it's funny because it's like I'm not in, like I said, I actually am, because this is the thing, before I deleted my Facebook, I actually didn't deactivate it. And I'm not really sure I want to go and bother doing all that shit. But it's a bit like Instagram and that. Like I just deleted that too. And then it's like I've had people over the years say to me, like, I sent you a message on Instagram, you ignored me. And I was like, I've not fucking logged into that for about 8 years. Do you know what I mean? It, like, true story. Like I get emails all the time, it doesn't tell me who's messaging. I just don't. Yeah, it was like once I was away from that world, I did not want to go near it again. And again, you might be confused. I'm talking about my personal Instagram because I've been off the work Instagram now for, well, it'll actually be 2 years in November, so that's quite crazy. But yeah, that's what it's like, I bet you if I still was witnessing this, I bet you I would have seen quite a lot of that, but it doesn't surprise me. You know, it's like, that's what I think didn't really resonate when I was in some of these business groups and I was seeing women making obscene amounts of money, which is brilliant. You know, like, again, they are sharing their talents and it is brilliant, but where do you draw the line? Like, I do think unconsciously, like, there's got to be relationship issues that causes. Like, how much money do you actually need? Do you know what I mean? Like, it's, I don't know. And like I said, that's something that will be, that kind of, depending on who's listening to that kind of stuff, it would ruffle feathers. So I don't really give a fuck. I mean, I'm just sort of saying it, but it's twin flames need to take that on board. It's because it's all about the balance of the masculine and the feminine. Right, so I love noticing the success, abundance in my life. I had a yes day with the kids last week and it was beautiful. I'd put on my vision board last October, I wanted to say yes to my kids. Oh, that's lovely. Yeah, because you said that to me in the email, didn't you? So is it just how it sounds? Like, hear that, when adults play that could go all kinds of wrong. Oh dear. Do you know what I mean? It's kind of like, that's funny. Anyway, enlighten me. I'm imagining it's something like liar, liar. Do you know what I mean? People could just make obscene requests like every 5 minutes. It's like, imagine you're playing that with a guy or so. It's like, can I have sex? Can we have sex? Yeah, because I said I'd say yeah all day. And then it's like, too soon again, come up. Yeah, do you know what I mean? It's funny. Can we get a takeaway? Yeah. You just had a chippy. Can we just get out of control? Right. We need the word no in our lives. Says the one that talks about boundaries. Right, okay, so what have we got here for Charlotte's feminine energy? And remember, this is Charlotte's cards, but it could make sense to others listening. So what have we got for Charlotte? I'm actually really fucking hungry, by the way. Turns out an ice cream is not good for your tea. The late afternoon snack tea was not enough. I'm going to be eating more of them before my bed. Before I go to bed. Fuck the fast. Fuck the fast. I'm actually just going to fucking sack the. The thing is, right? See, I have taken a fasting that easily that I fast without meaning to. I'm not even kidding. Like, think about the times I mean, people have given me a row for that before on, like, when I was in my membership, like, I mean, that's an ADHD thing, but I mean, that was years ago. It's funny to think about that because I am very, like, I love food and I make sure I eat it basically. But it's like sometimes I'd be like, have I eaten? Do you know what I mean? But that's probably why I'm so good at fasting. But yeah, like there's certain periods of the month, well, actually, yeah, that when you're not meant to, you're not meant to do big massive fasts like right before your time of the month and stuff. And it's but I ended up just doing it anyway because well, it depends. Like if I've been up late one night and see when because I've conditioned myself to stop eating at 6. I didn't today though because of the ice cream, but it wasn't that long after it. And like, and then like, so like, yeah, say tomorrow, like I'll sleep in and then like say, because my client's not till the afternoon, so I'll sleep in quite late. And then so I'll already have easily fasted like quite a lot of hours, you know what I mean? Without meaning to. It's quite interesting. Speaking of fuck all difference to my weight though. So somebody's definitely done some fucking old witchcraft on me. So fuck you, whoever that is. I'm not joking. That's what I mean. It doesn't make logical sense. But I still love and accept myself anyway. So I've been fasting and but the thing is I feel good for it. Do you know what I mean? I do feel good for it with myself, but anyway. I'm telling you, I think it's like that's actually what I was thinking earlier. Like I said this before, but I really do think some of the weight gain that I've had in my life, I think it's got something to do with union. Either that or I'm just going to be like carrying a few extra pounds, fasting for no reason and manless, twin flameless. But I mean, yeah, I mean that, yeah. So that's so not a lot would change. So it's I think I've just meant to say that out loud for anyone else that's experienced something similar. So anyway, right. So Charlotte's feminine energy. I've been shuffling these cards for about 100 years. Oh, how interesting. Okay, so it's interesting with what I was just saying there. If you think about it, it was like right. I've just opened the page up at the book too. So, right, I've pulled the distorted feminine, right? So it's either going to be they're wanting to pull it. So fuck. Wait a minute, this is quite interesting because I was just talking about that. It's either going to be pulling attention to something within you that you've been too in your masculine. But again, remember, it does actually make sense for you, Charlotte, and basically any woman on here, because you're all show up as that masculine energy. But wait, we'll see what it says. Or it's about the other kind of this, because remember, distorted feminine isn't always like, the dark sort of side of it. Like it can just be with what we were talking about, it can be like, because I would say what I was just describing there, that's a distorted feminine, somebody that has lost all sight of what truly matters, chasing the money, but possibly losing their relationship. And the only reason they're losing their relationship is because they were more bothered about money than they were their marriage vows. Do you know what I mean? And again, remember, I'm not one of these people that's like, oh, if you're married, it's like you need to stay married because you made the commitment, or you need to stay together for the kids. No. If everything's great, fine, yeah, brilliant. That's what people get married for and have kids, you know what I mean? But if there's unhappiness or what have I done to my hair? Like I said, this is why I need to get off before 11 because I need to go wash my hair. But I'm just noticing I'm like, I keep going like that and it's going all frizzy. Yeah. Anyway, let's read it. Right. So the distorted feminine may not appear to run the world in the same way the distorted masculine does, yet it is just as a commonplace and equally as destructive. The distorted feminine is characterized by negative emotions, depression, neediness, a sense of going around in circles, or need for pointless drama, feeling unattractive, or being trapped and powerless. So this is what I mean by it's going to be, it might not even be any of them, because it could be like, just being overly masculine, like you have to be quite masculine to look after the kids. Do you know what I mean? Like you have to do quite a lot for you and the kids. And it definitely sounds like it from what you've said sometimes about their dad. Do you know what I mean? It's like you basically have to, you do have to do quite a lot. Like, so it's like, I would say all single mothers have to do a lot. Like they have to, to some certain extent, they're inevitably going to fall into the distorted feminine. Like I wouldn't say it's impossible. It's quite hard to be in that divine feminine energy all the time without that protective energy there. Do you know what I mean? Right. So in this mode, like basically you have to protect yourself when there's nobody there to protect you. So in this mode, the feminine can even be dishonest by means of manipulation, not saying what she really means, or by being unclear about what she needs. This gives rise to the unspoken or even unfair expectations. The distorted feminine may seek to catch out or trip up another in order to have something to be angry or upset about. So just bear in mind, again, let me read it all. But it's like, I know Charlotte will get this, but it's like, I feel like if there's not something you can identify within you, it is because remember we are in the balsamic, the dark moon, it's the shadow. It's like where there's a distorted feminine around you, and I've got kind of quite a good feeling of what this is about, but yeah, you can know. And this need for attention, whatever the cost, an expression of insecurity, can damage her health, her relationships, and even her career prospects. After centuries in the shadows, receiving little credit for her effort and shouldering guilt and blame at the hands of the global institution, the feminine's tired. That's what I knew it was like, so it's like that, because I've forgotten what all this says, but that's what I'm getting at. Like the distorted feminine can be, yes, like kind of, feminines that are in that kind of, I don't know, bitchy, like competitive, overly gossipy, do you know what I mean? Like just kind of like just talking about people for no sake, for no reason, and like but you've also got the distorted kind of energy, like where this is getting to now, where it's like, well, some feminines have no choice because they haven't got the masculine there to protect them, so they have to rely on their own masculine energy, which you could argue puts you in to to some sort of distorted feminine energy, because it's like it's not, you know what I mean? Right, okay, so or it's like when I've said, if you get triggered, you could then get pulled into distorted feminine energy. It's very easy. So this is why it's such hard work to keep. Nobody will ever be in perfect balance of divine feminine and masculine energy. You know what I mean? Like you'll be in quite a good balance if you work on that all the time, but you can easily get pulled out of it. You know what I mean? So you've got to always be aware of that. So, right. Yeah, so here we go. So maybe she feels unloved and unsupported by the masculine in her world. Maybe, or like to add to it, maybe there isn't a masculine in the world. Do you know what I mean? Like maybe you haven't got a masculine energy in your world. Maybe life seems like a struggle. Well, some of these things may be true. Remaining in the distorted feminine is not the way to resolve them. You've drawn this card today because the distorted feminine is lurking somewhere in your life and is asking to be acknowledged and healed. Being honest with yourself. But again, I feel it more means in the way of there's a distorted feminine around you. But it can also be simultaneously if you recognize the other thing, like, some aspect of your shadow is wanting to be acknowledged of that. This is all very deep, isn't it? But like for how much you've had to do all by yourself, that's what I feel it's about, really. Being honest with yourself about what is really happening is the first huge step towards empowerment. Are you constantly becoming involved with the wrong kind of partner, Do you blame your mate for the things that aren't working in your life? Do you second guess yourself or imagine that other people think ill of you? Are you afraid to ask for what you really need and want, or are you waiting until someone else figures it out and gives it to you? Are you dwelling on old feelings of hurt and disappointment? Your angels and spirit guides want you to know that now is the time to bring this energy to the surface. Bless it for what it's taught you, then let it go. It's time to live in and for the present. Yeah, I do. Like, look, I've just pulled dating in reverse as well. But see, it's like it's. I just feel it's like it's a combination of. It's definitely something about a distorted feminine energy around you, and you recognizing it around you. It could even be in this new job actually, but I don't feel. I feel I know what this is, but it's but because it's dating in reverse too, I think it's like basically like it's like being your own fucking hero. It's like I think we all resonate with that. It's kind of like you've had to be, you know what I mean? It's I don't think there is one single woman that wouldn't agree with that. That it's like, well, what are you meant to do? Like, right, let's see what your masculine energy is now. But wait a minute, actually, go and remind me, Charlotte, right? Do you remember? Because I always say that with that thing where most people come to me and it's like when they're a female, they are in the masculine energy. And some of you, it's like you will stay the masculine energy and oh fucking hell, your twin flame is in the feminine energy. Bear in mind you both have both to confuse matters, but I don't know if I've said to you at certain points that it's like I feel like you might. I don't know if I've said to you that I feel you'll stay the masculine and he would be the feminine, or that it would flip. But it's kind of like that would make sense of that card too. Yeah, look, I mean, sexuality in reverse. I'm getting it. Do you know what I mean? You've got date in reverse, you've got sexuality in reverse. It's like there's no action happening. Do you know what I mean? It's like there's a lack of action here. I said this last night, you know what I mean? It's like the twin flames are feeling the Kundalini energy going on, but they're both feeling it going on separately. And then I just channeled earlier about the celibacy and everything because it is part of it. But it's right, let's read sexuality and see what this has got to say. Right, so but there's also something about, I know the card didn't say that, but there's also something about when we're in distorted feminine energy, if we've not had safe experiences with men, I channeled about this before, I've channeled about it quite a lot. Our subconscious there'll be loads of subconscious blocks going on about it's not safe to let men in. Do you know what I mean? So even though consciously, like someone could be saying, "Oh yeah, I'm totally open to my twin flame," or "I'm open to love," or like if you've got stuff about men going on, this is by the way because I'm doing Charlotte's card, but I'm also saying this to everyone. It's like it's that there can just always be stuff sort of lurking around that, and it's just you have to constantly address it, basically. Right, sexuality. Let's see. 78. Right, wait a minute. So let me read this. Lack of action. Well, let's face it. Do you know what I mean? I'm being presumptuous, Charlotte. But right. I've noticed that someone who's making million. Yeah, I read that bit. Yeah. The kids planned activities they wanted to do. In the film, they went through the car wash with the windows open. I had to remind them we need to use ours. What? So it's sort of. I don't know this film. What is the film? That's funny. Is it a kids' film or is it? I can go until mid-afternoon on weekends when the kids aren't here to remind me to eat. Yeah, so could that easily. But the thing is, and it's like I remember I've been around people before that make me feel like that's weird or shame me or that. But actually, it's probably because I was tapping into that kind of wiser part of me that it's like, that really like as a society, we eat too much, you know what I mean? Like, there isn't really a need for like eating 3 meals a day and all that, you know what I mean? Like, most days, like before I was doing all the fasting and that, like I easily just have like, I have my breakfast and I could not eat anything until my tea. You know what I mean? I'm not sure about the stay the same or flip with my, yeah, I can't remember. I feel like, again, it's like, 'cause you just never know. But whatever I've said any other time, like today, it's like I'm kind of feeling like it just makes sense to me. Do you know what I mean? It just makes sense that, like, yeah, just, you know, to be open to it, that like when you are with that protective divine masculine, just like, you know, stayed with me on this if that's what's meant to happen, that, you know, is protecting you, keeping you safe, secure, and, you know, loving you the right way and all that kind of stuff, that you would then feel safe to, because even if you are the divine masculine, this still goes, but you mean it'd just be stronger if you're the main divine feminine, right? Like, you'd drop into your feminine more and be, you know, come out of that, the, you know, the bit where you've had to be to, you know, just had to do everything basically. Because I have seen it with some people, like I said, I don't see it a lot, but I have seen it with some people that I've worked with over a period of time and like closely, that, well, actually I'm seeing it with someone right now that is very much that again, that appeared to me like everyone as divine masculine energy. But as the weekly sessions go on, it's yeah, some weeks it's like, no, we're on the same, like she's in the divine feminine energy. So it's quite interesting. Like, you know what I mean? It does, I'm right, it does flip. Again, it's just, it's, time will tell. Right. But even if that happened, like you've got a lot, like having a Libra moon, like that is masculine. Um, and then actually, yeah, the Sag rising is masculine, and then obviously the Pisces is feminine. Like, you've still got quite a masculine brain, like in that kind of sense. So, but yeah, it's just like I have seen it happen where it's like someone kept appearing as like the masculine energy, and then all of a sudden it's like they really feel like they're in the feminine, and then their masculine is now in the masculine. It's a little bit of a head fuck. This is why I can't stand saying these words like over and over like this. Anyway, right, let's read this card. So, sexuality. Oh, and it's on the 31st, and the 31st is the full moon in Pisces. So, I'm not sure. Right, I did some past life work recently, which had abuse at the hands of men. Oh God, right, yeah. So, well, that makes a lot of sense with that distorted feminine energy. Do you know what I mean? It's just like what I'm saying. Like, women don't end up like that for no reason. So it's not like, yeah, basically, even what I'm saying, like, it's like other distorted, like, you know, women that are just constantly in distorted feminine energy, but like making no moves at all to, you know, to be in that softer divine feminine energy, which obviously isn't you, because you're on here and just you got interested in this and everything, and you help other people, and it's kind of like, but like, though, so we're talking, so I'm, again, take note, because I might be describing someone around you, I feel, or I feel like it might be somebody that comes to you for help, or it could be someone, it could be anyone really around you, but, or just other people listening as well. It's like those women have become like that from probably being hurt by a man. Do you know what I mean? Like, they don't just become ruthless, cold-hearted bitches because of, like, it's probably more than likely going to be like because someone's cheated on you, or because they've mistreated you or been abusive, or, you know what I mean? But not everyone, it's, you know, it's important, you obviously, not everybody ends up like that. If you've been around that, you can go the other way. But even if you, yeah, definitely. Even if you then get into a healthy relationship, if you haven't healed that enough, it'll resurface. And I mean, that is why it's, that is why it's important that you don't just get into any old relationship with anyone, because you're swapping your sexual energy with them, you're taking on all their crap and their trauma and whoever it is that's fucked them up, just to be blunt, right? And B, if you have to unpack some of that, with the person that you're with now, you want to feel safe enough with them to be able to talk about this stuff. Do you know what I mean? And if you can't, there's a problem. Like, sorry, I'm just going to say it bluntly. There is. Like that's but I have to say that because it's just like I've said this before. Like, I know not everyone's like that. Like, I've got many people, that I love dearly around me or that I've had in the past that have that I've been able to get in relationships that we're not that fussed about. Do you know what I mean? And I can never understand that. Like, it's not me, but I can appreciate that not every, that everyone is different, and I feel it is to do with codependency. Like, some people just cannot stand not being with someone. So even if the person you're around is not that great, it's at least someone's around you. And I mean, that just, it's sad, isn't it? But like, that will probably even be some people tuning in here. And I suppose that is just, you can stay in that if you want, but you don't need to. You know what I mean? Like, there's loads of amazing people, especially if I'm talking about love. I mean, that even goes for friends, you know what I mean? But like, or family. Yeah, that goes for friends and family too. That's not just about love, by the way. But it's like, but if you haven't done any work around those blocks, either the subconscious or shamanically or past life stuff, it's all the same. It's all one and the same to me. Past life regression. Of course, I do it all. I just weave it all and make it my own. But it's whatever it is you've done or not done. Yeah, some people that are just stuck in a loop of self-sabotage. Sorry, Charlotte, it's because it's loaded with a sexuality card. I'm sure there's a joke there somewhere. Moving on. It's, yeah, if you think about it, there's a lot going on in that, especially when you're in a romantic relationship with someone, there should be boundaries. And just with a lot of relationships that people get into, there just isn't. And then therefore people assume that all relationships are like that, and they're not. You know what I mean? Healthy ones aren't, or they shouldn't be. But unfortunately, I'm describing half the population. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? The amount of people that do stay in relationships for the kids, or they stay in it because they married someone they feel like they have to, and they can't face the disapproval of everyone around them. Like, that's a lot of people. But that's what Twinflames are here to change in the world. So, right, okay. So I'm going to read what Nathan said in a minute, but I have to read Charlotte's just now. Well, actually, I needed this stream today, being really stressed. Well, good. I'm glad. I hope it's helping you. But I'm sure you said something else that I want to read after. So, yes, yesterday's a film on Netflix. It's a kids' film. All right, okay. I've not got Netflix, so I think maybe Mom and Dad have, though. I'll check it out. I had to coach my ex-husband on the phone on Saturday. I feel like I'd love to surrender to a place of safety. My twin made me feel that all those years ago, although it's scary at that age. Yeah. Yes. I mean, and that's no good, coaching your ex-husband on the phone. I mean, but anyway, it's but yeah, it's actually just kind of proving what I said, isn't it? That it's nice though. It is nice that you are helping him, but it's got to be a bit draining at times too, because it's like you're doing the work for you, and then you're also having to like do work for him. Do you know what I mean? And you're not even with him anymore, but you've got children together, so yeah, it's difficult. Right. This is your masculine energy. So actually remember, so yeah, these are both your energies, but this is you and your masculine. So you can see which one you because there is that too, that head fuck, that to be fair, everyone on here really, Nathan, again, you seem like you're saying, but I even said last night, it's like I'm starting to feel like that is what's going to happen with you and her at some point. Is it's meant to like I honestly, yeah, just watch the space. I think yous are, I don't know, it just feels like the energies are meant to be flipped at some point. Yeah, anyway, right. So the natural rhythms of sexuality are sadly misunderstood. I feel like, right, although these are your cards, Charlotte, I feel like these cards are just backing up everything I've said tonight. And it's like everyone needed to hear it as well. The natural rhythms of sexuality are sadly misunderstood in our modern culture. All too often, we see that a person's natural sexuality is glamorized and exaggerated in order to lure an attractive partner. As a result, many people become entangled in relationships that have, this is what I just said, that have little more substance than sexual attraction. If there's no real connection between two, then a sense of obligation or fear of losing what there is may be all that keeps them together. Literally what I just said, isn't it? This situation is simply not good enough. Sexuality has its own beautiful rhythm if you're prepared to listen to it. A natural caution and healthy boundary of reserve will guide you when the time is right to connect yourself in a sexual union with the person you're attracted to. Surprisingly, this time frame will often be around 1 month. You've heard it here first, guys. Don't put out for 1 month. On the Twinflame journey, if you can do that, you really do deserve a medal. So, come back and tell me your stories. One night we'll have and actually the Leo new moon. So maybe we could meet on the Leo new moon next year, and we could share stories of how long you held out. We're going to do that because Leo is the 5th house of sex. Surprisingly, this time frame will often be around a month. Time to know the person in some depth, rather than the whirlwind tumble into bed that's encouraged by Hollywood. Contrary to popular belief, sexuality does not automatically fade as the relationship continues. Imagine not only your sexual energy as a flower that is gradually opening, growing, blossoming, and coming into its full beauty. Sexuality blossoms in an atmosphere of, this is everything I've said. It blossoms in an atmosphere of trust, intimacy, love, and friendship, and will wither in an atmosphere of misunderstood feelings and needs. Yeah, and that's really what it's about. You know what I mean? Like, great sex comes about when you really, you've cultivated a friendship and you trust the person and you're bonded, and you know what I mean? And then it's like, yeah, and it's like you want to do something about all those feelings. Do you know what I mean? So it's yeah, that's really it, isn't it? Or so they say. How the fuck would I know? I've been single 20 years, but again, it's that's when you know I'm fucking channeling someone else, because that is not me, unfortunately. Maybe I'll have stories at some point when I'm fucking 90, but right. Right. So I've only had the ones that are the whirlwind tumble into bed. I don't know if I call it Hollywood, but do you know, in these encounters, that's what I've been used to. Right. So misunderstood feelings and needs. Sorry, I got to laugh. In an existing relationship, you're required to listen to your natural rhythms once more instead of allowing your routine to dictate your life. Take a second honeymoon and start afresh. Make time. Charlotte's like, I am not listening to this advice. I think it's talking about past stuff too. I think that because we're in Venus I'm not joking. I think it's because we're in Venus retrograde Leo. I think this is all about the past life stuff for you right now, because you've just done past life work around, men, mistreatment of men, or whatever it was you worded it as. I think this is all reflecting about, like, I've had what I don't want. Give me what I want now. I'm doing the work to get it. So I think that I was speaking for more than just you there, trust me, even if it was just me and you, but I felt I was speaking for a lot more people. And then it's just, take a second honeymoon, start afresh, make time to connect in the mornings and afternoons rather than after a long busy day. Whether you're manifesting a partner or already with someone, you've drawn this card today because it's up to you to heed this call from your heart, body, and soul to give your sexuality the respect and attention it deserves. But you see, that could also fall into what I was saying about the celibacy. Like, do you know what I mean? It's like, that's what's fucked up about this world. And it's, again, appropriate that we're on the 15th, like the devil card today. It's like, it's just overrun. I sound like an old lady now, but again, I'm 40 next year. Have I mentioned that before? And so Charlotte too. But it's like, I really do feel I'm sort of channeling that sort of really intense, sacred sexual energy right now. It's like, this world is just overcome with lust and greed and But definitely when it comes to sex, it's just disgusting. It really is disgusting. Like, you know, and I know I love Love Island, but do you know what I'm saying? Like that, I'm glad that that program, they've taken that out of it. Well, the real sort of, but at the start, when that started, like, I'm not being funny. Like, I don't even want to say that word on YouTube. I don't believe I've ever, I'm not about to say that word on YouTube. Oh dear, I can't. But when that program first came out, let me tell you, there were some people were going to town, if you know what I'm saying. Like, they were given no fucks that was being televised. In fact, they were putting on a show. I think people that are lurking on this, like, watch Love Island right from the start. You're going to know what I'm talking about. It was horrifying. Like, you know what I mean? Because they're all in a room together and this couple were just fucking going at it. Like, it's like, what the fuck, man? What is this program? Do you know what I mean? What the fuck? And that's what I'm saying about, like, I love Love Island, but that's the bit that I don't miss about it. Like, I thought that was fucking disgusting. Like, where's the sacredness in that? Like, that was just people that were wanting to become famous on TV for shagging. That's called porn. Fair enough if that's you, if that's your thing. Fair enough. Do you know what I mean? It's really no different. It's really no different. But it's just now what they do on Love Island. It's like, oh, we're away to the love shack. I'm only joking. It's not called that. It's called the hideaway. Aye, we're away to the hideaway. We're away to fucking hold hands and talk to each other all night. Aye. Right, okay. Do you know what I mean? But the cameramen are probably still getting their cheapies fucking watching that shit. It's disgusting. Do you know what I mean? Basically, what I'm getting at is it's like, or you've got that other program here. Oh my God. Naked Attraction. It's fucking hilarious. But I'm telling you, I've got sometimes, right, I have that program must have been going for a while because I remember coming in sometimes after the night out, me and my pal, and you turn that shit on. It's fucking hilarious, man. It's you get an education too because they tell you wee bits in between, but it's just if you want to know what it is, American people, basically, some people feel they need to go on the telly and get their fucking bits and pieces out to get a date. So if you think it's hard to get a date, fucking think of those people. They wanted attention that much, they went on the telly and got their fucking Todgers and whatever. I always think it's hilarious that it's like, imagine like some randoms on that and it's like, you know, you'll get somebody on Twitter or Facebook or like, here, Jimmy, I seen you were on the fucking telly the other night here, will you? Do you know what I mean? Sorry, I'm gone. See, that's Leo energy too. It's silly, it's playful, but again, see, this is why I'm talking about sex, because it's like, because the sexuality card, but it's also these programs that's educational, but it is kind of, I know, I'm not going to lie, Charlotte, when I randomly catch it, I do watch it, but you're more like watching it, you're like, this is for real. Like, is this I like watching the bit when they've been on a date, right? And it's like and then it's like catching up with them after they've been on the date. And rarely ever is it like, yeah, we carried on talking to each other, we fell in love. It's always like you can tell they've actually like probably got too drunk, went away at a hotel and got on. And then it's like they don't want to see each other again. Do you know what I mean? It's just like the most awkward one night stand that you've been on the telly with someone ever kind of thing. Oh dear. Anyway, very funny. Right, so 40, here we come. Exactly. I'm looking forward to it. I'm going to New York. Whatever is going on in my life, I'm going to New York. And if things go all tits up, I'm fucking staying there. But actually, you never know. The way the world's going, I don't know what New York will look like next year. How do you know if you're projecting like negatively onto someone? A lot of shadow work, you know what I mean? You just have to be real. I would say therapy, actually, be honest. Like, you know, you could do it without therapy, but I think that's in those moments when I would say, like, definitely if you're going through a really difficult time yourself, it's like if you're lashing out at people and you're really angry and you know that you're not making any sacred space to sort of deal with, that's when you could be projecting. But me too, I'm fascinated watching the body language throughout. It is interesting, isn't it? And it's just funny watching the shit that they make them doing that. They make them dance about and that. I'm like, this is I was about to say degrading. Yeah, some of it is. But I mean, these people, it's like Love Island, they sign up for it. Naked Attraction, they sign up for it. Fuck knows why. Actually, to be honest, right, there's another aspect of the Naked Attraction thing. It is quite positive. Like, they come out and, a lot of people are like, yeah, I feel really liberated. But fuck me, there's other ways to feel liberated than getting naked on the telly. But I mean, who are we to judge? Do you know what I mean? This is the, Mercury and Virgo has been a bit judgmental about there. You know what I mean? I bet you it has felt quite empowering. You know what I mean? I suppose, it's kind of like when I don't really want to compare it, but it's kind of like when I say, I don't give a fuck. Like, if somebody was to say to me out there, you know what I mean? That's why I don't bother about it. It's like, if I ever fall into fear about what I'm doing on here, somebody needs to actually, they have to first, to say to me, oh, I've seen what you're doing on YouTube, they have to then be admitting that they're watching the YouTube. And nobody ever comes on here that I know. Do you know what I mean? Like, nobody from maybe now and again, occasionally, but I can't even remember the last time that happened. So it's like, for somebody to actually do that, they would have to admit that they're watching, and then it would be weird that they were watching, so they're not going to do that. Do you know what I mean? I find it quite funny. So that's how it liberates me. Do you know what I'm saying? Right. Well, you know what? It's kind of like how I just get, let's read it out, let's read it. To me, it's that. It's when you're like projecting out your pain on someone else, and it's like you feel like they're doing something wrong, but it's actually because there's something going on with you. Like, I mean, I can, yeah, I'm being shown that it's kind of like if people gaslight you in that, you know what I mean? Like, wait a minute, I kind of want to go, I know I missed some of your comments, even, so I'm going to go back and read it. It's like, it's like if somebody's got stuff going on with them, like, say, like, right, I can think that, like, this is keeping it general, but like, I can think of loads of scenarios, right? I'm getting flooded with my own shit, or, yeah. And think of a scenario, we've all had this, where you are like very strongly witnessing somebody that is really unhappy in their life in some sort of area, or you've got a really strong sense of it, right? And again, everybody that tunes into me, right, that chats all the time, and even the people that are lurking, probably them even more, actually, because it's like, you find that with people that are really, really sensitive, like, it takes a lot for people to, like, for instance, Nathan, you're one of those people, aren't you? Like, you watched for, well, if you've been subscribed to here for what, 6 years or something, or 5 years, like, you took a while. Bear in mind, the live chat wasn't here, so it would have been a comment, but you took quite a long time to come out your shell, and that you do fight that with very sensitive, perceptive, like, psychic people, which, remember, is everyone's psychic, but you know what I'm saying. So anyway, where was I going with that? But yeah, like, that would be a good example of it, I think. Like, you can, so you've witnessed somebody's in a painful place in their life and they're not happy, but they're also not said anything to you about it, and they're not admitting it. It would be like if they then accuse you of being unhappy. That's projecting to me. It's like, that could be out of the head, but because it's like that, and it's even more ridiculous when it's like, wait a minute, I know that I'm actually really happy and in a really good place. This doesn't make any sense. But but then I suppose when it's really quite confusing and distorted. And again, I've definitely been in that place in my life with people too. And it's like, wait a minute, who is the person that's got the issue here? And that's when I think about that would be when I'm thinking back to trauma bonds, like friendships I've had with it. It's like, yeah, you're probably both in pain at the same time. But I can definitely think of times when it's like, I was more healed in an area where someone else wasn't, and then they were accusing me of not being happy, and really it's like, you're not happy. So you really get, but sometimes it's like you're both not happy. It's all kinds of fucked. But I'm a counsellor, so if people want help with this is where I can help you one-to-one. So an individual or a collaborative, wait a minute, that's not the kind of, here, projection is a defense mechanism by which an individual unconsciously attributes their behaviors, emotions, impulses, undesirable characteristics, and thoughts to others. So that's why I was saying gaslighting. It's like, you know, say it's like, yeah, say it's like, it's like when somebody's like, if you've kind of like touched a nerve in someone, right? And it's particularly I've found when it's true, they could turn it around on you and be like, you know, so say it's like you've said something like, you know, I'm worried about you or something, but you've said it from a genuine place. Like you could definitely have scenarios where someone could be like, well, I'm actually really worried about you. Like, you're acting a bit nuts, but that would be like when somebody's like, it's actually like the you know, there's a lot going on with them and they're lashing out. Yeah. So it's basically, but this is why I'm reading it, because it describes it better. It is a way of taking our internal dialogue and turning it into an external exchange, as if our own beliefs and behaviors belong to someone else. But that's just so, I mean, all of that fascinates me, and I think it would fascinate you too, Nathan, because it's very Scorpio and it's very Pluto. This is all stuff I'm really fascinated about, actually, because like, particularly like Pluto placements, right? Like that's all about power dynamics. So if your Pluto and Scorpio energies meet up with someone, you could be like really close with them, right? Like close as fuck. But there can also be like weird power plays and well, extremely intense sexual energy, which again, that's dangerous, because it's like that could happen with, like, you know, there's going to be more people with more Pluto placements. So I bet you anything, like, it's like, see if you've ever had like a really strong magnetic sexual attraction with someone, but you know they're not your twin, you're not twin flames. I bet you anything it's been some kind of Pluto thing going on, or like it'll be something to do with astrology though, and that's where it's like, that's where there's a card in that deck that says spiritual maturity. Oh, look, the sacred woman. Yeah, she wouldn't be doing that. That's Buffalo Calf woman. That's my card in that deck. But it's like, because again, I'm not kidding. Remember, that's the story where it's like she does something fucking brutal to one of the guys that tries it on her, and then the one that shows her respect, I don't know, she probably puts out to him. I don't know. I think it's probably why it's my card. It makes sense. Why would you reward the one that's been a dick? You reward the one that's been the guy from the garage, you know, the chivalrous man. That's because that's that, and that isn't actually, well, actually probably is connected to that one. And that anyway, but yeah, that would come down to, well, you can't. I think it comes down to greed, actually, doesn't it? You know, unless you're having a polyamorous or whatever the word is, or what, unless you're kind of, you know, footloose and fancy free and you're getting on with everyone, that would be where, if you want to be in a safe relationship, safe, secure relationship where you're both loyal and committed and devoted to one another, and you don't go off with other people, then you would want, I would imagine most people would want to find somebody that, well, this is the thing, if you've got dismissive, avoidant kind of energy or attachment and you're not sort of healing it, if that is you or that is your twin, which that is actually going to speak to a lot of people, or even if it's just your past selves, no, that people in that energy do just want to have casual sex and then move on to the next, and you know, because it's like they're not wanting that intimacy, it's too much, it's overwhelming, and they'll push it away. You're just kind of chasing the lust and the passion and the, you know, the thrill of it's not even the thrill of the chase, really, it's the thrill of that high that you get on a, you know, a one night stand. But it's like, and then it's not wanting to do the work, the difficult work, and then you just want to do that with someone else. But it's, yeah, so, but again, that when you're in that energy, that comes from a place of trauma. Like, it's definitely because there's some kind of subconscious belief that if you get intimate with someone, as in like proper intimacy, get to know somebody, open up, trust, and be vulnerable, that they're going to abandon you, they're going to hurt you, they're going to fuck you over. And it's normally because that has happened to someone. But again, that is when you need to get therapy. You know what I mean? like doing one healing session on that, or even one soul retrieval. It's not going to heal your whole entire life. But I'm definitely a shaman though, where, to be honest, I have had some, like I've said this before, but I have had some, like definitely some sort of, like I remember an older woman once during the pandemic, that, like, again, it's anonymous, but it was like, I can't remember the whole session, but there was actually, I'm thinking 2 women, and it's like, I've only ever had one session with these 2 women, but they were, a bit older than me. With a lot of my clients, most of my clients are actually, or it's most of them that I work with a lot are like older, but it was like I was the person that they came to help them slot in that last part of the puzzle that helped them. Like one woman, it was about her business, and I noticed, like, right after the session, she was getting on with her business, whereas before she'd just been following me, and wasn't posting any, she wasn't posting anything or that. And then it was like she came to me and she just was able to shine her light. And it makes sense because I've got a Leo midheaven, and that's like what I've had to work through all those feelings. And that's been my journey. So I can help other people do that. And then the other women, I think it was something about self-worth. And so, do you know what I mean? It's like, and that is what's important, with shamanic work is, it's like, especially because I'm in, like, it's all like, because I've got so much Scorpio energy, it's like the soul midwife part of me. It's like death, isn't it? It's like, I don't know what I'm falling into now, but just go with it. But it's like, yeah, I often am the last port of call for someone before they transition. That's basically what I'm trying to say. It's like, I can think of another situation where it was a kid, and it was like they weren't sleeping in their own bed. They were sleeping in the same bed as their mum all the time. I've had this a few times, and it was like I'd actually only had a few like it was like a couple of times that I'd been looking after this kid, and because, like, I was actually just babysitting, but it was because of the nature that I can't help where I am. I'm a healer. And also I worked in a school as a child counsellor, so it's, if you didn't know that, so it's like children just naturally open up to me. And so anyway, she must have just been speaking about that a bit, and the next thing you know, she was sleeping in her own bed. But it was quite sad in a way as well, because it's like, it's like how I was crying about my niece. It's like, it's a rite of passage. And I just remember it was funny because she liked my cards, and the card that she picked up was rite of passage, and it was for her and her mum. Because it's, it's the baby year, or, it's like coming, she's a little older now, but it's coming to an end. You have to let go. It's like when a kid comes out in nappies as well, like, or starts potty, it's like you have to let go of that stage for them to go on to the next stage. And that's when, that's when we're getting into all sorts of other areas of when there's a lot of codependency or neediness from parents or whatever. There's issues where it's like, that if the adult isn't accepting that the child is growing up, I mean, that can even happen with grown adults, like, you know what I mean? Like, then yeah, that can cause issues. Absolutely. And I feel that actually comes up in the twin flame journey a lot when I'm channeling. It's like when families have got too much input about what you're doing with your life, like, that is a boundary issue, because it's like, well, I would hope that everyone watching my channel is adults. Do you know what I mean? Especially tonight with what I've been talking about. Yeah. Deep shit, man. Right, let's scroll back to see. I'm actually really fucking happy. I said I was going to go at 11:11. It's now 25 past 11. When you feel lost, sometimes you want to give up, but sometimes still you meet little pieces of heaven embodied in the people you meet that turn you. I'm telling you, Nathan, you need to put these in a book that turn you around. Thank you, Claire, for being here on YouTube. Oh, you're welcome. Thank you. That's beautiful. I'm just scrolling back. I think I caught. Yeah, I did read that one. Right. Should I watch Love Island from the start? Because can you watch it? Should I watch it from the start? I just want to know if it, well, Do you mean you can watch the, like, can you watch the first series of that? It's funny because, like, I didn't watch the first series, but then I think I did then go back and watch it. Do you mean I didn't watch it while it was live? But I think I can't remember. But I was pretty shit, I think, from memory. But it was so, like, I'm not kidding. Like, that was like fucking porn. But actually, to be fair, one of the couples that were literally, like, seriously having sex every fucking night. That's how it started out. They had to. I think somebody must be like, we can't, like, I don't know. Somebody made a decision not to do that. I think too many people complained. That couple are still married. Like, they've got dog babies. I don't know if they've got. Oh no, I think she is pregnant. No. I think maybe, yeah. I think that girl is pregnant. Or she already had. I think they've got a kid. Yeah, they're a really nice couple. And I tell you what, they actually look really like each other. I don't know about twin flames, but like they do. Like, you know, they won't be twin flames, but they actually look really similar. But yeah, go ahead. You know, it's I mean, I love it. Like I said, I like it because I mean, I watched Big Brother. Like, but I think Big Brother came out when you were about 15, or was it younger? And I was obsessed with it. Like, I watched it, like, you know, it was on 24 hours and that. I loved watching it, like, when it was a weird time of night and they were literally doing fuck all, like they were sleeping but what I liked about it, it reminded me of like being drunk at a house party or something. Like, there would always be like three of them drunk talking in the garden. And that's when you would get like really interesting conversations. Like, you know, people being really honest in that. But that's very Scorpio, you know what I mean? Like, that's I told you I like observing. Like, just, yeah, human interaction. It's interesting. I believe my twin lashes out or projects her pain into me because she's so used to people abusing her and she doesn't know how to understand the true love we do. Yeah, that, I mean, that is exactly it, Nathan. That's exactly it. And that is why the divine keeps you apart until they stop to address that, to look at it. But you will have to do that too. Like, the divine feminine does that too. And then the divine masculine does. Do you know what I mean? So no, not Dom and Jess. They're a nice couple too. It's the Olivia and I can't remember what his name is. Blonde guy. It's like a Brummy accent, but I can't remember what his name is. But yeah, they were really cool. They were a cool couple, but you know, they were like literally, I mean, their chemistry is hot, like, mind you. I mean, they shouldn't have been on the telly, man. They should have just been like, just you pair get in the house and close the door. Fucking hell, man. Do you know what I mean? You feel like you should be watching it. That is what it, yeah. Deary me. But yeah, so it's not like that now. Love Island is not like that now. It's really like, yeah, I mean, you don't even really see that. Like, they used to show you clips where it was like the cover going up and down. You're like, well, what are they? They don't even do that now. They must have got a flapped wrist for all that. But like I said, as much as I'm joking about it, it's like, yeah, it is horrible. Like, I can't think of it. Imagine that was your daughter or something. Like, imagine the dad, like, watching the daughter getting, like, sorry, but it's just like, I mean, that's what I thought. This is really distasteful, man. It's like, I know I'm sitting saying this stuff, but like, listen, we're in a safe little community here, and if there's people kind of like me and they're fucking gossiping about me, we'll fucking bash on, right? It's shit that other people say too. I'm just saying out loud, but that's me. But like, yeah, I think the bits where I cringe is like when they're all talking about their favourite sexual position and that, and I'm like, imagine you're that person's mum or dad, and it's like now they've got that in their head. It's like, but that's about as bad as it gets on. Yeah, Olivia and Alex. Charlotte, for somebody that doesn't watch Love Island, you seem to be aware of all their names. Are you a closet Love Island fan? But yeah, it's like, you know, but I do feel with what you said there, Nathan, I do feel that there's some twin flames that it's like you'll both be aware that even if it's unconsciously, like somewhere within you, you would, like, if you would have been aware that you would have had it in you. I mean, everyone's got it in them, but you would have been aware that you had it in you to do that. with your twin. So you would have really kept that hidden. Because I'd say that is that. I don't mind saying that is totally me and mine. Like to be honest with you, it's like, yeah, we were hiding so much of a huge part of our lives from. I mean, I've openly said that now for the past year and a half, that like when I was sharing stories about like other experiences I've had, like just my karmic experiences and that before, like some of that will be used to my twin. Do you know what I mean? And that's what's weird about it. It's like, it shouldn't be us here. It's like, but it's just, yeah, and that is quite interesting. I mean, that really shows you how psychic I was, because really I could have been like, who gives a fuck? Like, do you know what I mean? He was never my boyfriend, and but it also shows you I'm not somebody that wants to make somebody jealous, because it was quite the opposite. I just kind of had this inner knowing. Well, I mean, it's the same reason why he did ask me to go back to his a few times, and I never wanted to be the girl walking out his room, like bumping into the family, kind of like, oh, hi there. Do you know what I mean? Like, so it's like I kind of knew on some level he was somebody a bit more important to me. I didn't want to be, you know what I mean? It's just really interesting. Like, I did just know again, and that makes sense. I just knew on some level before I knew. But yeah, sometimes you know that if like I would say, like, yeah, I would say like he kind of left the situation, which would be in the morning, from me before, yeah, we saw, like, how much of a bad mood you could be with a hangover, or yeah, just the normal, I don't like the word normal, but the normal parts of life. Like, that is, me and him are the perfect example of wanting to remain the sexy stranger that you hook up with now and again, but for many years in a row. And then, yeah, and the only ever times that he did hint at, like, I mean, I've said that before, like, once he was like, it was actually around this sort of thing, like, he was like, what are you doing tonight? And and I'm so honest, I was like, I was very literal. I was like, oh, I'm going to see a show with my sister. And I just was totally not, getting it at all. But he was like, all right, I was going to see if you wanted to get something to eat. Like, do you mean, I think we were hungover, and he was like, meaning like to get something to eat, and that, but I just totally missed the cue. Like, you know what I mean? And I was just kind of like, I don't know, but this is what I mean. Like, I do remember I was quite like I've said this before, but it felt like I was being quite masculine. Or I was thinking about this the other night when we were really young. Once it was like we'd ran out of the club, and I was actually I was quite down that birthday, and he just appeared out of nowhere, and my face just lit up, and I ran away with him, and we were like kissing down a lane. Um, and it was like his phone rang, he had to go somewhere, and it's like, I could have made a joke there. Anyway, it was like, yeah, he had to run off. And he was like, before he ran off, though, he was like, right, can I take you out sometime? And I was like, fuck off. Like, I'm being careful. I've never said anything yet, but I was like, fuck off. I did say something like, fuck off, because I just knew like he wasn't gonna. But it did always intrigue me. I was like, why do you always say that? Like, he wouldn't say it all the time. It's something, but sometimes he'd be like, right, I'm going to come and pick you up. Like, meaning, like, for a date, but saying it like really casual, like, and I just found it quite annoying. But I found it endearing too, because sometimes I'm like, I wonder if he actually does really want to do that. And then he just keeps backing out of it because I don't know if I would have called it scared at the time, but then I really did. But then there was a time when we were talking, and yeah, and then we were going to meet, and then he just didn't. And then I was like, right, this is just becoming a really annoying pattern. I don't know what the fucking hell this guy's deal is, but it's like, I think that was right before I started to realise what the fuck this was. So, and here we are, it's still happening all these years later. But like I said, it's not, it's the both of you. It's happening between the both of you. That's what's important to realise. You know what I mean? You signed up to this. Right. Did you watch Love Island from you? Was that Yeah, I did, but was it that? It didn't seem to. I mean, it was celebrities, so it's not quite the same. I can barely remember it, Charlotte. But was it Paul? What's his name? That guy. Oh, it's on the tip of my tongue, but yeah. I stopped watching Big Brother in 2003 as I was in the States that summer. They just became the fame hungry and for ratings. Yeah, it did change, didn't it? I hope my twin flame one day truly lets herself be vulnerable. I will make sure it's not a wasted moment. Yeah, but remember though, it's you have to be vulnerable, Nathan. And I feel a bit I have to keep directing to this. And I feel, and you are on here, almost to the point of, like I said earlier, I don't want you to be too vulnerable. Like I'm quite protective too. So if I ever feel like you kind of share something and I'm like, right, we need to spanner that, it's because I'm wanting to protect you. But that's why I felt that happened earlier at the thing. It's like, you know, it's at the start. Yeah, you have to be vulnerable because it's like, you know, like as much as I like I said that I put that keyword on. Yeah, that's it, Paul Danan. Yeah. I put that keyword. Do you know what I loved watching? I love about Big Brother, but I also, you can tell I love it about Love Island, is I love watching the growth in someone. Like that's why my favourite part of my work is easily therapy. It's not why I tell people get all the time. It's just true. Everybody needs therapy. Like it just helps you so much. But like in on Love Island, like that's what I loved about it. That's why I was just so raging that couple didn't win. Like honestly, like I just, that guy that I posted the picture of that time about his lightning tattoo, like I just loved watching that because I just thought, like, you know, he was, but again, I'm a bit biased because he wasn't, remember I worked out he was an Aries. Like Aries is the most vulnerable sign. Do you know what I mean? It's why I'm sitting here, a teacher of vulnerability. That's really the biggest thing that I teach, I would say, is how to be vulnerable. Just how to be the real you. It's literally that is part of my soul's blueprint, is to teach people that. But I've learned the hard way too. Do you know what I mean? Like I've definitely opened up and been vulnerable to people that have then betrayed me and, like, you know, didn't deserve to hear that much in my life and stuff like that. But like I say, I never have any regrets. I do learn from all these things. And it's just like I say, it's just the journey that I'm meant to go on, as we all have got our own journey. But it's just, I truly do believe it is. I do think it's got something to do with, because of how much me and my twin were so secretive with one another. I'm being really honest. It's like, that's why I think it makes sense that I have to be so like so vulnerable. And only me and him would really know that. Like, but it makes sense to me that it's like, yeah, it just does. Because I've went on that whole journey, like, and then think about it, like the whole 8 years thing with the Venus retrograde, like, you know, what happened the other day, the 8-year cycle. That is, and that's really significant because and then it was interesting, like that night when I went to it was just yesterday when I went to sleep, on the magical timeline, they showed me the scene in Dear John where they meet up at the end. And the whole thing within Dear John is it is 8 years that they're apart. But if you've ever seen Dear John, it doesn't really matter. You know what I mean? She marries the other guy, and like he, like I said, I always feel like he's the that always happens with the films or channel, but it's like he's the divine feminine. And it's like, you know, and she was just being a people pleaser, really, wasn't she? I mean, for fuck's sake, there's been a do-gooder and there's fucking marrying someone because you feel sorry for them. That's not the right way to go. Do you know what I'm saying? But you know what I mean? It's because she marries that guy because she's worried about the autistic son, and she's good with, you know, she's really caring and she's good with him. That's not a reason to marry someone. Like, you've just fucking let Channing Tatum go for you know, to be a do-gooder. I mean, it's like, you know, I mean, it's like when the woman wakes up in The Vow and she's like, where am I, doctor? And it's her husband. And I just love all the comments in that clip because it's like, everyone's like, fuck Mel, if I woke up and he said he was my husband, I'd be like, right, fucking get the keys. Let's go home. No idea who this Harry is, but I'm going home with him. You just wouldn't question. You would, it's just, who would question that? So there's something significant about 8 years, but I feel the 8-year thing's significant for everyone. And when you think back to your life, hopefully there is some sort of ending that needs to be getting, ended, whatever that means, like something coming to a completion, even if it's just a lesson being learned. But I feel it's karmic situations coming to a close, like just what have you learned throughout these 8 years, and for other things to begin. And there must be something about Dear John, that is true love. It's like, and it's just, it's like, yeah, oh God, I'm like, why am I channeling about this? But it's because it's like the bit that's kind of sticking out to me is, and it's like he's going on at her, like, did I mean that? That's very Twinflame actually, because he's like, did I mean that little to you that you couldn't even phone me to dump me, basically, is what he's saying. And she's not saying anything. So he's like, what the fuck? Like, this bird just doesn't even care. Because it's like, but she's just, you can tell she's overwhelmed. And then her eyes are filling up with tears. And he's just like, and it's just very dramatic and all that. And then basically she's like, I couldn't. And he's like, what, you couldn't? Because I mean that little to you. But it's not, it's the absolute opposite. It's like, she's like, I couldn't because just hearing your voice would have made me change my mind. Do you know what I mean? So there's something in that about not assuming that because your twin is quiet and they ghost you and they go with other people, that you mean fuck all to them. Like, it can absolutely feel like that on the receiving end of it. Before you really work on your confidence and your self-love and your self-worth, it could feel like that. Oh, believe me, I know. But when you're on the twin flame journey, it's not that at all. It's really just about, it's your own journey with self-love, and it's their own journey with self-love, and it's a lot to do with just basically a combination and not being ready for it, not feeling good enough, not loving yourself, not feeling worthy. And like you said earlier, Nathan, I'm sure you said something about your twin. I don't know. It's like not trusting. It's like, suspicion in that as well. Like it's and definitely as well, I think there's an element as well as if like one of the twins is more sort of prone to letting the devil side or the lust take over them. I think that there can be at some point like some kind of like, I don't think they quite believe that you wouldn't do the same. Can I read that out loud, Brianna? Well, I'm not going to read it out loud, but other people can see what it says. Do you still feel like that is... Wait a minute, though. Right. Can we talk in code here, right? Yeah, that is the... See, I would have it... Right, this is quite interesting, right? Because this is going a bit deep, but how long have we been on? We're 11:45. I sometimes think when we're this deep, but again, it's true. I had an experience like that, right? And it wasn't with my twin flame. But somebody lied about something not quite as extreme as that, but they did lie about something quite big. Scared the hell out of me because I was like, if they can fucking lie about that, what else are you lying about? Do you know what I mean? I can't stand lying. It's like why I think the most frustrating part about, but so basically I'm really sorry because that's fucked up. I mean, I don't know why there would ever be a need to do that. So I'd like to think that that isn't your twin flame, actually, because you deserve better than somebody doing that. Sorry. Don't mean to upset you or trigger you if you truly do still feel that that guy is, but not okay. Yeah, because like I said, when that happened in my life, I was just like, what the fuck? Like, why on earth would you lie about that? Like, it's just, you know what I mean? It's But in that case, to be fair to the person, it was insecurity. Like that person was wanting to, I mean, I better say guy because then it's make me sound like I'm a lesbian, but I mean, it's like, it's only going to be, that wasn't when I was something, you know what I mean? It was a guy, but it was like, I was just kind of like, what the, but I just remember it was just like, I mean, I'm laughing because it makes me nervous when I'm just like, I couldn't understand. Like, why? Because it's like, do you know what I mean? It's like, yeah. Anyway, so I'm not going to say I feel your pain because it wasn't as deep as that, but it was kind of similar. Like, you know, is it something that he felt like he was going to get the sympathy vote, and you were going to? Okay, you need to email me. You need to email me. Like Mama Wolf is not happy about that. I'm not even. I'm not okay about this. Right. How do I be more vulnerable but not too vulnerable? Nathan, have you got ADHD as well? Or is she? You don't need to. I mean, because you know what I mean, but I'm just asking because that can be again, with you and her, it is a boundaries thing. I don't even need to use the cards for this. It's with everyone, but it's a boundaries thing. It's like, well, put it this way. Oh, fuck, I suppose I have to use myself as an example here. Put it this way with me, right? I can't, like, you know, I just trying to think, have I always been like I pretty much have always been like this, to be honest. Like, but would have just been a bit more private. Like, I've always been the person that somebody was opening up to. Yeah, say it was like a party. I say this all the time, but say it was like a party or a house party. I can't tell you how many times I've just been at somebody's house party and people even haven't even started drinking, and people are telling me the heaviest shit ever. Like, you know, it's just because of who I am. Yeah, you know, I feel you might have ADHD, Nathan, because not everyone, but a lot of people that are attracted to this channel do have ADHD. But here's the other fucking head fuck, right? There are traits of ADHD that can look scarily similar to childhood trauma. And everyone's got childhood trauma of some sort too. Obviously, some people have got it worse than others, but we've all got it, even if it's just from school, you know, but we've all got it from home and we've all got it. But again, that is where it's, you know, I can recognize it when I'm in a therapeutic process with a client. But it's really just about, like, with twin flames, it's like, we'll put it this way, it wouldn't be wise to just like sort of randomly call your twin flame up and start pouring your heart out if you're the divine feminine, because you're scared of intimacy. Do you know what I mean? If they're ghosting you, like, that's going over, that's crossing their boundaries. But if it's coming from your heart, and it is, somebody must need to hear this because it's Leo energy. If it's coming from your heart and it's your truth, and it is making you ill and causing you pain to not speak your truth. And I suppose this is this kind of energy as well, and it's that kind of thing of, I don't want to die having never told this person I love them and told them my truth. Then I think it's worth crossing their ghosting boundary to do that. But remember, Leo is about taking a risk and following your heart. The risk is they're not ready to hear it, and the other risk is, like, you know, what you were asking about. They could project, you know, their pain at you because they're not, and it's. But I would say anybody that whoever that's for, it's worth the risk, because then at least you're never going to be the one always wondering what if. Because if you've told the person how you feel and you've just left it with them and you get on with your life, the butterfly will fly back when they're ready, if they are, in fact, your butterfly. You know what I'm saying? Whereas if you never open your heart and you never tell them, or both people never tell each other, you're just going to be like the people have channeled about in the film, like the old man and my best friend's wedding. sitting in his pants. Well, that's trousers in America, isn't it? But we would say boxers, whatever. You know, the dad's losing his mind and he's sitting and he's seeing the vision of the first love that wasn't even, you know, the son's mum. It was somebody else that he never done anything about. Although that's just a film, that'll be very real for some people. And that's sad. Life's too short. Sorry to be, you know, very cliche, but it's true. But also easier said than done. Do you know what I mean? It's terrifying to put yourself on the line and possibly be rejected. I mean, this is what I'm channeling now. This is where the divine masculines are right now. But divine feminines have been there too. And I think I'm talking to both. I think I'm talking to some divine feminines that actually do need to do that for themselves. If you're coming from your heart and not your ego, and you can handle it, and you just, I don't know, something's telling you need to do that. But I feel this is mainly where divine masculines are at. It's like afraid of rejection because of how they've pushed you away. But that's a decision. Maybe that's what all the decision cards are about, you know, like collectively, like the ones I was pulling for people. It's about, you know, you're just going to have to decide, are you just going to leave it and always wonder and say, what if? Or you're going to have to decide to take a leap of faith and do something about it. Otherwise, 5 years from now, you walk past them awkwardly, pushing a pram with some other person. Do you know what I mean? It could happen. Or you see on somebody's Facebook timeline, such and such and such and such got married. Do you know what I mean? It's like it reminds me of the Adele song. Never mind, I'll find someone like you. I can't sing that because nobody can sing that if you're not Adele. But do you know what I mean? It's like, well, actually, I suppose I'm kind of channeling it. It's not really because it wasn't that deep. But it's like that is when I always say that about when I told my twin flame how I felt, which I didn't really. I say this all the time. I didn't really. It was a total cop out. But yeah, I just did. You know, I did just like it was in an email because it was like a million years ago, and I'm not gonna lie, guys, I was very intoxicated. Like, but that's how drunk I needed to be to do this shit. And it was like some kind of crazy 5, 6 in the morning job too. I'm not even gonna lie. It was after a night out. I think it'd even been a house party. I just came in, sitting in front of my wee, what do you call it? My wee fire thing, you know, the thing that spins around. It was like, so it must have been, oh yeah, it was winter. It was like, it was New Year's Eve. Making it sound dramatic, it wasn't. Yeah, and I just kind of got all off my chest, but it was all very distorted. Talk about distorted feminine. It was all very confusing and yeah, but it was just something along the lines of, look, I like you. And when I WhatsApped you, you didn't WhatsApp me back, and fuck you. You know what I mean? That was the kind of vibe. I didn't say fuck you, but it was like, you know, I've liked you now for 6 months, and I didn't feel that I could tell you. And in the meantime, I'd slept with him twice too, and it was really awkward because I knew that I never mind liked them. I fucking loved them. But do you know what I mean? It was like it's come on quite strong all of a sudden. Twin flame journey. And yeah, so and it was just kind of like, but then it had this kind of vibe of, but never mind, because you never replied to me. So it was all very confusing. So again, I can now see that I was obviously dealing with a lot of trauma from my past experience. But at least I've done it. Like, I'm not even kidding. Like, I was fucking proud of myself, because it's like I bared my soul. But then that's what then caused a lot of arguments for quite some time after, because I would like, oh no, actually, because we only seen each other once after. Like, we bump into each other, but that, had I done that? I don't know if I ever. I'm just trying to think now. That's a bit hazy. I'm trying to think if I did actually hook up with him. See, maybe that might have been the end of. Nah, I did. Yeah, definitely did. Right. Anyway, so whatever, it all gets a bit hazy. But yeah, I must have, because yeah, shit. Sorry, I did. So I done that, and then the couple of years after that, it was just awkward because I'd done that and we never spoke about it. But then we did hook up with each other a couple of times, but then it would just be every time I saw him, I wouldn't talk about the email because it's like we don't talk about the time I done that. Do you know what I mean? It was like I was quite happy not to talk about it because it was mortifying. But it was like I was going on at him about like that he'd said to me that I was his best friend. Do you know what I mean? But then I just kept going, and he said it nicer than that. But it's like I was just again there. I was in distorted feminine. I was like, I'm not your best friend. Do you know what I mean? Like we're not like best friend. Like do you mean? But really, like that is what kills me. Is that like I don't like saying it like that, but it's true. But that when he said that, I was like, oh my god, you're my best friend. But I didn't say that. So there you go. That I feel that is really important for other twin flames to hear that. That when he said, "You're my best friend," and he kind of said it like you're like, how can you think that? Like you're my best friend. Like you really did. I really felt it when it was like. It might look like all these other people are best friend, but you're my best friend. Do you mean that's how he said it? But it didn't like logically, it didn't fucking look like that at all. And I was like, what are you talking about? Do you mean? So it was like I fell into my mask and I was like, you're not my best friend. She's my best friend. That's my best friend. You're not my best friend. Do you know what I mean? And that again, that would have hurt him because I now realise that would have taken him a lot to say that. I mean, he probably was just trying to get me into bed, like, but I mean, it's like it would have been a sure thing anyway. So I don't think he was just saying it to get to say that. But then that's what made him run away because I was like, right, when we get back to mine, we're talking and then we can do stuff. And he was like, no, that's totally fine. And I was like, no, it's not. And he fucked off. But then he called me at 3 a.m. when the club's finished. And I was like, nope, I'm talking to you. Get my friend to answer the phone. And it just ended up in a big argument. Not with me and him, because again, that's what I mean. We didn't really argue. It was just more, it was just always like, it was like I couldn't handle it. So, and it was all. But then I don't regret that because I always say this, but like this guy came on the phone and was like, look, he's going to be gutted that he's like got this drunk and that this has happened because I know exactly who you are and he talks about you all the time and that. And I'm like, excuse me, what? Do you know what I mean? And that I still don't know what all that was about, but fuck, I was like that that didn't come from nowhere. I believed that guy. So I think I was meant to hear that bit of information. But anyway. Long time ago now, but it doesn't matter because time doesn't exist with twin flames. And the amount of fucking people that would carry stories back to him. Have you ever said that story about like I was on holiday and I was really drunk and I was like talking? I mean, this sounds really dodgy, but this is true. I ended up like chatting to about 10 different guys that were on holiday, right? And we're all really drunk and like, but like I wasn't like, I mean, it's okay if I was, but I wasn't like, getting on many of them. I was just chatting and it just turned out that like somebody knew my twin. I was like, oh fuck. And I was like, you're going to go back and tell him this, aren't you? And it's the guy who was like, no, I'm actually not. And he thought I was really sounding that, but I was like, fuck, I bet I wouldn't even care. Do you know what I mean? That's what I think I wanted him to actually. And it was funny because all the guys were like, this guy sounds like a dick. And I was like, he actually isn't. And then I said to that guy, I was like, hey, he isn't. Hey, everyone likes it. He was like, nah, he's a nice guy. But it was the most surreal experience. But that's what happened. You fly away miles away to another country and you fucking either meet your actual twin flame or you meet somebody that fucking knows them. You can't escape them. And then I've told you the amount of fucking places I've worked at where there's connections to him as well. It's crazy. Absolutely fucking mental. But it's true. Right, okay, so I didn't answer your question. How do I be more vulnerable but not too vulnerable? Basically, Nathan, you wait till the conditions are right. You be more vulnerable when you see the sign that she wants to be more vulnerable. And with you, it just feels like with you two, because you're prone to having a wee drink and a smoke, you just have to sort of go for it in one of these moments, you know what I mean? But just don't go all in there. Like, I want to be married, you know what I mean? I want to be engaged to you again. It's like, I think you should just sort of approach it and be like, yeah, I can't tell you how to do that actually. And it just all comes down to she's in a dark place, so she's not ready to hear it. Yeah, it's not the right time. I'm not gonna lie, it's not the right time. But you could sort of find a way to like. I think you just need to do what I said the last time, but feel into it for yourself. But whatever it was I channeled the last time I was on here, it was something along the lines of letting her know that you would give up whatever else for her. Like, you know what I mean? Like when she's ready, but maybe she doesn't. I've sometimes got the vibe though that she does know that. And it was because sometimes when you've said things, it sounds like, but I now just every time I connect your energy, I more just feel the pain. She's in the dark night of soul. You just need to leave her to to heal for now, which is really where everyone's at right now, I would say. And you'll find out if they're not, because they'll come and find you. Yeah, it must not be. That's why I'm thinking he must not be either. Yeah, do, because it's like, you know, that's like so massive, isn't it? I mean, how did you? Oh God, yeah, you need to. I'm like, how? But why? Yeah, it's interesting because I remember when we were sort of feeling into that, it's like there was something, you know, like whether he is or not. Like you said, it's you always get ones like this, don't you, Brianna? Fucking hell, it's like it's it's come that has to come from a deep place of insecurity because I do just keep seeing the person that done that to me, and I was just baffled. I mean, sorry, I keep laughing. It's not even fucking funny, man. It was like I was baffled and horrified at the same time, and just like, why? It's just that kind of energy. It's like I would have liked you anyway. Like, why did you do that? But that was a karmic, so do you know what I mean? Like and that's what I'm kind of thinking. That's like maybe they're trying to tell me like that how could you like let's just hypothetically say that was your twin flame. How could you ever trust them? Like, do you know what I mean? Every time I mean, sorry, I'm dying to do the dark humor. I'm sorry, I'm not going to do it. I think you know what I was going to say there. I can't. Yeah, I mean, the only thing that comes to me when people do that, it's like they've got so much insecurity that they felt that like telling you a sad story was going to get them in there and get you to feel sorry for them. But like, I mean, how fucked up is that? Do you know what I mean? Like, I'm saying it's like it's genuinely that is sad. I'm not saying like what a saddle that too, but it's like it's that sad that somebody would like go to that length to. I mean, Brianna, you're hot and you're a catch, but I mean, come on, you know what I mean? Not okay. I kind of feel like with that guy, it was like he was wanting to live out like a bit of a double life for you. That's the feeling that I get. Like he's not happy in his life, and it was a bit of escapism. Which that's what's a bit dangerous about it all, because that could be a twin flame thing too. Like because twin flames fantasize about their twin flame, and they want to. Well, that's a divine masculine thing, and they want to escape their life into the fantasy of the twin flame. Like even so much so that I believe some divine masculines get so attached to the fantasy they don't want the reality. But you see, that can also be attachment stuff like that. That's people that basically want to flaw find in a partner. It's not that's projecting actually because that it's just it's a protection mechanism. Like they will make sure that they find flaws in you so that they can be like, yeah, I knew it wouldn't work anyway. Like, you know, they're a liar, or like, but that guy's like they're a fucking liar, or they're a cheater, or oh, I knew that was too good to be true, or they don't let me get my own way, or you know what I mean? It's like, yeah, that can be attachment stuff. But what I would say about that is if you're twin flames, attachment stuff does still apply to a certain extent, but you know, people that have got insecure attachment can go get therapy and become securely attached. So and also like what I've just said, when it's twin flames, if one heals and constantly heals, eventually the true twin flame mirrors you. But there is all kinds of crap that goes on. Secrets, deception, yeah, lies as well, but that's extreme. I have come across some extreme cases where, like, there's one in particular I can think of, and it's annoying because I bet with some of these I'll never fucking find out what happened. So if people secretly lurk, you need to email me and let me know. But it's like, you know, some people get some particularly dark experiences, like tests, and it's like it's about forgiveness. And I guess that's just each unique individual case, like whether you're going to be able to forgive that. But a lot of, I'm going to make a joke here, but it's quite funny. A lot of twin flames won't have that problem, Brianna, because most people's twin flames don't fucking open up to them and say anything, so they're not exactly going to be coming out with big whoppers like that. And if they do, it's likely to be true. You know, that comes at a point when they trust you and they want to open up and somebody genuinely has died. Do you know what I mean? So sorry, I've got to go now. That was below the belt, but do you know what I'm saying? Fucking hell, man. This is stories like this is why I've been single for 20 years, and never mind single for 20 years. Just I don't fucking like people. They're all fucking liars and cheaters and fucking horrible bastards. So there you go. I will just be a hermit on top of the hill talking about twin flames, twin flameless. Ah, right. No, that's not what I want, so don't make that happen. Right. Right. I've not done any. Well, I did do it with those other cards. I think 10 past midnight is long enough. Hopefully I've given people some, I don't know what we'd call tonight, entertainment. Why have we got free alerts? It was just it was just Charlotte that sent that, eh? Right. Fuck it, that's not funny. I'm laughing out of nerves. Do you know, it's quite interesting, right? Because it's like there was something a bit shifty about like that. Like it's like he's catfishing, eh? I mean, was that even him? I think I did say that to you at that time. You know what I mean? Remember I did. So that's I think I just wanted that to be true for you. But you know, when it's like, I do remember sort of saying something like, do you know how do you know that's definitely him? Because was it not that, wait a minute, was that not the guy that wouldn't do the video call? This is all kind of seeming a bit, this is like catfish. I found it, we seen his bed. That's funny that you wrote that. Oh God. I need to go now. I'm going to fucking pee myself. It's funny, but it's not funny. That's not funny because it is like catfish because you've developed feelings for that fucking prick. I don't even. Oh, sorry. I just shouted fucking prick really loud at midnight. Sorry, neighbours. I don't really even like to. When I resort to name calling, it's fucking bad. But this is fucking bad. What a fucking weirdo. I deleted them off Snapchat. I never said anything to him. And I haven't heard from him. It's been almost. And were you still talking to him a lot though at this point? This is like real life catfish. This is terrible. I've got a tear coming out my eye, but I'm not even going to lie. It's because I was laughing. Jesus Christ, man. I'm sorry, but this is not the first time I've heard. I remember this happened to somebody before that I know of, and it was really interesting. It was like kind of like, you know, it was just this person was telling me all about this guy and, you know, really starting to like him. And Something just wasn't sitting right with me, right? But I remember saying that to this person at the time too. I was like, this guy must have been so good at creating this illusion, like just basically so good at being a fucking liar. He was a fucking narcissist. That even I was like having trouble seeing through it. So I kind of feel like that's a little bit like this guy, because it did feel like it. That's what's a bit scary, really. It's like he was, and I think I remember saying that to you, that he's watched you, and then, but that's why I said the other day, I do not fucking announce when I'm going on a night out or something. For shit like this. Do you know what I mean? Fucking hell, man. Jesus Christ. I've sometimes wondered about that over the years. Like, there is, like, I have sometimes wondered, like, I have had kind of, not for many years, but I remember once I did snog someone in a club, and I think it was around the time I don't know. Maybe it was before that. I think maybe I must have, like, before I had my Facebook and everything. But for some reason, he'd remembered me. I can't imagine why. And then the same guy approached me when I was out at a bar. It wasn't a club, it was like a bar. And he was quite hot, I'm not going to lie. But it was like he came up to me, right? And I was like, when you're just kind of like, I wonder if I'm telling this for a reason, because it kind of reminds me of the moment when my twin flame came up to me. Like, I saw him across the club, and I was like, fuck, he's hot. And I just kind of was like, you know what I mean? I don't know, I was kind of probably staring at the floor because I was really shy. And it was my best friend was like, he's looking at you. Like, she knew his name. She was like, he's looking at you. I was like, what, him? I was like, he's not looking at me, he's looking at you. He was like, no, I could tell you, he's been looking at you for quite a while, he's looking at you. And I was like, no, he's not. And then the next thing I knew, he was over at me, and he put his tongue down my throat. But do you know what I mean? So it turned out he was looking at me. But yeah, it was like that kind of feel, you know what I mean? I remember being like, you know, I was a bit kind of like, you know, taken aback. And then, but this is a little bit like, not as strong as that, but that is what can happen, you know. It's like, you know, that's probably what I mean about, like, you know, attracting other people, that it's not on the same level as that. But like I say, it's just like what I said the other day, like, I don't fancy anyone ever really, but obviously every now and again I can appreciate when someone's a good looking guy. It's just I don't really ever think that very often. But that's what was weird. So, but what was weird was I didn't know him. Like, I thought he was a brand new guy because it was some years later. And I have wondered, like, but like, you know, after I thought, I wonder if that guy's like found me doing this shit on, like, it was Facebook at the time. Because it was creepy. He knew my name. And I didn't know his name. And I just found it creepy. Do you know what I mean? I didn't find it. And so anyway, there's something in that. You never know who's watching. You never know who's watching and you're inspiring them, but you also never know who's watching, and this makes me feel a bit uneasy. And so I don't like that someone done that to you. And I'd like to fucking see somebody try and do that to me. Like I've said before, because I don't drink, but remember, I'm having one night only. I'm going to drink on my one night only, but I'm with somebody that will keep me safe. Yeah, like, that's where it's like, you know what I mean? It's like they can't get to me that way, because I've come too far on this journey. I'm like, it's not worth it. You know what I mean? And I genuinely don't want to. That's the point. So let's see. I'll come back and report if I go on my night out and, like, you know, well, fucking hell, if that particular hot guy comes up to me again, I'm really going to be I'm going to go home. I'm going to, like, taxi. that will weird me out. But anyway, the reason why I'm saying that, though, is that shit, I've just realised there is a reason. He was, I don't use this word, but I'm going to use it. He was a scumbag because he did actually have a girlfriend. That's why I'm telling that story. Because, right, so if this guy's stalking me on here, well, it's you. Yeah, it was like the following Christmas or something. me and my friends were out for breakfast. And I could write a book about shit like this. It's like, but this is what I mean. Like, this is how I've got a unique path, and that, like I've said before, it's like even when I did attract occasionally people that I found attractive, and I done something about it, it was always something like this. And the message I got was, they're like, we don't want you with anyone else. And if you fall for the temptations, we're going to make you wish you never, because it wasn't worth it. And yeah, basically, like, yeah, he was sitting there with a girlfriend, and I was like, oh my God. But it was like, you could be like, oh, but Claire, you might have met that girl after. No, but it was like, I think like literally the next day, because he gave me his number. Like, the guy must have been stupid as well. Like, it was like him and his bird on his WhatsApp thing. And I thought, either he's stupid or he's just really narcissistic. That it's like, and this must be a theme. I think that guy was a narcissist, Brianna, because now I'm actually thinking of another time. And that was when I was still a very young teenager, actually. And this wasn't, it was a friend of my karmic. And he must have been getting a kick out of doing that to him. But it was like, yeah, that's toxic. That's when you know it's karmic. Basically, it was like, yeah. Yeah, basically he was like quite, strongly pursuing me. And like I said, I was split up with this guy at this point, but it was like, I did end up kissing him. And then it was like, yeah, it was like the next day, it was like, yeah, seen him with his girlfriend. It's just like, this is what, it's fucked up, isn't it? So that's why it's like, I'd rather sleep at night knowing I'm not like accidentally kissing someone's boyfriend, thanks. Like, why did you give me that path in life? Is that the Chiron in the 7th house? Chiron is your wounds. The 7th house is love and partnership. And now here I am sitting like the monk on a hill, or the hermit, telling these stories. But they're quite funny, aren't they? But hopefully when I'm a granny, like somebody once said to me on my counselling course, they said, Claire, you're going to be a really good granny. You've got some amazing stories. Yeah, well, I hope I've got some, like, nicer ones than these. They're funny, but it's fucking true. Like, anyway. Yeah, he was checking in and everything before, so sentimental, and checking in on the kids, and that's fucking sick. Praying for me, making sure I was okay, and it was sure him even, oh God, just a huge liar. Yeah. I think he wanted to keep the option there and open, and didn't want me to lose me, and used the victim card when I was trying to cut him off. The thing is, right, like, to be fair, like, see if you hadn't added in the bit about that he's lied about his dad dying, when his dad's there, commenting on Facebook shit. I mean, that's just fucked up. Like, the kind of the other stuff, it's not good, but I have known it to have, it's, yeah. But that is low. No wonder you cried over that. Like, that, you've developed feelings for that guy over quite a while, and that's not fair. It is like double life shit. It's, you know what I mean? It's not fair. It's like, kind of is like catfish, because like we say, you know what I mean? It's like when people fall in love with someone who they think it's something, and they find out it's like someone of the same sex, and you think you've been talking to some hot guy, and it's like a girl, like, having a laugh or something. Do you know what I mean? It's just, I deserve better. You do. Fuck, I can't, there's not even got words for it. There's not even a number for how much better you deserve. It was hurtful, and I would never lie to someone or hurt someone that way, especially my person. Yeah, he's not your person. Yeah, there's no fucking way that's your person, man. That's no. Do better, God. That's not for our Brianna. Sorry. No. Just no. Think before you act, yeah. That guy should have done that. I think he just liked the attention from you. Look, wrongful advice. Oh my God. Yeah. There's some lies we can get over because we can understand it, but that's one that, yeah. I don't think, yeah. How could I don't think you could understand it. I mean, I'm not you, but we're very similar, and it's like, nah. Just no. But yeah, email me, because like I said, all jokes aside, that's not funny at all. And I know that there's feelings there, and that's just really cruel. And you know, when it's like when he's aware you've got kids and that is it, it's just like, who the fuck does that? I just picked these. Look, I just picked these up, right? Look. Thanks, Claire. Love you, Mama. I love you too. And like you said, I'm sending you love because that's just fucking terrible. I just picked up, who do you need to forgive? As you release old anger or resentment, you will find that your wishes will come true. I just feel like that is like some massive, horrible test for you to truly value yourself, as if you needed another one, but to really know your worth. And it's interesting because, like, you know, that sometimes that can come from your twin flame. Like, sometimes horrible things need to happen between horrible, confusing things need to happen between twin flames for the feminine to be like, nah, fuck. I've just, even if it's just that you've had no contact for years and you deserve better in any kind of anything. The truth, look at this, the truth and healing, you know what I mean? So that you can continue your healing journey with the truth. But sometimes, you know, stuff happens to put you in a place of seeing things a bit different, you know, that to put you in a place of anger or rejection. Look, I think these are all means that, like, look, because I'm picking up clarity, friendship, and compassion. And it's like, you know, I think they're trying to say it's like sometimes things can happen between twin flames. It's like, you know, it is something bad, but it's something that with time you can forgive because you can kind of, you've got compassion from where lying about something, like you just know where it's come from. And it's not completely kind of like left field like that. Like, that's what I mean. Like, that's a guy you're getting to know. You're telling each other things about. Again, it's so interesting because I'm seeing things about like another person I know similar to that happened to. And that's what I started saying. And it was around, now, funnily enough, it was when she discovered, and I'd already started cottoning on, like, I was like, there's something not right about this guy. Like, again, and it was a similar kind of thing, you know, really good looking guy. It just all really seemed far too good to be true. And I could just feel something wasn't right about it. But I was still getting a bit fooled. I'm not gonna lie, you know, it's not easy to fool me with shit like that. But I was kind of getting pulled into her, she was getting pulled into it. So I was getting a bit pulled into believing it too, because I wanted it for this person. And then it was around the Pisces full moon. I'm not laughing because it's not funny, but it's just, I just can't believe people have got the audacity to do this shit. But it was around the Pisces moon that it was revealed, and it was very similar. It was like the guy had a whole fucking other family. So funny, is it? But I'm just letting you know this shit happens to people. And then I can actually think of somebody else that the same thing happened to. I'm telling you, some of these fucking guys are out there like acting single, and they've actually got fucking wife and kids and everything. Be careful. Just be careful. And be careful the guys that are doing it, because you get found out a Pisces full moon, and that's the next one. Psychic abilities. Justice. Oh God. And compassion. But you see, even people that do that, like, these are the people that just want to sit down and pick their brains. That is like fucking psychologists or counselors kind of, you know, just fucking get into that person's mind. Like, why are you doing that? But these people must have heavy Gemini. Sorry, I know you are Gemini, Brianna, but it's like these people must have like a heavy Gemini stuff in them that they want to like live out this kind of having 2 people or 5 people or 10 people or however it is. But that's an attention thing. Do you know what I mean? Again, it comes down to insecurity. That's somebody that wants so much attention from all these different women. I just kind of think like that. That's scary though, because it's like, how can you do that if you do actually have a wife and kids at home? It's like fair enough if there's no, but I mean, like, not, and it's not the type where someone's not in love anymore and they feel guilty, and it's like some people are actually able to like love that person and love the family, but then decompartmentalize and then go on do that. It's sometimes it's just being young and following your dick. Let's just be honest, and that's a whole other ballgame. Like these kind of stories is that's virgin or psychopath. That's scary. Because these scenarios, that woman is going to sleep at night thinking she's safe and secure with her man and their kids. But that, oh, I just can't, oh God, honestly. Pray for the people. Pray for the people. He taught me a lot, but also was the right person at the right time to help me push towards the growth, help I needed in the time to get custody of my kids. So help, yeah, exactly. Well, you know what I mean? Like, this is why you're very like me in that way. That look, you can see the good in it, but fucking hell, you didn't deserve that. So I'm so sorry that happened to you. But the most important thing is, thank God the law had the sense to, to help that to happen. Maybe it's because he's a Pisces and so, yeah. Well, remember, Pisces is a beautiful sign about unconditional love, magic. I mean, you know what's coming in, but I always have to do this when I say this about the signs, because we've all got a shadow side to each sign. But Pisces, like, I have to be honest, it's not so much Pisces sun people. It's other Pisces placements. I have to say, whenever I've been deceived or lied to or betrayed, it's particular Pisces placements. So yeah, I would have some pretty strong boundaries around having anyone around me with particular Pisces placements because of that, actually. It's because the shadow side of Pisces is lies. It's lies, it's deception, it's creating some sort of illusion, and sometimes it's too good an illusion that they can even trick people that are really good at seeing through. Because like I'm saying, with that particular, I can, that somebody's a really, really, really good liar if I can't see through it. And unless it's exceptions where if it's too close, like I said, if I've got a lot of love for someone, like anyone, like just when I'm thinking of past situations, if it's like being friends or that, I've like heard so much, like I'm like, like I'm the kind of best friend you want, but like you said, it's like, I don't really get that back. But it's like, it's, well, in the end, it's like, yeah, I'm an Aries, so it's like I would die for this, but you know what I mean? I'm not fucking like that now. I'm all about my fucking self. You know what I mean? Not in a selfish way, but I love myself, so I don't put myself in the line for people that much anymore because we've burned by it so many times. But yeah, he was a Cancer. Oh, that's all quite manipulative, by the way. Cancer moon, right? Sorry if anybody's got these placements right, but Cancer moon, right? Manipulative. Cancer moon is a beautiful sign as well. It is like cuddles, cozy cups of tea, very mothering actually. So I can visualize that he would have been and I can feel that he would have been genuinely quite supportive during that, because Cancer is the mother and the moon is the mother. So Cancer moon is mother. But do you know what I mean? It's like very mothering energy, very loving. And in a man, it's really quite nice. Like I know men with Cancer moons. My dad's actually got a Cancer moon as well. Do you know what I mean? And it's like he's really good with animals and children, and he just says that himself as well. Like, do you mean he is very feminine? But yeah, it's like yeah. Pisces sun. Well, it's just the same, really. It's everything I said. Like, can be magical, playful, very psychic people, unconditional love, compassionate, Or Charlotte's a Pisces. So she's a Pisces that's allowed in the gang. And anyone else that's lurking. And like I said, if you happen to be these actual placements, it's okay. Do you know what I mean? Like I just said, there's lovely things about each placement, but there is also shadow things. But yeah, it's just, and Cancer rising's ruthless. Like, again, it's quite interesting. Like, actually, not so much the Cancer, but the Pisces and the Capricorn. It is, whenever I've been fucked over in life, people have had these placements or swapped about. So pay close attention. You'll see the patterns. Wouldn't have guessed that he would have been such a fuck. Yeah, but you see, Cancer is hidden, Pisces is hidden, and Capricorn's ruthless. Who knows? You know what I mean? It's sometimes these are the things we'll never understand, but I hope you do get some sort of answer at some point. It would be nice if you're not gonna, though. I don't like, this is the thing, like that actually does sound like just holy fuck, man. Right. Sorry, don't mean to make this all about me. I can email you. I know you need to get some. No, it's fine. Make it all about you. It's fine. Me and Nathan often get into these deep and meaningfuls for hours. So, and I was missing you. Again, it was like I said to Lex the other day, when she hadn't been on in a while, and I was like, oh, and I was going to reach out to her, and then she appeared. And it was the same with you. It was kind of getting to that point when I was like, oh, I need to see how she is. So no, I'm glad. Well, I'm glad you're here, but I'm not glad that's happened to you, because you absolutely don't deserve that. It's just one of these confusing. It actually feels like a very Pisces full moon thing. That it's just maybe you're never going to understand what that was all about. But I do just sort of feel it was like, you know, you've made him feel special. Like, you know, he's liked what he's seen. And you've made him feel special by getting that attention back. And perhaps he just felt that was all he had in his back pocket. Again, because now I keep getting more of them, but it's like I've got loads of these stories are flooding in now, where it's like I've known people this has happened to. Very similar. Like someone's made up a story about being like terminally ill, and it turns out they're fucking lying. Or I've known loads of stories like that. Or someone's made up a story about someone dying, and it turns out it did that. It's just fucking weird. You know what I mean? It's fucking weird. Sorry, but it is. I can understand. I hate I mean, that's a bit strong, but I was going to say I hate liars. Yeah, I don't hate the lie. You know, I just hate lying in general. I mean, an Aries. I'm an Aries, so I'm going to say that again. Like I say this all the time, but all my signs are about truth. It's fucking pointless. But I do think there are some exceptions. I can like I've said this before, but if it's to protect somebody in some sort of weird way, that is different. But usually in these circumstances, the truth will come out and it's understandable. But like if it's to protect someone or that, like, you know, like think about like if someone was like for their own safety, like, and like, would you call that again when somebody's under security for their protection? Like, you know, these kind of lies are necessity. A necessity keeps somebody safe. Like, you know, when someone makes up a fake name in that to protect themselves, like that's under protection. But and then there's less extreme examples. Like you can forgive someone when they lie to you, when you can sort of see that it's come from a place of a wounded inner child and panicking. It just reminds me of the poor girl when I've told that story about that she burnt the pot and then she, you know, said she didn't, and I just had to let it go. But like there was literally nobody else in the house unless the ghosts are putting on the, you know, having a party and getting on down with the cooking when we're in our bed. It was her. But I just gathered it must have just been that, you know, when she was younger, she would have been given an almighty row, because I couldn't really work out why else. Like I wasn't going to go mental at her. I wasn't even really going to ask for the money. But you mean it just annoyed the fuck out of me that she wouldn't admit she done it. I just let it go. That was a lesson for me, to just let it go. You know what I mean? Like if you can't Like, you know what I mean? It's not important. Like, it's just more sad that somebody would feel they need to lie. But I feel like when it comes to lying, whenever I can think of scenarios where that's happened to me, I think the longer somebody doesn't tell you the truth, the worse it is for me. Like, that's when it's just um yeah, I think anything that leaves too much space for confusion and misunderstanding and mistrust, it's a recipe for disaster, really, isn't it? And unfortunately, that's the thing. Like with Pisces placements, that happens because Pisces is ghosting as well. But it's ghosting can happen because of overwhelm, because that's also Pisces. This is all 12th house stuff. Because remember, 12th house, right, which is Pisces energy, is mental health and overwhelm and exhaustion. And but the trouble with Pisces moon is the moon is your feelings and intuition. And then also it's escapism. So if you are already Pisces moon, so this is very important for people that are Pisces moon, or if you've got anyone around you that is that, in particular Pisces moon, yeah, if like, you know, if someone's drinking or that as well, like I just think that's scary, because it's like Pisces is so floaty and mystical and daydreamy anyway, that the minute you have a drink, or Christ, even worse, drugs or something, you'll literally be on another planet. Like literally, you'll be so out of your body and disassociated, and that's when you can do anything. So but I've had some beautiful Pisces moon people around me as well. But I have to be honest, when I've had beautiful Pisces moon people around me as well, they've also been capable of what I'm talking about. So be careful. Yeah, you know, and you'll know. I bet you if people that are listening to this that are that, you'll be like, oh fuck yeah, she just totally nailed it. Be careful how you escape, you know. Don't like overdo it. Wherever the Pisces is in your chart, actually, because like you said, I know where it is in mine too, and that's why I'll have somebody to accompany me when I have that drink or two or three. But it was funny, like even my dad the other day, when it was like he was having a beer in the garden, and I'd said, all right, yeah, when I go out, I'm gonna have a drink, and he was like, and it's so funny. This is what I mean about people can change, because my dad's, and actually that's how he's manipulative in a funny way. Like he's went from go on, go on, go on, have a drink, like, you know, over the past few Christmases and New Year's, and you know, even just like, yeah, when it's hot in the garden, you know, when him and my mum are having a drink or whatever, to then like accepting it. So like the other day when I said that, he was like, you don't drink, don't have a drink. And I was just kind of like, not, but like he wouldn't be like telling me what to do, but I was just like, no, I'm only going to do it because I'm like, I'm probably literally going to go out once in the festival, and I just want to enjoy it, and I just want to, I don't know if I'm, yeah, I think we are. We're totally going to dance. But do you know what I mean? It's like, but I like that, you know, like it's actually quite nice that my dad just kind of, I think he's went from like wanting me to be involved in the socializing drinking aspect to now actually getting it and accepting that it's like, no, actually, I respect that you don't drink and that you stood by that, and you should still stand by it. So, but it's really not that deep. Like I said, I don't like. I literally will probably just go out this once and drink, and then watch this. I'll probably have a terrible hangover, and I'll be like, "That's why I don't drink." So, um, enough. Yeah, it's yeah. So anyway, I think I was going to say something about the moon sign, but then that would get like again. It's like I think that's like I think I'm all right. Like you know what I mean, there's a moon signs over. I think, but I'm not even gonna. Yeah, I need to go now. Right. So, um. Oh, wait a minute. What have you wrote? You wrote quite a lot here. Yeah, you like that I felt special and like my caring motherly energy. Yeah, but everybody loves that about you. It's like how everybody says that to me, but it's not everybody deserves. I'm going to get my high horse now. This is a prime example of why not everybody deserves it. But do you know what I mean? That is, everything like that about you is true. And whenever people come on and say that, it's true. But not everybody deserves that from you. And I'm not even talking about romance. I mean, even deserves your attention. I'm like, how dare he? And that had a beautiful, positive, free spirit to me. It's refreshing, and he's seen that. But everybody sees that. Send her in the right one. Fuck's sake. Didn't want to let that go. Yeah. He had opportunities to tell the truth, and he went along with his story and never came forward. So it's good that I just cut it off. I don't need to message him or justify. Nah, fucking certainly not. What the hell would you say? I've been embarrassed. I'm just pure cringe, man. What are you at me? Oh yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, I saw that your dead dad actually didn't die and that he's alive and kicking and oh fuck, I just can't. Time to go now. I'm just gonna say too much, but it's just psychic abilities just came out there again. The well-being. Oh god, trust. Yeah, right. Oh fuck. Anyway, right, I'm going because this is the most uncomfortable bra ever. Right. I suppose that's why psychic abilities just came out, like trust, I was about to say trust yourself, but I mean this is a prime example of, see, when I say that I've got a problem with that whole trust yourself thing. Because sometimes you do trust yourself and shit like this happens. So it's like sometimes people are like, how am I meant to trust myself when I make judgments like that? But it's like, unfortunately, I think this is a case of, it's like this. Honestly, I remember saying something to you, like, I felt like that guy studied you. I do remember saying that, Brianna. And that's what's a bit scary. That's why I think so many twin flames get tricked, because it's like, wait a minute, what have you said? Because it's like, your divine masculine studies you as well. But it's for quite a different reason. Oh, actually, sometimes they might not even understand why they're doing that until they do. But that's total way different, isn't it? It's like, it actually, right, that really, this is really reminding me of, it's more females than it was. It's more like, that's like it's like a kind of like a male version of a Jezebel, like, when I've definitely seen cases of that online, where it's like somebody has watched and been a fan of someone for a long time and just studied them, and kind of then they approach them as if, like, like they bump into them somewhere, or they could even, like, but, and then it's like but it's not really as natural as they make out, like, I mean, like, they've actually, I suppose, like, there you go. It would be like if I go out, it's just exactly what I said. I do think there's something in that, what I'm saying about that guy from, like, forever ago. Like, I think there was something weird about that, like, okay, so I might have originally met him randomly on a night out, but then I think he's looked me up online or something and found me and watched me. And for all I know, fucking fell in love with me. I mean, it would be hard, guys. Do you know what I mean? But it's like, I'm just getting carried away with a story here that I don't want it to be true. But why am I saying it? And then, yeah, you know what I mean? And then, like, but then that's weird, because, like I said, that same guy did come up to me, and I was very drunk, and he is good looking. And I was like, what the fuck's going on here, man? Who's this? Like, do you know what I mean? It's not the right one. But I did start to tweak, and I thought, how do you know my name? And I think he might have said my full name too. And I was like, that it was just all something didn't really sit right with me. And that's what I mean. Like, that's creepy. So yeah, you just got to be careful. Like, somebody could be talking to you like, they're brand new, and it's like, oh, you like that? Oh, I like that too. Oh, you like, oh, and it's like, they seem like they're like a match made in heaven, but it's just they've actually just fucking listened to literally everything you've said. But like I said, I have to say as well that, like, this could be done in a sweet way by, like, twin flames as well. But it's just, you see how it's kind of similar, but it's very different, because it's like manipulative when it's like not as how it's making out. Whereas when it's from a twin flame, it's like, oh, it's your soulmate, and you genuinely like someone wants to make you happy because they know all this. It actually reminds me of what I've said with a true connection. It reminds me of when I referred to like that, the more recent Magic Mike film that talking about Channing Tatum a lot tonight. That it's like at the end of that, it's the shit. I would never watch it again. It's holy shit. But yeah, the whole thing in that film is, she thinks he's not been paying attention. She thinks he's not into her. Of course it is going to be, because it was only a love story going on. But it was actually that he'd been studying her really the whole time. He'd been listening to everything she was saying, and he didn't just want her to be another conquest. Oh, actually, they sleep to each other right at the start. They sleep with each other right at the start of the film. And then he does, oh, that's like the bodyguard again. And then he does that sort of like, oh, we shouldn't like get involved and all that pish. And then it's like, no, then right at the end of the film, like he actually the way he reenacts the dance, like he dances with this, like, God, that girl was, again, listen, I think it's clear what side I bat for, right? But again, I can appreciate a good looking woman too. And that woman was smoking hot in that film, right? They're dancing about in the rain, she's getting swung about, and because the other one's pushing on a bit and she's watching the show. But anyway, I got what it was about. It was like, they do this really hot dance scene, but it's basically like, it was like a sex scene, but that's what it was meant to be. Like he was showing her, I remember exactly what we done that night. We done it this way, that way, that way. It's kind of hot, do you know what I mean? But it's like, it's meant to be like that he likes her just as much. And it's like, it's like meant to be a nice thing. But yeah, this is, I'm definitely talking to people out there. I think, Brianna, you are in that divine masculine energies. I think I'm talking to other divine masculine energies. I think, you're just the brave one that said it here, but I bet you other people have, I know for a fact other people have had this happen to them. Sadly. So be careful out there, people. Is it your twin flame, or is it somebody that has appeared as some kind of illusion, and yeah, it's not your twin flame. It's a false twin flame. Do you know what I mean? I wouldn't even call that a false twin flame. That's just a fucking weirdo. Let's be honest. So anyway, time for me to go now. Right. So just wait until he messages me. I'll be like, how's your dad? I heard he's feeling a lot better. I can't. I'm actually going to pee. I'm really going to. Oh my God. Oh my God. It's funny, but it's not funny, is it? Like, that I could call me psychic, but something tells me you'd absolutely get ghosted. I'd be very surprised if you didn't get ghosted. Oh my God. Oh shit. Do you know what? Let's listen. He was praying for you, and we appreciate the prayers, right? Because whatever it was you were in her life for, you helped her. But fuck me, you've helped her to just fucking be more vigilant and discerning. And I thought I'd already helped you enough with that. Jesus Christ, but we're praying for him, because that is a troubled soul. I'm being serious. I'm praying for that guy, because that's, to be able to do something that horrible to somebody like you, he really does need help. So, but I'm praying for you more, because to just get over him very quickly. That's what I'm praying for. And never respond ever again. Yeah. Oh yeah, I remember you saying that. I look a lot like his girlfriend, actually. Oh God. I bet you don't. You'll be way hotter than the girlfriend. Yeah. I've just taken some action for myself. I didn't know you were still here, Charlotte. This is very late. I've just taken some action from my self-employed work I've been meaning to do whilst listening. Thanks for the energy, Claire, and so family. You're very welcome. Sleep well. Yeah, I'm going to go to my bed too. Yeah, I do remember saying that. He did study you quite closely, but in a creepy way. And because of talking about this tonight, I am going to be shutting the YouTube down. Oh my fucking, it's creeped me out. Thank God it's not Scorpio moon, man. I'd be fucking shit my pants. What are we in? Leo moon? That's fine. It's happy, clappy energy. I'm fine. Yeah, when we get into fucking, when it gets a wee bit further down the line there with a Scorpio moon, I'm just going to be lying there like, come and protect me, please. Oh shit. Right. I'm really gonna go now. So sleep well, everyone. Thanks for the laughs. A bit of a fucked up, I mean, anyway, I don't know what to say about that because that's not funny, but we've managed to make some humor out of dark situation. You can tell. Listen, I'm not being funny, but it's like people can tell what our banter is like in the membership because you're Sagittarius rising and I'm Sag moon, and then remember we had somebody else is a Sagittarius sun. It's like this is the ability. This is what the ability, your ability, and my ability. But that's and it's Charlotte Sagittarius rising as well. The Sagittarius energy has this magical ability of finding the lightness and the humor and the optimism in every situation. And I mean, I can absolutely do that with some of the fucking stories. It's definitely some of the fucking disaster stories I've told tonight. And and that story you've told, it's like, we have to learn to laugh. Listen to this shit. Do you know what I mean? That story is why people need therapy. Fucking hell. Twin flame therapy specifically. Because there's folk fucking trying to be your twin flame. It's some fucking weirdo that's just watched you and oh Jesus. And then you've got the people that actually watch people's twin flames, study them, and then I've said this before, and then could bump into your twin flame in a bar and mimic you. I see channelings like that all the time. That's fucking mental too. I'd love to see somebody try and be me. But I'd be impressed. Do you know what I mean? Don't, please don't. Probably already happened. Anyway, on that note, I'm going to go now. So, thank you. I love you so much. I appreciate you. And I'm so glad yes, I love you too. And like I said, I'm so sorry that happened to you. But I'm glad you were here and you could share and just tell us. And yeah, but anyway, I'm going to go because I think the neighbours are going to be like, shut the fuck up and go to bed. Right, okay. Yeah, I'm really going now. Right, so I will. Do you know what? What is it, Tuesday? I don't think I'm going to be here. Did you see it just done that thing? I didn't mean I was going to. I didn't mean I was going to turn into the Walking Dead as well. I just meant I might not be on because I was on Monday and tonight. I equally might be on. But yeah, I've got a feeling I think I might be, because I normally look after my older niece, but I'm not this week because she's at school. But I think I might have my younger niece, and a bit like today. I don't know. I just kind of feel like I might be quite tired by then. Yeah. Anyway. But yeah, I'll see if I see you. But if I don't see you later on in the week, I'll see you on Tuesday. So enjoy the rest of your new moon in Leo. And like I said, expect unexpected. Good stuff though. Brianna, you expect good stuff because you fucking deserve it after that. And I'm just sending everybody love and prayers and yes. And trying to find the Zoom thing. Good night. See you later. Love you. Oh my god, look at the fucking state of me, man. I got too comfy. Jesus Christ, my makeup